balances is basically eroded. Tell me one place where a bill went to Parliament or went to Assembly, had vigorous debate over multiple days, was changed. Tell me when the last time an independent MLA was elected, or how many independent MPs in the last 25 years. The system is already going through electoral process mostly for the sake of determining the government, not because the legislatures or the legislative bodies, including the Parliament, are doing fantastically well, and therefore more representation gets you more things. Lastly, I say, the states that would benefit from such a redistribution, that's what it is. You say delimitation, I say redistribution of the ratio of seats, are already getting the overwhelming majority of resources. Because of the way the Finance Commission works, because of all these other things, I don't want to make this political, but the math is the math. Yeah. That already these Hindi heartland states are getting the overwhelming majority. For every rupee they get in, they're getting put in, they get multiples back. What more do they expect to get by having better representation or greater representation? So to me, the logical thing, and listen, this is not, it's not a first time that somebody has thought about this. Tall leaders of the country, nobody can argue that Mrs. Gandhi was not a tall leader of this country. Nobody can argue that Thiru Vajpayee was not a tall leader. Tall leaders of this country, in their wisdom, saw fit to freeze the delimitation and push it for 25 years in the hope that someday there would be a more equitable outcome in terms of underlying things like population growth, economic development, social development, etc. Right? This is not the first time we've ever thought about it. So I think reasonable people would argue that this is a kind of really complicated problem that 50 years have not been able to resolve or solve in any way. And the upside of doing this any differently is dwarfed by the potential risks of opening this problem. That's what a thoughtful person would say, right?
Mr. Rajeeve, let me ask you, so as Honorable Minister said, states such as Tamil Nadu and Kerala get a relatively smaller share of the tax revenue shared by New Delhi, whereas other states with a higher population receive a larger share of tax revenue, such as UP getting 18%, Bihar 10%. That leaves Tamil Nadu with 4.2%, Karnataka with 3.65%, Kerala with 1.96%. So is this a problem with the formula, or is this more about
The people give us the right to do. We are not saying there's one cookie cutter for all southern states or all parties. We are of different ideologies. We form governments and execute on our ideology. The point is that the government of India nowhere gets to tell us what our priorities should be or how we should act, because it's not in the constitution. They're only elected to do their job, not our job. And that they have been increasingly trying to do both their job and our job and try to dictate to us. And then the media becomes complicit in this. They say, oh, the government of India has cut petrol taxes. Why don't you? Why should I? The government, the Prime Minister says revenues are bad. What does it matter to me what he says? He should say what his philosophy is. I do what mine is. Then 2 elections later, they start doing freebies like it's going out of style. So should I swing back and forth every time they swing back and forth? We stay where we are. They go wherever they need to go. Right? So this logic that somehow they tell us what to do because there's some position like God or Pope or something, that doesn't make any sense to me. Right?
In addition to this, not only for the tax and other things.
Sorry, one point there is, again, there is the union list, state list and concurrent list. And we've seen some shifts in terms of who's claiming which subject they could make policy on. So again, in the same context, do you think that that's tipping in their favor?
Yes, actually this borrowing limit of the state governments, we have approached the Supreme Court using ensuring our right to fix the limit of borrowing. As per the constitution, the state list, union list and concurrent list is also there. And constitution entry 32 of the state list, that is public debt of the state government. And entry 35 of union list, that is public debt of the union government. It is clearly, specifically mentioned in the state and union list. Then state legislator has the legislative competency to fix the borrowing limit of the state. The union government has the, union parliament has the legislative competency to make act to fix the borrowing limit of the union government. That is the constitutional position. Now they are imposing all these things. This is happening in other sectors also. Our general presumption is education is in concurrent list after the amendment during the 70s. Then universities are also in the concurrent list. Then state and central government, union government has the power to make legislation. That is totally wrong. In constitution, education is concurrent list after the amendment. Universities also in the concurrent list, but subject to 65, 66, 63, 64, 65, 66 of the union list. But in constitution, entry 32 is there. Incorporation regulation of the universities is in state list. Then state legislator only has the legislative competency to make act to regulate the universities. If you read this 32 along with the entry 44 of the union list, it is crystal clear. It is stated that incorporation and regulation of so and so except universities. Then Parliament has no power to make laws to regulate the universities as per entry 44. They are using 65 in the concurrent union list. That is determination of standards. Determination of standards, that is the UGC as incorporated as per this 65. That is only determination of standards. In Constituent Assembly, one member asked to Ambedkar, you are implementing this, you are incorporating this 65, that is to encroach the right of the state government. What do you mean by this determination of the standard? Then Ambedkar said, Madras University is giving degree for a student who got 35% of marks. Mumbai University gave a graduation certificate to a student who got 45% of marks. Then there should be a unification for this. This is very limited purpose behind 65. Now they are taking all powers. They are regulating all these things. This UGC, the recent regulation, Tamil Nadu Assembly and Kerala Assembly have taken very strong position against this UGC regulation. UGC has no power to fix the qualification of the vice chancellors. Actually, UGC Act 26 gave power to the UGC to regulate the qualification of the teachers. That is right. MPhil, okay. PhD, okay. Or at least first class, okay. But Vice Chancellor is not a teaching post. It is administrative post. He is the head of the administration of the university. No provision in the UGC as per the existing act to regulate the qualifications of the Vice Chancellor. Now they are fixing all qualifications and also search committee and also selection process. This is totally encroaching the powers of the state government. Ambedkar once said, you can dismantle the constitution without amending, but by practice. That is happening now. These all sessions are there, entries are there, but constitution is only on paper. De facto, it is totally changed.
That's an interesting note on which to segue to the next question, which relates to the role of the governor. So we have seen there too sort of a creep and a drift happening across, especially opposition-ruled states, where the governor has taken on, gone beyond the constitutional.
Sorry, can I just go back, since
Please.
I'm a former finance
After
minister?
which, please answer.
No, I'll answer that one. As the minister says, it's very clear who should take care of what finances. The only kind of exception loophole is Article 293, subsection 3. It says, if the state is a debtor to the government of India, then they should get the government of India's permission before they borrow anymore. Now think of it as normal, like finance, first lien, second lien. If I'm already in debt to you, I've mortgaged my house, I want to go and mortgage it again. Of course, you should be aware that I'm doing it, and I shouldn't be able to lever up the house so much that you don't get paid. That was the intent of it. In fact, most states were not debtors at all, at least on paper, and Tamil Nadu certainly was not till recently. Then they found a second loophole where they said, because of foreign exchange and credit rating and some more technical things which I see instantly as an investment banker, but it's not worth talking about here, all loans from developmental agencies, World Bank, KFW, ADB, AIIB, etc., though the loan agreement is in theory between the state and the bank, in practice it is two loan agreements back to back. So it's a dollar loan between the World Bank and the Government of India, and then a rupee loan with the Government of India and the Government of Tamil Nadu, back to back in terms of both principal repayment, interest payments, foreign exchange risk is borne, credit counterparty rating is put into the World Bank based on the Government of India's bond rating, etc. It's a mechanical process. They started using that and saying, because you have this back-to-back loan to me, you are now a debtor to me. And therefore, my rules have to apply to you. And we used to get a letter every year, at least when I was finance minister, we get a letter from some joint secretary or additional secretary, somebody in finance, Government of India, says, you, Tamil Nadu, shall borrow 83,642 crores this year, no more, and that so much of it can be done in the first 9 months. This is completely, far exceeding the intent of the Constitution, using this one loophole. In fact, I must give credit, even the predecessor government of ours, when they first offered these, because they were worried if somebody goes to court, this kind of back-to-back loan as the basis for being a debtor-creditor will not hold, they started pushing capital loans, 50-year, zero interest, effectively free money. It's a long story. The government of the ADMK declined to sign that loan. They said, why should we? Because now we're opening this loophole that they can actually regulate. Otherwise, it's a state subject. In fact, if my data is correct, Tamil Nadu enacted its Fiscal Responsibility Act about the 3% GSDP, fiscal limit, zero revenue deficit and all that, before the Government of India's Act. So we are capable of managing our own finances perfectly well. And the state legislature has the right to amend it in terms of need, like COVID, whatever. The irony of all this is, using this loophole, they tell us we can't exceed down to 1 crore. Who controls the Government of India? They were borrowing 7%, 10%, 6%. Fiscal deficit was going through the roof.
Are there any avenues?
There's not even a sense of equality. I can do whatever I want. You should do what I tell you to do.
Special vehicles, any other avenues for the states to borrow beyond this framework?
I mean, there are, but the point is not whether I should be looking for loopholes because you unconstitutionally restrict me. It's like asking the victim, now what are you going to do after you got stolen from? Why should I get stolen from first? Right?
The question on the governor?
Yeah, I think some of this, the irony of this is, I don't know if you saw the recent Supreme Court judgment or you read it in full, the Pariwala Mahadevan judgment. It is a fascinating read. It's about 400 and something pages. But it is the opening to an understanding that these issues have actually existed almost since independence. Maybe for the first 10, 15 years, they were not very noticeable because we were trying to figure out how to act, how to operate as a nation, as states. And from 52 till about, I think the first mention of this disparity or this problem with the notion of union versus state rights is found in the 1969 Administrative Reforms Committee's report. As far back as then, they have said something is wrong in this structure. The states are not actually being allowed to operate enough, and the governors are becoming obstreperous. I'm saying it's 1969. Okay? So this is a problem that has been going on for a long time. It was a bit subdued or masked or subterranean as long as the Congress government, after independence, practically ran all of India, 2/3 majority in both houses of parliament and almost every state. Once you started having regional parties and differences, this thing started coming up. And everything old is new again. Like 3 points that really struck me, because I started reading after this. And then I went and read the Rajamanar Commission report, which தலைவர் Kalaignar, our chief minister at the time, had commissioned in the late 60s and was tabled in the House in 1974. And 2 things about that 74 report struck me immediately. The first was, in the report, there is the excerpt of an interaction with a member of the Constituent Assembly from Tamil Nadu, one Mr. Kasturi, congressman. He says, I am a big, supporter of the union rights. When we formed the Constitution, we were worried, will this country hold together? We are carving out a country out of something that has never been done before. Without a strong union, without a strong kind of control, whether the country will last. So I am all for union rights, I am all for strength in the center, I am all for everything. But having said that, 70, right, he's saying, I'm starting to see the government of India try to do everything by itself, encroaching all into state subjects and doing all kinds of things. This is a recipe for disaster. You want a strong union, but you want a strong union that focuses on things like defense, foreign policy, currency management, banking system, etc. You do a few things well, you can be strong and you can do it well. You try to also do education and health and environment and this and that, you are going to fail because nobody can do everything. This is a man who was on the Constituent Assembly. He has this vision. By 70, he says this problem is happening. Here we are 50 years later, it's happening in spades, right? So this problem is continuing. The second thing is, my father was a member of the House. And because we have recently digitalized the entire history since independence, and now we're going to go back to 21 of the legislature of all the proceedings, just testing the system, which the Chief Minister inaugurated. I announced it when I was Finance Minister, inaugurated. I went and pulled up my father's, from the proceedings, his speech, when the report was tabled. If you change the date and the name, that could be my speech today in the Assembly. It says, what are these governors doing? They are appointed for political reasons. They are here to obstruct the functioning of the government. Which governor ever went to a conference and said, my state needs this? When was the last time a governor went and voiced for their states in a governor's conference or at the union government? And, all of these appointments are done for the wrong reason. We are 50 years later saying the same thing. Now the Supreme Court judgment has at least given us some relief that says that these powers are not unlimited. Correct. These powers are intended for some kind of reasonable check and balance, and you don't get to sit on these permanently, neither the governor nor the president, which is the essence of democracy, that nobody is above the law. Nobody's actions, the governor is not justiciable, but the actions of the governor are justiciable. The president is not justiciable, but the actions of the president are justiciable. All of you have to follow the law. That's really, I think, finally, after 75 years. And you should read this judgment because it talks about all these previous attempts. Under the Congress governments in 69 and 86, the DMK's Rajamanar Commission, the Committee for the Review of the Working of the Constitution under the NDA government under Thiru Vajpayee. Then the Justice Poonchi Commission under the UPA government under Dr. Manmohan Singh. All of them point out these major flaws. Okay. Let me put it just one line. If you try to do everything from Delhi because you are that power hungry, you are going to fail. There's no discussion. you are going to fail. The irony is that they try to force this model not on the states that are already behind. They look for all the states that are ahead and say, your model is not good enough, take my model. It is like dragging everybody down to the lowest common denominator.
So in light of this judgment, do you feel a little more secure about Kerala having its own rights?
It is a historical judgment. Actually, governor, not only from 60s, in 59, the first communist government of Kerala was dismissed by the union government. That was the first attack on federalism by using this political tool of the union government, that is the governor. And 67 assembly elections, Congress lost power in different states. Thereafter, 77, after the emergency, Congress lost power in the union. These periods are more important. It's a historical transformation of this attack on federalism. And governor, actually it is a political tool, the de jure head of the state. De facto elected chief minister and the council of ministers of the state, head of the states. And during Constituent Assembly debates, our minister has mentioned the debate from the member from Tamil Nadu. There was a question whether this governor should be an elected post. The reply was very interesting. Ambedkar said, there is no power to the governor to take any action by his own. He is an ornamental post. Anybody is ready to contest for this type of post in elections. This is totally wastage of money. That was the reply of the reply by the Ambedkar in the Constituent Assembly. And anybody can be a governor, only one condition, at least 35 years old. But for contesting in a local body election, another additional condition is there, should not be insane. But that condition is not for a governor, at least 35 years old. Anybody can be a governor. Then this 414 pages judgment, this is a historical judgment. Yeah. Actually, Bombay case judgment, it is a historical judgment to protect the federalism and ensure federalism as a basic sector of the constitution. And Shamsher Singh judgment, that is defend the role of the governor, act by the advice of the council of ministers. Then again, this judgment also is a historical judgment. This 200, Article 200, how governor can give assent to the bills. That is assent, withhold and sent to the president. During that period, in the, I think, Government of India Act, this assent provision, there is a word, by the discretion of the governor. It was there. It was deleted. Because after 1947, India became independent. Some governors are still living in the colonial period. That is the issue. But Constituent Assembly had correctly deleted that word. In the draft of the Constitution, there is a time provision. That is within 6 weeks. The President and government should give the assent or should take a decision within 6 weeks. It was there in the draft of the Constitution. Then there was a debate. Then Ambedkar said we should not fix a time period for the governor or president. They should act as early as possible. Before this period, they should act on this. Nobody will predict these type of personalities would become the governors of the states at that time or Constituent Assembly.
Okay, thank you. We are pretty much out of time, but we'll take 3 questions. Please raise your hands. The lady over there, the gentleman over there, sorry, yourself, and Ram. We'll start with Mr. Ram right here. That's fine.
On delimitation, the main political objection is, of course, you're penalizing states that have done well following national policies for both population control by whatever name called and development. Because once you develop, the growth rate automatically, more or less organically goes down, right? That's the main political objection, which I think is widely understood. But there must be a limit to the number of people in Parliament. First, physical accommodation, say 800 something. And then time allotted to speakers. Parliament becomes meaningless if you get only 7 minutes, 5 minutes, etc., Lok Sabha, I mean. So there is also a limit to physical limit, like a biological limit for how long people can live. There's a physical limit to this. So what is that limit?
Okay, we'll just take other two questions as well so we can wrap up.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, at the back.
Hi, sir. Thank you for your views on delimitation theory, which is the core explanation of Article 82 and Article 170 of the Constitution. Sir, do you think your views uphold the principle of one nation, one vote, or just be a critic of that?
Okay, and the third question here. No, mic here, please, to the front here.
Good morning. I'm Vijay Kumar IAS, retired IAS officer from Chennai. To the panel here, respected ministers, a clear understanding of, I'm a student of Constitution of India. I've done my research in political science. India is a union of states, as mentioned by the minister. It should not be understood as union for states. It should be understood as union of states, not for states. Historically, India was made a union of linguistic states. This difference is very difficult to get over. Still, union government should not make an attempt to make it as a union of Hindi-speaking states. There should be a clear understanding of the Union of India. As per my opinion, Indian federalism should follow a little bit of US federalism. USA has got a fantastic independent union states, and the government of USA is only in charge of external affairs.
So can you get your question, please, quickly? We're running out of time.
Yeah. This minister from Tamil Nadu, our beloved Palanivel Thiagarajan, sir. You have been the minister for finance also. Union system of taxation, the central government system of taxation, should not punish the well-paying states. In the name of federalism, they should be encouraging the states which is paying more tax. The whole was good for Tamil Nadu and Kerala also. So,
Okay, thank you. I think we have it.
Sorry,
We'll take that as the language question. Sorry, sir, we're out of time.
Thank you.
So we have one question on the organic limit to the number of seats in Parliament. We have one on one nation, one vote, and one on language. I'll leave it to you gentlemen to decide
Actually,
which ones you'd like to take.
Physical thing that is, Mr. Ram has mentioned a very valid question. The number of the days for functioning of the Parliament Assembly should have been increased, and fruitful utilization of that time. Now in Parliament, I think nothing has been done. Only one-man voice is there. Then it should be more distributed. Now itself, our time is limited. I was in the upper house. While we are mentioning the special mentions, concluding 3 minutes only, then all mics off just after the 3 minutes. It is there. It is allotted to the parties. The time is allotted to the parties. Parties allotted to the speakers. That is the thing. It should be there. That is a practical thing. Then the rules should be amended in accordance with the changes. I am totally against with the one country, one nation, one vote. This is a part of an integral program. One country, one language. In Kerala, if I want to introduce a bill in Malayalam, then I should go to the governor to get the approval of the translation in English. That is a constitutional provision. 346, 348, Supreme Court, High Court, and Parliament, all business should be in English. And the communication in between states should be in English. Once Mr. E.K. Nayanar was the Chief Minister of Kerala, the then Defence Minister, Mr. Mulayam Singh, wrote a letter to Chief Minister in Hindi. Nayanar is well aware of the constitutional position. Then he wrote a letter to the Defence Minister in Malayalam. Because as per the constitution, without the consent of the state, you should not communicate through Hindi or any other language. because Hindi is only an official language. 348 is very clear. Supreme Court should be in English. Parliament proceedings should be in English. Now what is de facto, what is the position? All proceedings are in Hindi. The union ministers are writing letters to the state governments in Hindi. That is totally against the constitution. Then one country, one language, one country, one vote, it is totally against the basic structure of the constitution, basic concept of the constitution. And US federalism is entirely different from Indian federalism. That is a federation of independent states. Our constitutional position is entirely different. As per my understanding, till today, United States could not implement one tax. The states are not in favor of GST. They could not implement one tax, one nation. India, yes, GST is there, but USA, different taxes for different states. That is entirely different. But we are trying to protect the existing concept of federalism as per our constitution.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to take up any of this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking yesterday, no, day before, I was in Chennai. And Chief Minister asked me to go and be the chief guest for the 65th Independence Day of Togo, of the Republic of Togo. Do you know where it is? I didn't know. I've been to Ghana, I've been to Nigeria, I didn't know there were two countries in between, called Togo and Benin. I went to the 65th Independence Day celebration held in Chennai for the first time outside Delhi. And they gave me a bunch of material to read. I have my own research team did, and they were talking about their pride in the diversity of their culture, of their language, of the religions, of the many tribal legacies they have. And all of this they were proclaiming as the great strength of the country, though it's one country, and this was a great aspect of it. Country of 8 million people. In 8 million people, they understand that diversity is a strength, that everybody should have freedom to practice what they want, eat what they want, follow what they want. Here we are in a country of almost 1.5 billion people. Any notion of trying to bring you to a common denominator must be the lowest common denominator. It is a fool's errand to try and bring somebody to one nation, one X. Right? I would say even one nation, one tax has been implemented pretty badly as a guy who sat on the reforms committee of the GST Council. So this notion that somehow there are these, blithe kind of one-liners that can solve all problems is kind of juvenile. Thoughtful people need to think about things more kind of in depth, more with sensitivity, more with historical example around the world. And we need to do what moves everybody up, not what brings somebody down to the lowest common denominator. Right?
Thank you. On that poignant note, we will wrap up this discussion. Thank you, Ministers Rajan and Mr. Rajeeve. Great privilege to have you here. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Dr. PTR, Mr. Rajeeve, thank you so much, Mr. Narayan, Lakshman, for ensuring that it's neat, sweet, and concise. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Great start to the day. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you. Wonderful to listen in to the conversation of the ministers alongside Mr. Narayan and Lakshman. Right, it's just about time for us to head across to session number 2 this morning on day 2 of the Hindu Huddle 2025. The title of the session is In the Hood, the New Forces Shaping Subcontinental Geopolitics. That is the title of the session. I repeat, In the Hood, the New Forces Shaping Subcontinental Geopolitics. It's fairly obvious as to what we are due to speak about or hear from the panel of experts here. With so much that is happening in and around India, it is important for us to understand and hear out the thoughts of people who've been there at the top of things over the years. Happy to wait for a few seconds. Right then, if we are ready, right, let's move across the second session. As I said, In the Hood, the New Forces Shaping Subcontinental Geopolitics. And we have the honor and privilege of having amidst us the former President and the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, His Excellency, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe. He entered Parliament in 1977, ladies and gentlemen, at the age of 28, and has been at the country's political helm for decades. He has been leading the United National Party, Sri Lanka's oldest political party, from 1994. His political career spans nearly half a century. Mr. Wickremesinghe helmed several key portfolios in the early years before he rose to become the Premier. In July 2022, he was elected the President of Sri Lanka through an extraordinary parliament vote during the island nation's unprecedented economic crisis. He oversaw the country's economic stabilization efforts until Sri Lanka's September 2024 presidential polls. Trained as a lawyer, he's a keen follower of global politics and economy. He's especially passionate about greater regional integration in economic and security matters through greater collaboration. Lovely to have you with us, sir. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, an Indian diplomat with a career spanning 37 years between 1985 and 2022. Mr. Tirumurthy served as ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York between 20 and 22. Lovely to have you with us. It was a delight hearing you yesterday, and great to have you with us. He was the president of the UN Security Council for August 2021. He was also in Gaza as the first Indian representative to the Palestinian Authority. He was India's High Commissioner to Malaysia. He's also been India's negotiator in climate change for several years. Mr. Tirumurthy is currently Distinguished Professor at IIT Madras. Right, to moderate this session, may I kindly request Ms. Suhasini Haider to please come forward, the Diplomatic Affairs expert. Lovely to have you with us as ever, looking bright and fresh. Suhasini, thank you. It's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us in what we can see are rather troubled times. As most of you who have been with us since yesterday know, that some of our sessions have had to move around, some of the subjects have had to move around, but I can tell you that this session has always been planned exactly like this. But I will add that, you know, we all as various parts of the news business, we wear many hats, and this morning has seen a lot of news come in. We've been up since, I think, 4 a.m. or so. So we will start with the current situation and then move on to the geopolitics of the subcontinent as we see it. The truth is, you know, when we talk about the new forces that are shaping subcontinental geopolitics, the old forces don't actually go away. And today what we are seeing is a resurgence and certainly a troubling reminder that terrorism is not something that has been defeated despite years of what was called a global war on terrorism. We're seeing some of the same reactions coming both from countries that support terrorism as well as those that support those countries. And the truth is, as we said yesterday, for those of you who are here, we're in the middle of a century, the quarter mark of the century that has already seen in the last 5 years, COVID, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the Israel-Gaza conflict, the advent of a new prime minister in the US who's threatening to upend all the rules. But beyond that, if you look at the larger trajectory of what we have seen impacting the subcontinent, over the past decade has been the rise of Chinese aggression on one side, the retrenchment of the United States from a lot of positions it used to take, and perhaps an increasing protectionism, a regionalization of trade. We are in a region that doesn't do much trade with each other. We're still at about 5%, I think. Given all of that, then we look at what's been happening in the region itself. And I'm just talking about since 2020. We saw a coup in Myanmar. We saw the Taliban, a terror group that still denies half its population, all girls, education, coming to power and being more or less accepted and engaged with, including by us in New Delhi. We've seen different kinds of regime change. One in Pakistan that brought people onto the streets. One in Bangladesh that was forced by people on the streets. One in Sri Lanka that saw, including you, Your Excellency, facing some of those protests. And we have seen all around a sense that the world is just not a very safe place, and our region particularly is a bit of a hot spot, if we can start with that. So I wanted to start by asking you, as we stand here today, and I do want to come to Pakistan very much, where you think the biggest changes in the region have come from?
The biggest changes are taking place globally. How we fit ourselves into that is the issue. Firstly, I see in the world they are celebrating 80 years after the war. Who won the war? Why are they celebrating in Europe? Americans gave the money, the blood was given by the Russians, Chinese, this subcontinent, and the Africans. But it broke that European order, though the colonial order, though Europe still benefited. Now there's a big shift coming in. So what I want to say is, why are we calling ourselves subcontinent? Why are we calling ourselves region? We call ourselves South Asia. I was a minister at that time. Because by that time, everyone else had taken a position in ASEAN or some other thing. So I used to say we are the leftovers. What do we call ourselves? And President Rahman from Bangladesh said we call ourselves South Asia. So we are really the leftovers. But if some went to ASEAN, others are with the hub and spoke system of USA. So my idea is whether we should not think aloud and think separately. I have some notes on it. Can I say something?
Please do.
Maybe I
Would
should
you like to
read
go
from
on?
there, yeah?
Absolutely. There are still questions, though, about exactly who came up with South Asia first. Please go ahead.
Okay, ask me that first. No, ask me first on that, then I'll go to this.
All right.
Okay.
Because the sense has always been that this is brought in fact, as a geopolitical influence from the United States. And that it was, in fact, a US State Department memo in the 1950s that first referred to South Asia as a term. Since then, of course, as you point out, it has now become current.
Yeah. No, we took the South Asia term because we had no other term. We knew it was in the US State Department, but Look, we were the leftovers.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
we have
were
the
in the
Himalayas.
subcontinent. No, we were all together separately. So when you got together, what do you call ourselves? You can't call the Indian subcontinent. Pakistan objected, something like that. So we took this name out. But I'm not talking of the past. I'm looking at the future.
Okay.
You have the mic with you. You can speak on the mic. This
Okay,
also is-
from there.
Yeah, your own mic works. This mic works.
Okay, then I can speak from here.
Yes, that's true.
Right. No, we are seeing a great shift. We had a tripolar world at the end of the World War II. It became bipolar, US and Soviet Union. Then it became unipolar, Soviet Union. It's becoming bipolar again. Now, can it become tripolar by 2050? That's one of the issues. Then it won't be Europe. If it's tripolar, bipolar is going to be America and China. If it's tripolar, America, China and India. So these I think the issue and what's there for the region. So what I had thought was of talking of the forces that are going to shape our region's geopolitics during this time of uncertainty. Now, if you look at the PricewaterhouseCoopers record, then the third largest economy, the three largest economies will by 2050 is going to be China, India, USA. And India's GDP will go tenfold into 30 trillion. Of course, Mr. Advani says it will be about 1 trillion every 18 months. But according to Goldman Sachs, where Jim O'Neill made the BRICS, it will be China first at 41 trillion, US second at 37 trillion, and India at 22 trillion. So you all are basically, India is moving between 25 trillion and 30 trillion. It's not only that. It's not a question of whether India is second or third. You look at the world, the next one is going to be Indonesia. And that is range about 6 to 7 trillion. So you can see the big gap. 3 people very close and then a big gap. But more than that, India will also be the most populous country, 1.6 billion in a world of 9.8 billion. But more than that, the development in our region, among the top 30 countries according to PricewaterhouseCoopers, there will be Japan and South Korea also in East Asia. But remember, an area which consists from Iran to Vietnam, I tell you why I took that. It will have Iran, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia and Vietnam, which will have a collective population of 2.7 billion out of that 9.8 billion. And a combined GDP which will be somewhere close to 40 trillion, if not 35. So this is going to be, then we are not counted in Singapore and Brunei, which will have one of the highest per capita incomes. And you will have 3 nuclear powers. Right. So you are going to be, this is going to be the most powerful region in the world. And we can do so if we get out of our traditional mindset, which is what I told you, how we came about to use the word South Asia. Then what exactly is an Indian subcontinent? It's not a geopolitical term, it's artificial, made during the British Empire. This is only a physical landmass which had jutted out onto the Indian Ocean and divided into 2. But it's also been an extraordinary geopolitical platform. From this landmass came for 2 million or 2 millennia, you have seen, starting from the Indus Ganges civilization, there has emanated religions, philosophies, sciences, mathematics, including the North, astronomies, medicines, languages, culture, literature, which has shaped this whole Asian continent from Vietnam all the way up to Iran. So you are, if you are calling a British Commonwealth, this is a much larger Commonwealth. So, I mean, if you read, we all have all read both Amartya Sen and William Dalrymple, you see what that world is. So, are you laying a claim to that? Are all of us going to lay a claim to that or not? What is, as they say, what is subcontinent to Sri Lanka? Okay, yes, Buddha is from northern India. Our connections, one is with South India. These ministers are nice, some of us believe in Rahu Kale, others like me don't. We have Taipongals and the whole system and Appam and all. Beyond that, what is no? But then I go up all the way to Vietnam because Theravada Buddhism we have sent up to Vietnam. So I find a commonality. But then you have the Ramayana going there. You have Bali, Hinduism. So if we keep ourselves to this, we are in here. But if we look further, I can go out there. We can even something common even in Iran. So it's a vision of a much larger land area, larger population, and larger economics. So into this, we'll have adjacent to us East Asia, Central Asia, Turkey, and the Arab world up to Egypt. So you're in a position of getting a landmass which will be the most important. At one time, everyone thought Europe was there. The empires were there and the European Union was there.
Right.
But if you are having this, why don't you look at it? And you have to remember economically, it's traders in our areas led by these large trading guilds of South India, the 500 merchants and others, they dominated it, not Pallavas or Anuradhapura or Pandyan. Those kings just moved around. But these are guys who had everything up to Vietnam. How did Kaundia? Kaundia was going to China and someone caught hold of him and he had a kingdom there, like you talk of Prince Vijay here. So it looks as everything has originated from Odisha. But with all this, and even today you are talking of the IMF and all. But look, how much of unofficial money moves between us and Chennai? Hawala systems are there, the hundi is there. Anyway, I can get money sent anywhere from that. I need not get permission from a central bank or anywhere. That's part of what we have left behind. So you have IMF, what they don't realize when we are doing our plans and our changes on the fiscal and monetary side is that we have hawalas and hundis and now we have Dubai also to make it more complicated. So now we are seeing a world in which Trump has disrupted the WTO, which he has opposed. So he has challenged a global order made by the US. It's something like a cat eating the kitten. Anyway, we have to live with it. You can't put it back. And I think we all look towards US as the engine, but now it's shaken. So regionalism is going to be more and more important. And what is this culture that we can have? That's what I'm looking at. Because we are having an area, we are having an area which will overlap RCEP, ASEAN, the Progressive Agreement on Trans-Pacific Partnership, BRI. So that's, now I know at the moment there are conflicts between all and Pakistan, but if you go up to Iran, you control the whole Makran Coast. Makran Coast is the most important one because in that India has the north-south corridor through Chaba, which goes to Russia and Europe. And then China and Pakistan has Gouda, which goes up through all with the Friendship Highway. Then you are thinking of the India, Middle East, Europe. So if you look at the development that will take place in Indonesia, India, Bangladesh, all those, Iran, Pakistan, anyone, you can't send all those containers through the Suez Canal.
Sure. Can I interject here?
Yeah.
Because you've built this idea and you've shown that South
Yeah.
Asian culture, in a sense, like water, will find a way
Yeah.
of flowing through. Do you think it's a reality though today? I mean, you spoke about the India-Pakistan problem as if it was one problem. Do you think it's one part of the horizon which we can move on from? You're the veteran of the
I know
whole
that,
South
but
Asia,
I don't know.
SAARC
Excuse me.
movement.
In 79, I went first time to China. Looking at that, I didn't think it's going to be the global power today. You know where they got the idea for Shenzhen, this social free market economy within a socialist, from Sri Lanka's free trade
Yeah,
zone,
free trade.
which they have started. I have come to India. How do I think it's going to be? It will be a 30 trillion economy. Do you want to take it or not? Then someone must take leadership and take it there. Are you willing to take leadership and take it there? That's even if you don't, it will just be this thing. Who thought China is going to do BRI? Somewhere Z thought I will put BRI and is getting BRI done. Like what Prime Minister Modi has done now. So someone has to take that baton up. But I am giving you the possibilities. But I am not a person who wants to be out there. Then you have the Colombo conclave. You have IRA, and we proposed a central secretariat for the Indian Ocean when the India Foundation we met in Oman. So these are going to be the areas. So what are the forces that will dominate? It won't be all this. It will be economics. It will be trade. It will be investment. It's going to be connectivity. It's going to be logistics. It's going to be diversification. It's energy. And the biggest potential is also going to be in the Bay of Bengal. India, Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, all within this. Then you come back to the original place. I mean, the British came to take the trade out of Bengal, destroy the trade there, and took over Calcutta, and they destroyed. I mean, they got control of the Bay of Bengal, and they destroyed it. So now it is coming back. And what are the developments? You must remember now, in the eastern side of the Bay of Bengal, big developments are taking place. In the west of China, Western China development, Chongqing is coming up, Chengdu is coming up. And there is the Singapore Chongqing Economic Corridor. There is the other connectivity they send through Vietnam. The Belt Railway is coming, but they are building up and connecting. One port they are building, other they will start building, other one they are building Rangoon straight up to Kunming and Kunming. So you get that coming down into the eastern side of Bay of Bengal.
Sure. If I could at that point bring in Ambassador Tirumurthy, President Vikram Singhe has really drawn a broad canvas. He's spoken about the power of imagination, what we can be if South Asia is able to take steps towards trade, connectivity, and all of these issues. Give us the overpowering reality, though.
Yeah.
Do you think this is possible?
No, actually, I'm absolutely delighted with what His Excellency has mentioned. Because if you recall yesterday, I was looking at precisely this point that India should take a geopolitical role which goes beyond the subcontinent. And it's extremely important that we do that. The sooner we do that, the more important it will be. But that said, I'd just like to have I'd like to divide my comments into two parts. One is that, as you say, the reality of the subcontinent. Now, when you look at the subcontinent, the new forces which are shaping the subcontinent, let us look at that. Earlier we used to talk about a democracy deficit in the subcontinent. We used to have countries which had military rule and others, and which had also so-called elected dictatorships. But now in the last 15 years, actually democracy has taken root in a much firmer way than before. It may sound a bit ironic when you see Bangladesh and Myanmar, but actually if you look at it very closely, you have, for example, Maldives. After 30 years or so of President Gayoom, you had the first multi-party election sometime in October 2008. After that, they have had elections, and I think 5 different presidents, showing the maturity of the electorate. Now, then you have Sri Lanka, which is it has been a thriving democracy, a robust democracy.
Yeah,
And-
Bhutan as well.
Yeah, but they had, the LTTE, which constrained them. But in 2009 May, NTTE was finished. Now they were free. They had this Aragalaya, which was a very unfortunate episode. But you have His Excellency, who actually stabilized the economy and brought democracy back, and it is all vibrant. Then you had Bangladesh, and even Bangladesh, after all the military rule and others, in 2008 they had elections. It was one of the cleanest elections. In fact, the electoral roll was supervised by the UN at that time. And Sheikh Hasina came to power. So, and even now, when you have throwing of a democratically elected government, but actually, what were the youth asking? The youth, basically, they felt that she was backsliding on democracy. That's the reason they actually went and threw her out. That is how I look at it. So it was not that they wanted out. They wanted her out because they said, you're backsliding on democracy. And Myanmar is another case. In 2010, you had, after 20 years of military rule, you had elections. Aung San Suu Kyi was freed after 15 years. So 2010, you had 3 elections after that. It's very unfortunate they have gone back, but now they are realizing the difficulty they are having, even to control it. They are not Senior General Tan Shwe. He is a very different. And even at that time, if you recall 2008, General Musharraf, President Musharraf at that time went into exile, and they had a civilian government. No, why I'm saying is that now democracy is coming in a much firmer way, and I think that is one big change. The second change is the power of youth. If you look at Bangladesh, it was the youth which took on the entire mantle. It may have been hijacked later, but it was youth which came out. You look at Maldives, it is the youth which is coming up. You look at some of the developments in Sri Lanka, it is clearly the youth. And even in Myanmar, the younger leaders are driving it now. The NLD leaders of the old bloc, they are not being listened to. And it's happening all over our subcontinent. The youth power is coming up. And finally, I think this is something which ties in with what he was mentioning. If you look at geopolitical changes, all our countries want to develop economically, like he has mentioned, trade, investment, energy, and a whole lot of things. And we are doing pretty well. There have been ups and downs, and particularly, but he has been able to stabilize the economy in Sri Lanka. Now, if you look at the economic side and where we want to proceed, geopolitical changes will essentially mean right now the reset between the United States and China. Now, if that reset is going to have spheres of influence, then you're going to contend with an area which will potentially be under a Chinese type of sphere of influence. So we'll have to look at how will that impact our subcontinent and this region. The second is that it is natural for countries in the subcontinent to also have China and the US to have, I don't know what you call it, as a competitive, a competition between China, US, India, and try to choose from them and get the space, the so-called strategic space. It's natural. We are concerned that it should not become a security problem for us. It is not about economics. And what should India do? And we are already doing it. If you recall, after 2008, 2000, that era, our development partnership with our neighboring countries went exponentially. We gave, at that time, the biggest line of credit to Bangladesh of $1 billion in 2010. We gave 1.2 to 1.5 billion at that time to Sri Lanka. And it happened all over. Look at what we did with Afghanistan at that time. So I have a feeling that India opened up. We realized that it is important to integrate ourselves with the other economies with us. And it has been continued. And I have a feeling that if our economy is able to open up to the economies of our neighbors, then you become a net provider of prosperity to the region. And moment India becomes a net provider of prosperity to the region, you automatically can keep out China and the United States. So this is the type of, my initial statement.
Understood. Since Ambassador Tirumurthy brought up the subject of security, I have to address what is today the elephant in the room. Normally when we say elephant in the room, we mean China. But today, our entire focus is on dealing with the problem with Pakistan. In a sense, it is also the biggest problem, hurdle to South Asian unity, if you like. India's problems with Pakistan and particularly with cross-border terrorism. How would you say, as kind of a sort of a patriarch of the region now, because you have seen so many governments in the entire region, while you have been Prime Minister, while you have been President, what do you think really India should do?
India, Pakistan, this is a big issue. But remember, this is not the biggest issue. If you don't find employment, and you have what happened in Bangladesh happening elsewhere, it can blow up in Pakistan any time now. We are all going to be in this thing. What happened there, well, we have always condemned terrorism like what in Kashmir, but our one being Sri Lanka and others, we want to see this coming to a close because firstly, it's a question for the first time we are seeing a lot of AI, drones, others being used. It's not the normal clash that we have been. And something which I didn't think of yesterday, but yesterday night I was speaking to someone of my friends in US, and he told me something that's very alarming. American and other investors are wondering whether you should invest in India, which is prone to bombing by Pakistan. Now, those are things we don't think, none of us thought yesterday. But coming back, your attitude is, this is basically a dream. Can it be feasible? Mine is, how do we do it? Because are we going to grab back what we lost 2 centuries ago? I mean, when Europe talks of Chinese cheap goods coming in, I mean, they forget that you had cheap textiles here and they wiped it out to sell their textiles under the Industrial Revolution. And when China had a balance of payments in favor of them, they sent opium. So, I mean, this is a game that's going on. If we don't lift ourselves up, how are you going to manage? China has lifted a part of its middle class up, it still has to go. That's the same thing India has, all our region. So one of the other ones that I have proposed, therefore, is you looking at Bay of Bengal, if Chinese are doing that part, why don't we do this part? Well, I had the 2 ministers here. What's your fastest growing states? Where are they? Your Tamil Nadu, you have on this side, your Kerala on that side, you've got a port now. Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana has no port. So, okay, we combine, that's what Prime Minister Modi and I talk. We have a land bridge. Okay, you have Trincomalee, which is what we are thinking of developing. Sure. And you have Colombo, you can even put a new port in that area. Immediately, just see how these 3 states will grow.
I agree, Your Excellency, but I do have to ask that you put economic and development above security. But surely Sri Lanka could not do a lot of what it has been able to do until it stamped out terrorism in its own state and finished the LTT.
Look, remember, we survived because despite terrorism, we opened up with this war going on, we opened up Mahaveli scheme, we got new power, we opened up 5 zones, with Chandrika was the 6th zone. So all of that, our whole economy was transformed during war. This will go on. Terrorism will be there. We have to prevent terrorism from coming into our country. We finished the LTT, who thought some Islamic terrorism were going to come and blow up the churches. That's a phenomena we have to live with. But what we want to see is that between India and Pakistan, there is a sort of a stable relationship. But even now, the 2 national security advisors are exchanging views midway, which is good. And also that terrorism in Kashmir should end. But what is the guarantee you won't have terrorism in some other part? That is what we thought. So while we tackle that, we must take this. So do you want that growth to come to Tamil Nadu? Do you want that growth to come to Telangana? Do you want that growth to come in? I am saying you are looking at a problem immediately in Kashmir. I am looking at, wait, that's okay for you. I am looking at the issue in the global order is changing. Do you want to come there and be the number 3 or forget and still be where you are? You had this problem with Kashmir when you were a poor state. You had this problem. You have to sort it out. But despite that, you have now come to this position that you can be the 3rd largest economy in the world. So from a large economic power, if you have this area and you build up, are you getting closer to being a tripolar world? Or do you want to this? So I am saying you have this, you had wars with Pakistan. In my life, I have seen all those. But that should not stop you from developing. That's all I have said.
I take your point. Ambassador Tirumurti, as somebody in the Ministry of External Affairs, you have dealt with the neighborhoods position. And what President Wickremesinghe is saying is actually something we hear from many of our neighbors, that India's problems with Pakistan should not stop the development of the region, should not stop. Is it possible to put these problems, I mean, I know right now it seems like the worst time to even ask the question because we look like we're at the brink of a full-fledged conflict. But is it possible to put those issues on the side, or will India just simply have to do as it has done for the last decade, put Pakistan to the side, deal with its other neighbors?
See, of course, I'm not in the ministry anymore, so I can afford to say a few things of what I think about
We
this.
hope you do.
It is just that, yesterday I've spoken extensively on this topic, so I'll just restrict it to a few points. See, I have always maintained, and I mentioned it yesterday as well, that security and geopolitics vis-a-vis economic growth and development, they are actually two sides of the same coin. You cannot talk one without the other. Especially a country like India, which is 5th largest, is going to go towards the 4th and 3rd. It is unrealistic for us to even talk in terms of economic development without taking on a bigger geopolitical role and securing our neighborhood and being a net security provided for not just the neighborhood, but for a larger region and the region which he sketched out. We have to be the net security provider. So therefore, conflict with Pakistan or cross-border terror with Pakistan, these are all things which we need to factor into our economic growth. That is because that is the only way that you can grow bigger. If we think that by soft pedaling that we can grow bigger, it may not have. So therefore, it is integral to it. So let us factor in this, that there would be cross-border terror. We need to meet it resolutely. We have to establish deterrence, and that is a stepping stone for greater growth. So that's the way I look at it.
All right. So the global factors perhaps don't come into what the subcontinent or the region or South Asia is actually has to sort out on its own. I'm going to stop here and take some questions from the audience.
No, but can I give something? Just to tell you, firstly, by growing, you're not throwing security aside. If this comes through, there will be others who will tell Pakistan also settle this.
Sure, the stakeholders are built.
Yeah, because we want basically we want peace, stability. Secondly, there is an opening that is coming because of President Trump, but also President Xi has stood up to him, and that's creating this. This won't be there forever. If you are going to wait to finish Pakistan issue off before you come there, you would miss it. Then what is the option? Okay, we'll look more at China, that's all. For economic reasons, not security. Security, we have always said India's security is good to us, and as I've told, we have so many arrangements. But okay, economically, we can't be trading with US, we are doing apparel. So now it's gone. So we have to look elsewhere. Okay, we have this, or otherwise, we go to China, that's all. Don't complain.
I mean, we can get into an entire different debate over whether China has proven to be quite the better option, especially when it comes to loans and economic issues. Mr. Narayan, the former National Security Advisor, has had his hand up.
At the risk of
Yeah, at the risk of sounding critical of what the discussions were just now, I think you should kindly allow the former president of Sri Lanka, to explain his idea. I think it is the single most important idea that I've heard in the last decade. He has talked in terms of a new coordinated effort in this part of the world, creating a system different from where we are not dependent on the West or the East, etc. Can you, sir, give us in about 5 minutes, what is your vision? Without, I mean, you've been answering questions about whether security comes before kind of, but clearly you have a vision, and I think you give us the germ of that idea. There are people who can work on it, but I think, in my opinion, I've been around for a long time, in recent times, this is one of the finest ideas that has sprouted from this part of the world.
No, it's in, as I said, changing global order. Don't have a unipolar world, whoever it is. A bipolar world is better, tripolar world is even better. And there's a big gap coming in the whole civilization, the whole world is the Indian Ocean. You look at history and tell me something else. It's us, the three largest. You have Hindus, Islam, Buddhism, you have Sanskrit, you have Arabic, you have Pali. Hasn't those influenced the world? And this is, what is China? China was big, but it was the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom has now covered with East Asia, all of that. Europe, the Western world has US, which is true. They are the ones who took them out of World War II. Then what do we do with our areas? So if you don't fill that gap up, then China will be the one, because US is saying, we are not coming whether you like it or not. You are doing it, but what I am saying is be there. We are not saying to scrap anything, but it's a tripolar world in which we are now claiming and getting in. And for that, we'd like to see India come up and take the lead. That's all I am saying. But it's up. You're giving back what should be there.
Mr. Ram had a question as well.
Yes, I think I second what he said. The vision of the former president of Sri Lanka is full of hope. I think it has many attractive elements. And as long as I've known Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, he's had at least this germ of this vision which has developed over this whole period. I'm talking about decades here. So I think it's really a progressive idea, and we should discuss it. Just quickly on the democratic deficit, there are two huge democratic deficits. One, of course, Pakistan, with the present its export of terrorism, the ascendancy of the army, which has been strengthened by what's happened. But let's not forget there's a huge democratic deficit in India with the present government. Many of us are facing it, journalists and others. In Pakistan, the election was stolen from Imran Khan's party. Everybody knows it. But in India, states are being attacked, democratic rights are being attacked, minorities are being targeted, the media are being intimidated. Some of us, as was mentioned yesterday, do self-censorship in anticipation of this. So let's not celebrate or over-celebrate the rise of democracy in our region. Of course, it's true what Mr. Tirumurthy said. But
the idea that democracy is more than just the elections.
We have a serious problem with authoritarianism in our region. Sri Lanka is in a different space right now. That's different. Maybe it was mentioned Bhutan, but the two biggest, most populous countries, Bangladesh too, in a very dubious situation right now. Right. So democracy is in crisis in this region. That's the point I think
we were possibly looking for the silver lining, but yes, that's an important point in the editor, Mr. Suresh Nambar.
Yeah, taking off what President Wickremesinghe said, will economic independence in South Asia deter terrorism or cross-border terrorism? If Pakistan is more interdependent within the regional economy, will that be a sufficient deterrence to terrorism or cross-border attacks?
you are only looking at one aspect of terrorism, cross-border attacks. Even the most prosperous countries have attacks, not cross-border. America got it from when the Al-Qaeda came, they took a plane and this thing did in. So terrorism is something different. Even if you sort out all the issues with Pakistan on this, terrorism may not cease in our area. We have to live and prevent terrorism. That's why the security cooperation is important. Good example is Sri Lanka. You know, India told us the bomb will come. But we had lapses in our system. Sure. So we allowed it. So that's going to happen. It's completely the thing. In this instance, terrorism cross-border has caused this conflict between India and Pakistan. But terrorism per se is a different issue. So I think what we have to focus is on the India-Pakistan issue, which was a conventional military earlier, as Mr. Narayan knows. Now it's this. So I think that's, for me, it's a different issue. Not only terrorism, but at the moment, it's been reflected in a cross-border terrorism.
Okay. So someone in the audience had hands up. I'll take one from here and one from here. And maybe we'll take both the questions and then get the
good morning. My name is Ashutosh. I have two quick questions. One is to former president. You have seen the economic crisis in Sri Lanka and possibly help Sri Lanka to come out of it. What is your opinion or a remark on, in last, say, 15, 20 years, a lot of this freebie culture in the form of freebies, socialism and all that stuff is happening.
Can I restrict you to one question? Because there's just one more and it says time's up over here. Thanks. We can take it after the session. Go ahead.
My question is for Ambassador Trimurti, who was there in the previous, who would have been hearing the previous panelists also. So there's rise of a new form of democracy in India, of one nation, one religion, one nation, one language, and one nation, one leader. What is this new democracy? I want your opinion on it, because I completely agree with you, the socio-political and the economic cannot be divorced from each other. So your wisdom on that, I seek.
All right. Your Excellency, you want to answer the question about...
I thought so you, huh? No, these are very interesting.
No, he had a question on the economy. On
sorry,
bringing,
what was he saying here?
Yeah, on bringing Sri Lanka out of the economic...
Well, what I have done is stabilize it.
You don't need the mic.
You don't need the mic.
What I have done is to stabilize it. Now it's a question of having growth to repay the loans. Of course, that they've now passed on to another government. That's a part of democracy.
No, I was not quite sure what he wanted, because what Mr. Enram said was a comment and not a question. So I leave it at that.
The question at the back, though, I think was a specific question about the idea that that democracy is about pluralism, about different points of view, and then there is this alternate view of democracy.
Now see,
you know, we've had, for example, officials here say what Lee Kuan Yew said, which is perhaps we have too much democracy.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, when India is trying to redefine itself, how we redefine ourselves is something which is for us. So this is something which we can endlessly debate on how we should redefine ourselves as a nation. So I don't think we have time, and the time is also up to define this. But let me just say that, you know, whatever may be the differences we may have on how we are looking at India and how we redefine it, I have zero doubt that democracy is taking firmer roots in the region. And this provides greater resilience to the foreign policy decisions which you will take. And I think that's very important.
And hopefully is a work in progress and not the final answer that has come. We'll have to leave the questions at this point after this is done. In fact, Mr. Narayan pointed out, which I should have said earlier, we've had President Wickremesinghe on at the Huddle earlier, where he actually gave a keynote address on many of his ideas about South Asia, particularly about regional trade integration, and I'll share that with you. It's also online on the Hindu's website. But with that, we've really run out of time. I'd like a round of applause for our wonderful guests today, who fielded some of the most contentious questions, perhaps. And thank you for being a great audience.
Thank you very much, Suhasini. Thank you so much, His Excellency. Thank you so much, Mr. Tirumurthy. I know, I mean, there are plenty of questions, but as Suhasini said, probably just after this session, a few of those could be taken offline, assuming that the guests do have time for that. But really engaging. Thank you very, very much, Suhasini and gentlemen out there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session, which is going to be fascinating in a slightly different sense. There's going to be a talk. There's also going to be a musical performance here, which is why it's going to be fascinating in a slightly different sense. The next session is titled Beyond Love and Hate. Beyond Love and Hate, Kabir's Language on Non-Duality. It's a talk plus performance by Mr. Vipul Ricky. Vipul Ricky is, of course, a writer, a singer, a poet, a storyteller. Big round of applause as he walks up on stage, maybe from there, Vipul. Thank you. Thank you very much. He's a translator as well. The applause could be bigger, to be fair. The translator immersed in oral tradition of Kabir and other mystic poets for over a decade. He sings mystic poetry in the folk music traditions and performs widely. Authored several books, including a novel and a collection of poems and book of translations from the Bhakti and the Sufi traditions. His latest book, ladies and gentlemen, is Drunk on Love, on Kabir's life and philosophy. The artist will take just a few minutes to fine-tune his instrument. Over to you, Vipul, on stage. Over to you. Take your time. Yeah.
Check. We'll also check the tambura mic. Can you put it on? Okay, I'll just do a short check. Can you increase the tambura a little bit? Just a bit. No, that's too much. It's too much. Bring it down. We don't need it. हमन है इश्क मस्ताना हमन को होशियारी क्या रहे आजादिया जग से रहे आजादिया जग से रहे आजादिया जग से हमन दुनिया से यारी क्या. It's fine, thank you. I'll be speaking and singing alternating, so don't change the vocal reverb or anything. Just keep the same set. So, shall we start? Okay. Very good morning to everyone. Very glad to be here at the Hindu Huddle and to share some words and wisdom from a poet who lived over 500 years ago. Kabir lived in the 15th century in Varanasi by the river Ganga. And it's something remarkable that his words are alive today, more than 500 years later, and often even without having been written down, without having been recorded. So it shows the power of these ideas. you know, in these 2 days, there are a lot of things that we are discussing which are current events and politics of the day and so on. But we also need to zoom back and get a larger view sometimes, and to have both these views simultaneously. So what is this person saying for over 500 years ago which is relevant even today? And how can we bring it into our own feeling, into our own thinking, and into our own acting? So the title of the session is Beyond Love and Hate. The mic has come off. Can someone? I hope it stays. Okay, put it back. So Kabir says, ए जी कबीरा खड़ा बाजार में और मांगे सबकी खैर, ना काहू से दोस्ती ना काहू से बैर. Kabira khada bazaar mein. Kabir stands in the middle of the marketplace. He doesn't say go to the mountain, run away from the world. He doesn't say go to the forest and escape the world. He's in the middle of the marketplace, where all the action is happening. But he wishes well to everyone. Mange sabki khair. Na kahu se dosti, na kahu se bair. He's not specially friends with anyone, and he's not enemies with anyone. So this is a very strange position to be in, because we are so used to immediately taking sides and taking positions and dividing ourselves against other people. And he says, I have no special friendship, I have no special... And if you have friends, you have enemies. If you have enemies, you have friends. But he says there is also a space which is beyond this space. And we can also go to that space. So there are always these two levels that we are inhabiting. There is the relative level of current reality, you and me, and all that is going on right now. But there is also another level where all these differences don't exist. And how do we go to that level? ए जी कबीरा खड़ा बाजार में और लिए लुकाठी हाथ जो घर जा रे अपना चलो हमारे साथ. So Kabir stands in the middle of the marketplace and he has a burning torch in his hand. And he says, whoever can burn his or her house down, burn your house down, then you can walk with me. He obviously doesn't mean it literally, but what does that mean? He means all that we take so seriously about ourselves. For a minute, can you let it go? For a minute, can you go beyond that and access a different kind of space from which a different kind of action comes, from which a different kind of wisdom comes, and from which a different kind of feeling comes. So even in the Gita, when Krishna advises Arjuna to act, he's advising him from that space. He's not advising him from this space. So while we inhabit both spaces, we inhabit the current space of who I am, who you are, who they are, me and you, us and them. But we can also simultaneously, it's not a case of either or, we can also simultaneously access that other space, which in different traditions is called by different names. Kabir sometimes calls it love, sometimes he calls it Hari, sometimes it's Krishna, sometimes it's the divine, sometimes it's Allah, whatever name you want to call it. But when we access that dimension in ourselves, our actions change in quality. And that is a subtle realm. So Kabir says also this. ए जी हाँ कहूँ तो है नहीं और ना भी कहो नहीं जाए हाँ और ना के बीच में मेरा सतगुरु राह समा. If I say yes, it's not correct, but I also cannot say no. Between yes and no, between right and wrong, between left and right, between all these divisions that we create for ourselves, there lies a subtle reality. And my guru, my truth, my real love is also there. So let me share a song with you from Kabir, in which he talks about going beyond this duality that we are constantly getting trapped in. So in this song, Kabir says, Haman hai ishq mastana, haman ko hoshiari kya. I'm drunk on love. Now what have I got to do with being clever, being smart, being cool, being powerful, being all these things which make us do things to other people? Rahe azad ya jag se, haman duniya se yari kya. I'm free in this world. What does it mean to be free? And now what have I got to do with all these calculated interests and relationships and actions? He's gone beyond calculations, all these petty calculations. जो बिछड़े हैं प्यारे से भटकते दर बदर फिरते हमारा यार है हम में हमन को इंतजारी क्या. Those who are separated from the beloved, from that dimension, they wander from place to place looking for answers. Today you hear this and you believe this. Tomorrow someone says that and you believe that. And the mind is always going here and there. But he has gone beyond this and he says, my beloved, my truth is always with me, in me. So I'm not waiting for anyone or anything. Then he says, Na pal bichhde piya humse, na hum bichhde pyare se. Not for a moment are we separate from each other. How is this possible? It's because this truth is within us. So there is no separation. When we connect with that truth within us, then you are always connected. Haman ko bekarari kya. Now there is no more restlessness. I understand. In the end, he says, Kabira ishq ka mata dui ko dur kar dil se. Kabir got drunk on love. But how did he get drunk on love? Dui ko dur kar dil se. By removing the feeling of duality, the thought of duality from his heart. What is this duality that we are constantly living with? Victory and defeat, success and failure, rich and poor, high and low, Hindu and Muslim, upper and lower, male and female. All these dualities, we are constantly in these dualities. This is the relative level. So we have to inhabit this level too. This is also truth. But there is also another truth. And when we access both, then you can taste that dimension of love. Jo chalna raah nazuk hai, haman sir boj bhari kya. It's a very delicate path. The subtle path of love is very delicate. So when we get into a lot of anger, when we get into a lot of division, when we get into a lot of whatever we need to do outside is separate. But what is my state inside? That is a separate thing. So I have to take care of my state within myself. And when I take care of the state within myself, even the hard actions I need to take outside change in quality. And they can be transformative not only for me, but also for the other person. हमन है इश्क मस्ताना हमन को होशियारी क्या हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, हमन दुनिया से यारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, जो बिछुड़े हैं प्यारे से भटकते दर बदर फिरते, जो बिछुड़े हैं प्यारे से भटकते दर बदर फिरते, हमारा यार है हम में, हमारा यार है हम में, हमन को इंतजारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, हमन दुनिया से यारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, न पल बिछुड़े पियाम से, नाम बिछुड़े प्यारे से, न पल बिछुड़े पियाम से, नाम बिछुड़े प्यारे से, उन्हीं से नेह लागी है, उन्हीं से नेह लागी है, हमन को बेकरारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, हमन दुनिया से यारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, कबीरा इश्क का माता दुई को दूर कर दिल से, कबीरा इश्क का माता दुई को दूर कर दिल से, जो चलना राह नाजुक है, जो चलना राह नाजुक है, हमन सिर बोझ भारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, रहे आज़ादियाँ जग से, हमन दुनिया से यारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना, हमन को होशियारी क्या, हमन है इश्क मस्ताना। Do you feel a difference in yourself after hearing the words and the music? This is, so we also need this, and thank you to the Hindu for also having this dimension as part of the huddle, because it changes us from within. And then our thoughts and our feelings and our actions also change. These two things are very connected. We think this is just art, this is just music, it's just poetry, it's just spirituality, it's just this, it's just that, and we are doing the important things. Everything is important. And when we incorporate this into our thoughts, feelings, and actions, the outside also changes. So I want to share a story with you, which is also connected with the Kabir song, about this. How can our actions become more powerful, even in the relative everyday world? So this story comes, I heard it related to a song from Rajasthan. So once upon a time, in a big forest, there lived a small bird on a particular tree. And this bird and this tree, they had a very special relationship with each other. So once in the dry season, the forest catches fire. And you know dry forest fires, they spread rapidly. And so this fire is spreading rapidly through the forest. And all the birds and the animals, they begin to run away. But what does this small bird do? She goes to a nearby pond. She dips herself in the water. She comes back over the tree and flaps her tiny wings. And maybe 2 or 3 drops of water fall. And again she goes to the pond, immerses herself, comes back, flaps her wings, and a few drops of water fall. And some of the animals and the birds that are running away, they stop in their tracks. And they look at what she's doing, and they're amazed, and they talk to her. And they say, "What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Are you crazy? What do you think you'll achieve? Have you seen yourself? Have you seen the size of this fire? What do you think you are doing?" And she says, "I'm doing what I can." So she continues to do what she can. And this story exists in many cultures, in Native American cultures, in Australian Aboriginal cultures, in Europe, and also as a Buddhist parable. And in some versions, the story stops here. She's doing what she can. But in India, of course, it can't stop here. This can't be the end. So in India, the story continues. So just at that moment, some gods are passing by in the sky. And one of them happens to look down and sees what's going on. There is this fire and there is a small bird. So he takes the form of an eagle and swoops down and comes close and watches the love of this bird for the tree. And when he watches this love, tears come to his eyes. And when the gods weep, what happens? It rains. So in this song, Kabir says, "Doodhe bootha mein," it rained milk. Milk is a symbol of purity in our country. So it's a very special kind of rain because her love was so strong, so powerful. It even called the rain. "Doodhe bootha mein," kahe Kabir Dharamdas se, "nit nit navlo ne." Kabir says to his disciple Dharamdas, "Every day my love is new. Every day my love is fresh. Every day I come to this space of love. It's not for some times. Once in a month I will meditate. No." And the refrain of the song says, "Heli mari kin sankara se." Oh my friend, whom should I love? And the response is, "Sangat ki jo dharmi sadhari, sangat ki jo nirmal sadhari." Keep the company of pure-hearted ones. Keep the company of clean-hearted ones. Because the power of company, and here company is not only people outside, it's also our thoughts and feelings. What kind of thoughts and feelings are we cultivating in our own minds? That is also the company that we keep. Actually, that is the greatest company that we keep, because our mind is our constant companion. So it says, "Baans ugo ina baag ma, tharak rahi ban rai. Aap jale auran ke jade, agni ghani agmai." A bamboo grove grew in this forest, and the whole forest trembles with fear. Why? It burns itself, and it burns everything around. So much fire in its belly. "Chandan ugo ina baag ma." हरक करे बन राय, चंदन पास मैं जाऊं, आप चंदन हो जाओ. A sandalwood tree grew in this forest, and the whole forest rejoices. Why? Because if I go near the sandalwood, I also become fragrant. So this is the power of the company that we keep. पान पड़नते यूं कियो, पान पड़नते यूं कियो कि सुन तरुवर बन राम. अब के बिछड़े कब मिले, दूर पड़ेंगे जान. तो आग लगी इस वृक्ष को और जलन लगे सब पात. तुम क्यों जलो पंखेरू, पंख तुम्हारे पास. फल फूल खा दे इस वृक्ष के, फल फूल खा दे इस वृक्ष के और बीट पड़ी है पात. उड़ना हमारा धर्म नहीं, जलना वृक्ष के साथ. So there's a small conversation between the bird and the tree. And the tree says to the bird, I have roots. I can't fly. You have wings. Fly away. Save yourself. And the bird says, I ate your fruit. I soiled your leaves. I played from branch to branch. You burn and I fly away. That is not love. हे मारी लिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह. हे मारी लिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह. किण सा करा मैंने हे लिए संगत की जोरे निर्मल सा संगत की जोरे धर्मी साधरी. हे लिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह. हे मारे लिए बांस उगो रे इनारे बागमा. थरकर हीरे बना राय. हे लिए आप जड़ रे औरन के जाड़े. अगनी गणी रे आंग हे हेलिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह हे मारी लिए चंदन उगो रे इनार हर कर हीरे बना राय हेलिए चंदन पास में जा आप चंदन हुई जा हे हेलिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह लगो रे इनारे बाग पंछी रे बैठो हेलिए हमरे जलो रे पंख बहारो तम उड़ी परे को जाओ हेलिए फल खादाने पान बिरो ओढ़िया रमिया डालो डाल हेलिए तमरे जलो में उभरूं जीवनो आकित रे बार हेलिए दव बुझो रे जाना रे मेथिया दूधे हाँ बूठा में हेलिए कत कबीरा धर्मी दास से नित नित आनव लोने हेलिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह हेलिए किण सा करा मैं स्नेह Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Just wonderful. It was so soothing to the soul, actually. It was very, very different from everything. We've been talking about politics, we've been talking about relationship, we've been talking about everything under the sun, but this is so very soothing to the soul, and I'm sure that applause kind of said what the story is all about. Okay, I think let's move on to the next session. And I think it is going to be one of those sessions that I'm sure you will definitely love and enjoy, because it's got someone who immerses himself in the art of asking questions. And the man who's due to reply has revolutionized the art of storytelling by choosing subjects that are compelling and doing justice to the same. So when I was just talking about Whipple just a while back, we said it was soothing to the soul. This is something which will definitely touch your heart. So that's how I would want to describe this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting a man who's had as many as 5 national awards, 8 Ananda Vigadan Cinema Awards, 2 Filmfare South Awards, and the Amnesty International Italia Awards at the 72nd Venice Films Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for Mr. Vetrimaran, who's a director, screenwriter, and film producer. Just to give you an idea about the number of awards that he has won, well, I did mention a few. Adugalam, his movie, picked up as many as 6 National Film Awards. Visaranai, India's official entry to the Academy Awards. Vadachennai, Asuran, Vidudalai Part 1 and Part 2. You can keep going on and on and on. Lovely to have you with us. Vanakkam, Vetrimaran avargale. Okay, next up, it's Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan. Lovely to have you with us as ever, the editor-in-chief of Galata Plus, where he reviews films and interviews actors. As I said, he immerses himself in the art of asking questions. Formerly the editor, Film Companion South, and earlier with the Hindu and the New Indian Express. Bharadwaj Rangan began his film writing career way back in 2003. And he, of course, won the National Award, Swarna Kamal, for the Best Film Critic in 2005. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you. Okay? You're able to hear me?
Yes.
So thank you, and it's great to be back at the Hindu, which was my home for a few years, and welcome Vetrimaran to this conversation. We're getting gritty, apparently. Let's get gritty is what they're saying. What is your estimation of Tamil cinema right now, and what Tamil cinema does best right now?
Okay, that's a very broad, vague question. I don't know where to start with. See, right now, Tamil cinema is trying to make pan-India films and failing to make that. But at the same time, we are telling stories that are relevant and telling stories that question the status quo. And the most interesting part of this is the Tamil audience are receptive to all the not so conventional films. That's very nice.
Right. There has been a constant post-OTT conversation about the various industries faring in different ways. For example, the Telugu film industry has taken the leap in terms of...
What's happening? What should I... Okay.
For example, the Telugu film industry has taken the leap in terms of big numbers, stories that resonate across places. The Hindi film industry apparently seems to be in a slump. Malayalam cinema has taken the place in terms of good content, continuously good content. In this, how do you see, what is Tamil cinema post-OTT shown that, because there has been a change, what is, if you were to say, okay, this is what, the others have done this, we've done this, what is it?
Post-OTT, overall, we are not just Tamil, but generally, Indian mainstream cinema is being curated for certain particular sensibilities. The wide range of content or the style the films are made have gone down. And the bigger market films, either we have like the bigger market films or the films that try to be the bigger market films are there. And particularly Tamil, I think the big star films have made big money within Tamil Nadu. But with like the last 1 year or so, we have realized, I'm just talking not in content, in terms of business, the business model as such has now gone back to being more theater centered. Like, you have to survive on the theaters, theatrical revenue, because OTTs are shut down. Like, they don't buy anymore. Like, either you need to be a star actor, or you need to be a star director, or you need to be a star production house which has like roped in all the stars and star actors and star directors to make films for you. Otherwise, you're not able to sell. And in terms of writing, I have sensed that it's more of personal stories are coming to the front, and I see that young family narratives. When I say young, there are campus films, there are love stories being told, young love stories being told, and family films are being told. Like, when I say family films, stories around the situations in a family, the dramatic situations in a family, all such things.
There is, there have been films that like now Tourist Family, a little earlier Kudumbastan, maybe a little earlier Good Night and things like that, which tell the stories of families that used to be told in the 80s and 90s, but with a humorous twist, with humorous situations and trying to tell something, but also with entertainment value. On the other hand, those have become hits. On the other hand, your film, like a serious film, and like I've told you, I think you're the only person in the world who has made a 2-part socio-political film in Vidudalai Part 1 and Part 2. Those have seen success, and there are other films like that, like so-called serious films that have seen success. How much do you think the director's name plays in making a person want to go and see a film?
I think...
Would you say you're a star, is my question. Very,
I wouldn't want to call myself a star, but a director's name adds value to the viewer when he wants to choose. Like, even big stars, when they talk, they're saying like, the combination. An actor and a director is now needed for the audiences to look at the film. So, like, look at the film in the sense, like, take notice of the film. So, that way, directors have gained kind of popularity or acknowledgement from the common audiences, which wasn't there for the past 20-25 years or so, because like there was times when Bharati Raja had fan clubs and Sridhar had fan clubs. Like certain directors always have had that celebrated status among the viewers. Now that is a little more, because they just don't want, audiences just don't want to go in for just an actor. Even if it's an actor and a director combination, they wait for the trailer before deciding whether to go watch the film the first day or wait for it to come on OTT.
Even if the actor and the director is...
Yes.
So that is a little worrying.
I don't know. They are like, you ask 500 rupees from them, then they're going to be very careful in spending the money.
That's true. But going back to the point that you raised a little earlier, now, yes, one way to evaluate the success of a film, the traditional way to evaluate the success of a film is how much it made in theaters. Because earlier that was the big factor in what money, because satellite or whatever it is was a component, but not that much, yeah. But now there are people who claim success for a film based on, let's say, a big star, a big director, big heroine, big music director, all that comes, and they sell the package, right? So there's a table profit before the film goes into the theater. Is that success also a form of success, or is it a film successful only if the entire chain, that is right down to the distributor, exhibitor, everybody makes money?
See, that's the healthy way of success. But if a producer is making money, even in other forms where the exhibitor and the distributor doesn't make money, he has the capacity to do another film which might help the chain in the long run. But I feel when you're making a film and the producer is able to get the money from OTTs today. Earlier it used to be they were taking money from the distributors. If it's a star film, if it's a Rajinikanth film, it's a Kamal Haasan film, distributors used to come and give money upfront, and the producers made the film using that money. So the date of the actor or the director enabled the producer to get money from the distributors to make the film. Now it's the OTTs and satellites is more or less non-existent now, in terms of numbers. But whatever money that was given by the distributors earlier is now given by the OTT platforms. Some films which fail in the box office, like in the theaters, are able to make money through these OTT deals. That should have the star power. Then it happens.
Right. So you started Viduthalai as a small project with an actor that you discovered from being a comedian, and then it grew and grew and grew and grew and consumed 4.5 years of your life.
Yeah.
How do you feel? Are you relieved to let it go, or part of it is still in you?
No, I'm done with it.
You're done with
it.
No more.
It's been a long journey, and I've learned a lot through making the film, be it socio-political understanding or philosophy, and on a personal level, I've learned a lot of things in the process of making the film. And with the release of the film, I'm done with it. The second part, I'm done with it. I don't want to be with it any further.
Right. Can you share one learning that happened with that film? Not necessarily, it could be about filmmaking, or it could be about socio-political things, anything, but something that...
Also, on a very personal level, if you wanted to do a film, you should do the film and not allow anyone else's pressures or demands determine how you do the film and how long you take to make the film.
So take your own time.
No. I should have taken my time. I shouldn't have taken other people's considerations into making a film.
So are you saying that you would have taken more time with this?
It's a cryptic message. Let it be cryptic.
Because I'm is he saying that I would have actually more time on this movie?
Yeah,
so,
I would have ideally liked another 3-4 months on the film. Yeah.
Right. So now you have made one of your most successful films is Asuran. In many people's opinion, that was right between the Viduthalai / Visaranai space and the the Polladhavan's phase early on. Now, which is not to say that that's not political, but you know what I mean, right? Now, that space, when you went into that space and when it resulted in that kind of a success, does it make you want to do another film in that space?
No, when on a personal level, when someone expects something out of me, then I am very sure that I might not be able to deliver that. So I refrain myself from repeating that. After Adagalam, why I chose to do Visaranai was that was becoming a pressure, like Polladavan, then Adugalam. Then you would want me to do something more on in terms of numbers, in terms of scale, in terms of magnitude. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to simplify things, go back to the basics. So, and that is how I started Vidudalai as well. After Asuran, I wanted to do a simple, small film with an actor who doesn't come with the baggage. So that's how I started doing it. So I really don't want to get caught in living up to the expectations.
Right. Now, let's talk about this project that's been long gestating, Vadivasal, with you and Surya. And even before you touch or like shoot one frame of it, it comes with expectations, right? It's inevitable because it's two, like you said, two big forces colliding. How can you prevent expectations in that case? Or go past it?
Okay, see, I always say one thing. Between one film and another film, I am only making films. I am not responsible for the expectations or the standards that is set in terms of mainstream requirements or the expectation. I am not responsible for it. If that film matches your you in the sense, the audience's expectations, I am happy. But I cannot take responsibility for that. I can only make my films, and I can give my 100% while making my films, and I give my 100% commitment to the film. That's all.
So who in your opinion is a political filmmaker? Because I ask this question because there is one school of thought that says the people who make explicit political statements in their films are political filmmakers. But there's another school of thought that says, well, the personal is also the political. So even if you're making story of a woman or anything personal, it's still political. How do you define a political film?
To start with, man is a political animal. You can't stop being political. What you say, what you do, what you eat, what you don't eat, how you dress, how you don't dress, everything is politics. You associate every expression of yours with a political stand. So we cannot not make a political statement. Just by being here, we are making a political statement. And so every film in its own way is making political statements, and overtly political films are not as political as films that subtly insinuate certain political ideas into the viewer, because the mainstream viewer is a very vulnerable and a very naive viewer. And when you put anything openly, blatantly to him, he knows what's coming. And he will know whether to pick it up or to defend it or to deny it. But when you insinuate, when you unconsciously give him certain things, like say for instance, the chauvinistic expression of a man in certain films and the role of a woman in relationships. These are like very effortlessly put in by a lot of filmmakers. Everyone is part of that crime. So when such things are put across, they pick it up very easily. Because it doesn't come with a tag of being political or making a statement. It just seeps in, it just sinks into you without your knowledge.
Right.
You're picking up that political thought without resistance.
Right. Let's talk about Grassroots, which is your production company. When you started the company, what was the vision saying, this is the kind of movie I want to produce?
See, the name of the company itself is the expression of what we wanted to do. So when I started this idea, we were looking for investors to tell stories that are unconventional, from the grassroots, from the lives of the people who are never seen on screen. So that is where we started. And then we were not getting producers, and I was trying to pitch. It started with the Kaka Mutai. So we were trying to. I had the company even before, but Kaka Mutai put us in the right track. So I was trying to find investors for the story, like for that script with various people, and then Manigandan had been like sitting with the script because I told I'll get him a producer for 6 months or 8 months. Then I didn't know what else to do. Then I called Dhanush and said, "See, Dhanush, this is the idea. Will you be interested?" He immediately said, "I'll do it." So I got funding from him, and then I facilitated the film happen. I did not invest money, but I facilitated the film to happen. Grassroots does that. Like, so we don't have that kind of money to invest and make films, but there are a lot of people who are interested in investing in sensible films. So when they come to us, and if we have a script that is right, and if all three parties align, the director, the investor, and people of grassroots, then we go ahead and do it.
Right. So when the situation happens so when I expect a film from grassroots, like the upcoming Mask, for instance, can I expect a certain kind of film that is going to be, for the lack of a better term, socially relevant?
Okay. Except for Mask, everything else would be that way, I
Okay.
think. Mask is a quirky, fun, dark humor kind of thing. This is not my kind of thing at all. But I liked a lot of things in the film, the idea I liked, and I feel that it will appeal with a lot of people who come to watch films in theaters.
Right. So you were I think you were the first person from southern India to break this foreign festival thing that, you know, if you want to go to India, then you go to Bombay, you meet a few people there, and you get your Neeraj Gaiwan or Anurag Kashyap or Vikram Motwani or whoever it is. You were the first one to break that and say, okay, listen, there's something in southern India, there's a big movement happening, and ever since Visarane got selected in the Horizonte section at Venice, a lot more southern films have made their presence felt at international film festivals. Your own Vidudale was at Rotterdam. For the people who are still wondering, what does a festival do for a film? What is your answer?
Film festivals are alternate market system for films that do not fit into the conventional film exhibition markets.
Mm-hmm.
That's the primary reason for these film festivals to exist. One is acknowledge the internationally talented filmmakers and put them across the globe and tell the world that, okay, here is this guy who has got a film that's promising, and this guy is someone to watch out for. And the next one is, okay, this film is a film that might not get the conventional market space to recover the money. So there are distributors and investors and exhibitors who come there to select films like that is screened there. So that is why these festivals ask for premieres. If your film is already sold and the film comes to the festival, it doesn't benefit anyone, so they don't do that.
Right. So for the average audience, there's a symbol that abroad I've seen that laurel leaves, olive leaves, whatever it is, that
olive leaves,
whichever the leaves are. But you know the symbol, right? So that automatically means a certain prestige level, and they have special theaters to screen such movies. For us, it's all one big thing. So when I get, let's say, a grassroots film with a lot of those leaf symbols, right? Is the audience here going to say, is there an audience here, let's say, is there an audience here that will go and say, okay, this looks like something worthy, let's check it out, or does it make no difference at all?
For Visarane, it did have an impact for the opening. It did create an opening. But I don't know what's going to happen for Bad Girl. Bad Girl has got lots and lots of these olive leaves, and it's gone to already 7-8 film festivals it has gone, and it has won a couple of awards already. So it's a very popular film in the film circuit. But I don't know how much it's going to translate into people coming into the theatres to watch the film.
Right. Speaking of Bad Girl, what is it in Varsha Ganesh that you noticed in the film and said, this is something that I want to attach my name to?
Yeah, Varsha Bharat.
Varsha Bharat, sorry.
So, see, when she narrated the school portions to me, like I was like, my friend and I were listening to it, we were looking at each other, and I was like, both of us thought the same thing, like, this is a coming of age film of a girl that we've never seen in Tamil. I don't know if it's happened in other languages, but the first time I'm seeing, listening to a girl telling a story of her teens, she coming of age and how she was looking at boys. We have only seen how boys were looking at girls at the age. And she just told the first 45 minutes, and then I said that, okay, let's do this. Let's do this film. You give me the script for the remaining portions. Then she gave it to me, and then it was like it has her teens, and then her college life is there, and then her early 30s is there. Everything, every moment, it's like, okay, I did not know this. I haven't felt it this way. It's a very, very, very contemplative film on relationships.
Right. In hindsight, do you think you put out the trailer a little too early? Because it just took a life of its own and created all kinds of conversation.
No. See, these things happen, and we really have to wait for the films to come in the theaters so that people get to see it. And then also, there's one thing that when you're making a film for the mainstream audiences, we make with the understanding that there is going to be a CBFC, like Central Board of Film Certification, which will view it and then only let it out, seeing if it's going to hurt someone's sentiments or not, and all of that is there. So it is going to go through that process and come. So once the film is out, if people have something to say, then we can think.
Now, there has always been this question, it's been raised at Cannes, it's been raised at Venice about, you've selected all these films and there are not many female filmmakers and all that. And it's a truth that the world over, the number of female filmmakers are only now beginning to rise in number. How is the situation in as far as the ecosystem that you know? Because like taking Varsha Bharat's name, and I'm sorry about mispronouncing her name, because how is the situation now? Is it, see, you are what I call a progressive filmmaker, and you like certain types of stories, and this is something that happened, and I would expect it from you. Do you think the entire ecosystem is equally favorable towards women wanting to direct films?
No, I see so much of change. The other day, I entered office and I saw a girl walking on the road, and then she walked into my office, and she came with a backpack and said, I asked her, what do you want? I want to work as an AD with you. I was just looking at her. Where are you from? I'm from Coimbatore. Okay, your parents are here? No, I live with my friends. I was just thinking 25 years ago, that was me. Only boys used to do that. Now, girls have convinced and come here, and they are like, pushing themselves, and I just, do you have a resume? I asked her, I have it. Like, leave it and go. And then she left it in the office and went. So this is like, I'm seeing it all over, and I am also seeing a lot of young filmmakers with girls with ideas that are very unique and very special. Why is it special? Those stories, if men told, it would definitely be fake. So they are telling their stories. And Varsha used to tell me, like, earlier she used to fight, no, there is no space for women characters in your film and all of that. Like, off late she started saying, please don't do that. You please leave it to us, women filmmakers. We will do what women have to do, and you don't need to do all that stuff in your film because all of you are getting it wrong.
So what does she think about the Chandra character in Vadachennai?
I haven't spoken to her.
You haven't spoken to her about that because that is one of your most vividly imagined female characters. Now, you know, when you make a popular film, whether it is financially popular or it becomes a cult classic or it seeps into the culture, like Vadachennai, there is always a speculation of a second part or a sequel. And I'm not talking about this particular film. Have you ever felt that any of your films, like, I want to continue the story, I want to see what happens to these characters?
No, Vadachennai is unfinished. Otherwise, none of the other films I want to do.
Right. So there is this Rajan Vagera that you keep talking about.
Yeah, there's a lot around that world.
Yeah.
There's a lot around that world.
Right. Is it going to see the light of day?
Yes, definitely.
It will. Okay. I think people are waiting for that. It's like, why did you get to that question first? It's like the popularity of the film is such. Now, do you feel that, there are some actors and directors that just gel, like Martin Scorsese did with Robert De Niro, later with Leonardo DiCaprio. When you gel with an actor like Dhanush, what is it that really, I'm not obviously acting talent, that is there. But beyond that, what does this vibe or this relationship give you as a thing? Is it easier to give instructions? What is it that?
No, basically trust.
Trust.
You know? See, we grew up together in the sense like, I must have been like, in my mid-20s and he must have been in his late teens when we worked in Adur Kanakalam. So we were very young, and then I was trying to find my kind of films. I didn't know what kind of film I was going to do because I was working with Balu Mahindra sir, and his kind of films, though I really loved the aesthetics, did not tell me how I should be making my films because my state of mind was not in this kind of pan. Like, that's his way of looking at things. And so I was trying to find out, and Dhanush was there, like, he was very avid and he wanted to, like, he was a very fast learner and he was picking up from Selvaraghavan, he was picking up from Balu Mahindra sir. All the bests he was working with at that time, he was picking up, grasping very fast. And I was seeing him and he was seeing me, and when I had a script for him, it clicked immediately. We both started discussing it, and then over a period of time, the trust each other have, like, the kind of trust he has on the ideas that I come up with and the trust I have on how he would portray it on screen. It's like all I had to do was like, Dhanush, it's about a story of a father who takes the son into the forest so that he can be saved from those who are trying to kill him because he already killed a man. And he said, like, who's playing the son? Like I said, Ken is playing the son. Okay, sir, we'll go for shoot. That's all. Only this much we discussed for Asuran. And then slowly, as we were shooting, as we were working on the shoot, it developed, and then we made that film. So that's the kind of trust he has. And then for Vadachennai, first 36 days, he had only 4 lines to speak in the whole 36 days. And he's the producer as well. If it had been any other actor, maybe they might have said, okay, let's call it off. I want to read the script, then we'll go for shoot. That could have happened, but he really has that trust.
Right. So when is the next film with Dhanush?
It's coming. Like after this one, I will be doing that.
Right. These are all intriguing. This one, next film is coming. We understand.
Wales, for Wales International, I'm doing one.
So that's great, because one of the things that I know this is not supposed to be a big thing, because the very aspect of acting is putting yourself in a character's shoes and doing what the director wants you to do. But there is also one part of Tamil cinema that elevates the hero to a god status and say, you cannot do this, or we won't see our hero do this. So when I watched Asuran and watched the scene where he falls at the feet of all the people there, the supposed, like the people who have oppressed him, Of course, the narrative changes later, but at that point, I was like, wow, they really have a good understanding, because this is something that only a committed actor and a director that he trusts would do that. So I think that really is something, because I don't know that many actors who might commit to doing something like that, even though it is part of the story. So when you look back on your career, do you ever look back on your career?
No.
You never do that? Okay. So then I guess the question is redundant. So you don't like it when people talk about your older films?
No. I'm just like 6 films old, I think. 6 or 7 films old, that's all. I actually don't like to listen to my film songs or even watch even a single frame. I've told you this.
Yeah.
So I just want to forget all that has happened.
Right.
And I still feel that every time I go to shoot, I still feel that, okay, Balu Mahendra sir might not like this shot or this scene or the way this is staged. I keep it that way, or at least I try to keep it that way.
Now, if you were to remake one of Mr. Balu Mahendra's films, I think I know what I would like you to tackle, but do you have an idea what you would like to make? See, I know this is not your zone technically, but it's a
remakes. No, remakes are very tricky to make. If I have to get inspired by one of the films that he has made, I would like to try doing Adur Kanakalam.
That?
Yeah.
I would have thought Marubadiyam.
Because Marubadiyam is no. I can never do that film. I recently watched it. That's too intense for me. Emotionally charged and very.
You're an intense filmmaker.
No. Ours is a different kind of violently intense. That's
emotionally,
psychologically violent and too intense for me to handle. And the patience with which the film is paced, that I can't handle.
No, but then you would put your stamp on it, right? That's the whole point. Yeah.
That gets too tricky. Adur Kanakalam, I really liked where a father takes a decision in the hopes that it would correct, in quotes, the son whom he thinks is not on that right track, which ruins the son's life completely.
Right.
So irrevocably changes, and if there is way for redemption for the father, and if the son will forgive the father, that space I really like.
Yeah, because the reason I asked that question is let's say from Visarane, your films have been, even if they are small in size, somewhat epic-minded. They've been big. There's been a bigness, and one thing that I found that you had left behind was the kind of Asuran kind of one texture where there is a son-like figure who looks at a father-like figure and feels betrayed when, and that whole Shakespearean drama that happens. That very human dimension, I feel, has given way to has morphed into a different shape because a lot of politics has entered that dimension. Which is not to say that, like you said, Adur Kalam is not a political movie, but I was like, is he going to make another film with the people and moving them around and, their emotions?
That I think I will try to do, but I don't know if I can do that kind of stuff anymore, because every time every 5 years or a decade, we keep changing. As people, we grow. Sometimes we don't grow. We get stunted. We start repeating ourselves. So I don't think I'll be able to do that kind of thing. But I will try. And that particular aspect has been that fear, betrayal. That's always been there from the first film. It happens. Either it happens to the protagonist or someone else does it to someone else.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Asuran also had some of it.
Yeah. Is there any film that, one would think that because Vidudhalai took so much time, it was probably the hardest to do, but is there any one film that, because everybody says every film that you get into is the hardest film at that particular point of time, but is there any one that was particularly tough to crack?
No, for me, Adugalam was very challenging until I did Vidudhalai 2. So these two films are very challenging at all levels. Physically, it was very challenging, straining, and to write, to crack a balance between a story and a political statement. was very challenging.
And finally, I want to ask you, there are directors who say, I'm the audience and I know that if I write the film, I'm writing for myself and the audience. There are other writers who say, I imagine a kind of audience and then write or construct scenes with them in mind.
No, I write what I like, and I try to make it in such a way that the mainstream audiences connect to it. We can't say that they will like it or not like it. I try to make them connect with the film, the story, the character. Somewhere if they can connect to one of these things, I think it will work. And I always use this word, minimum guarantee. So you write a script, you make a film, and you make sure that it is able to get back the money that was invested on it. So the lesser the money, the better the possibilities of getting it back. So that way, when I see a film or in the edit, while I'm editing a film or a scene, then if it holds me, if it engages me, then I feel that, okay, there is a minimum guarantee to it in the theaters.
Right.
That's
and
how I look
that's
at
a great way to end it, because over the years, on and off screen, I've had a lot of chances to talk to you. And one of the things that constantly keeps coming up in these conversations is cinema is both art and commerce. You are a very, very strong believer in that. So this minimum guarantee thing kind of fits into that.
No, see, I also don't want to believe it. But if I strongly believe if I don't believe in that principle, I might not get my next investor to make the next film. So I should always make sure to see. There's a very popular Hollywood saying which says you're as good or as bad as your previous film. So, if only that is your yardstick, we should make sure that we have another investor waiting for you to do your next.
Right. So, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and may you continue making your artistically commercial or commercially artistic films, however you want to call them. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, Hindu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vetrimaran. Thank you so much, Bharadwaj Rangan. It was just fascinating to listen to you two. I mean, there's so much that we traveled from the aspect of trust to trend to Mr. Balu Mahendra's movies. It was just fascinating to listen to two minds talking about cinema. Thank you once again. Right, so that concludes a part of where we are at this point in time. We shall break for lunch, and we shall be back at 2:15. 2:15 is when we shall be back after lunch. Thank you once again. I'm sure you know where lunch is served. For people who aren't aware, just move out of the hall, take a left. There'll be volunteers that will guide you to the place that serves lunch. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Savi Sabinsa Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full
courage to build a legacy.
identity was and our culture. And in our stellar panel, we've got a couple of lovely gentlemen who've done enough and more research and worked intensively in a variety of languages. May I request first up Mr. A.R. Venkatachalapati to please come forward, sir. Professor at the Madras Institute of Development Studies in Chennai. Could somebody come over and fix the microphone here for Mr. Venkatachalapati, please? Yeah, you're just getting somebody there. He's taught at universities in Tirunelveli, Madras, Singapore, and Chicago. Apart from the VKRB Rao Prize in History in the year 2007, he has received the Vilakku Pudumaipittan Award 2018 and Iyal Virudu in 2021, both for his lifetime contribution to Tamil. Recently, he won the Sahitya Academy Award in Tamil as well. Lovely to have you with us, Mr. A.R. Venkatachalapati. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he walks up to the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presence. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Lakshman Deshmukh, who is the President of the Language Advisory Committee of the Government of Maharashtra. Prior to this, he's worked as the educational advisor to the Yashwantrao Chavan Open University in Nashik. May I kindly request Mr. Lakshman Deshmukh to please come forward. Lovely, sir. Thank you so much for taking your time out and being a part of the Hindu Huddle 2025. To moderate this discussion over the course of the next 40-45 minutes, may I request the company of Mr. Varghese K. George, who's a resident editor of The Hindu in New Delhi. He has previously worked as the newspaper's US correspondent based in Washington, D.C., and political editor based in New Delhi. Written extensively on politics, political economy, society, and the works. Over to you.
Thank you, and thank you, co-panelists. And we have a challenge, actually. We have to keep this audience interested after a very nice lunch. At the end of this thing, you will get an opportunity to ask questions. So if you don't ask questions, you will be asked questions. So you have to be really alert and be engaged with this conversation. Language, as you all know, is a very contentious topic today. But it's not only today. It's been the history of South Asia for the last 100+ years. The collective identity of South Asia has several markers: language, religion, caste, etc. being some of them. But in many historical junctures, the religion and language have alternated as a primary marker of identity. The classic or the most violent manifestation of that debate was the partition of the subcontinent, where based on religion, the subcontinent was divided, but what was divided was further divided based on language, which is Pakistan and Bangladesh. Now the wheel of history has turned full circle, that in Bangladesh we see a political phenomenon wherein language is now pushed to the sidelines and a more dominant identity of expression of religious identities coming into play. So to start this conversation on a very open-ended question, so how significant or critical is language as the marker or a definer of collective cultural identity? Would you like to go first, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Deshmukh.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity. Language is a very emotive issue. Language is part of our day-to-day life, but it is also transcends that. I want to start with a little incident. Just a few months ago, I was traveling to Tanjavur, got off the train at Ariyalur, and took a car to Tanjavur because you can get to Tanjavur faster. Halfway between these two towns is Keedappaduvur, the hometown of Keedappaduvur Chinnasamy, who immolated himself in 1964, January 25, in the anti-Hindi agitation. It was dark, but the statue, the bust, was still quite visible. And standing in front of that bust, my eyes kind of welled up. I didn't realize that, it would be emotive for me also. So language is very central to our identity, not just for the last 100 years, probably for more than a millennia, because many of our social movements are deeply rooted in language. Even the Bhakti movement is strongly rooted in language. It is in many parts of India. Bhakti movement was a protest against the hegemony of Sanskrit and Brahminical rituals. So, but what we find in the last 100, 150 years in the modern period is that it is tied to the fast-paced social transformations and political transformations that are taking place. And
so
language
without a shared language, Chalapati, without a shared language, is the construction of a collective identity possible? The biblical story about the Tower of Babel, the destruction of a community happens when they speak in different tongues. So we have similar kind of mythical stories from different civilizations. The basic premise being that a shared language is essential for a nation. How would you respond to that?
I think this is mostly the European model of the nation. So that is why we find even immediately after the Second World War, you found the great displacement of peoples. It was not just on ethnic lines, but language is very much part of that ethnic identity. So the attempt to have one single language, especially through force, has consistently failed. Rather than forge unity and strengthen unity, it often ends up weakening that identity. See, India, for instance, has had a certain civilizational unity without having a single language. Why that should not continue to be possible in the 21st century is something that really beats me. I'm sure we can continue to be a very thriving, democratic, plural society and a strong nation with our languages, because our languages are, they have long histories. They are so deeply rooted, and great harm and violence is done to that by the forceful imposition of a single language, and especially language which is, more a modern construct rather than something that is deeply rooted and evolved.
Mr. Deshmukh, you've been a very vocal critic of the manner in which Maharashtra government tried to introduce Hindi as a third language in primary school. So I remember reading a very interesting formulation that you made and quoted in the Hindu only, that this is perhaps a very unique situation of a migrant community's language becomes or is sought to be made a dominant language in a native community. Would you explain what?
Yes. The issue of imposition of Hindi language as a third compulsory language from the first standard, the decision is uneducational, it is irrational also. Maharashtra never opposed the three language policy per se. We have no Hindi also, because from the first Education Commission, which was initiated in 1968 by Kothari, Mr. Kothari, it is called Kothari Commission on Education. Maharashtra has adopted three language policy, but we are teaching our students second and third language, that is English and Hindi, from fifth standards. After some time in 2001, because of the spread of English medium schools and more demand from the parents, we introduced the English as a compulsory language, second language in Maharashtra from first standard. So we are now adopted two language policy for the primary education. And our opposition is imposition of Hindi is based on the NEP policy only. NEP policy, National Education Policy 2020. The national curriculum framework based on the NEP propagated only 2 languages up to 5th standard. And from 6th standard, they are exposed to the 3rd language. So all of a sudden, without any demand from any quarter, government of Maharashtra think to introduce 3rd language, and they issued the government resolution. And then the reaction came. And I, being the chairperson of the Language Advisory Committee, we are supposed to advise government of Maharashtra about language. If you want to take some action or some initiative regarding language, then they should consult us. But without consulting our committee, which is the committee of expert persons, government has taken that decision. So we are opposing it. Though I am honorary president of this committee, but as a free thinker and caring for the Marathi language and Marathi culture, we have started agitation and we are opposing it. So language is very emotive issue, just like my co-president said, and we have to fight to get independent Maharashtra separated from Gujarat state at the cost of 106 martyrs who gave their life for the cause of Marathi. So Marathi culture is basically shaped by Marathi language. Or any language is, any culture of any state is shaped by the language only. Language and culture are synonyms. So we want to preserve it, and that's why this opposition based on the national policy framework and our desire to preserve our language.
So,
in the purest form.
so you, the 2 points to be noted here. One is that though there is no requirement under the new education policy that there, up till 5,
it is
fifth
crystal
standard,
clear, I have pointed out.
Only after primary school you are required to go for 3 languages.
Yeah.
Still, a state like Maharashtra, without any demand from anybody, suddenly comes up with this government order that, okay, Hindi will be taught also in primary school. So that actually raises a question of the link between political power and the power that the language acquires, right? The famous saying that, okay, a language is a dialect that has an army and navy. So what does it say about Maharashtra's changed politics, where a state actually fought for its linguistic identity, suddenly becomes goes to the other extreme, where even when it is not required, it actually goes to doing this.
That is the puzzling everybody right now. Why our government think proper to introduce the 3rd language as a Hindi language compulsorily? Because in Maharashtra, after formation, the first Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Sundar Chauhan, said that Marathi should be language of the knowledge, and one day we should teach the university education colleges in Marathi language. So then the language of knowledge and language of people should be synonymous. So that is the vision of our first Chief Minister, and we have tried our little best. There are some discrepancies, some up and downs, and because of people from other states coming to Maharashtra, getting for employment, and there was the influx of, in 1970s, of southern state coming to Mumbai, getting jobs. Then the Shiv Sena was formed by Balasaheb Thackeray with the plank that son of the soil plank, and all jobs should go to Marathi people, and these other peoples are eroding our culture. Then the influx of northern states, Hindi-speaking states started coming, and they came in Mumbai. They are welcome because our constitution guarantee freedom of job and travel. So, but they are not learning Marathi language, and we are so tolerant, Marathi people. We never question them. When they say, I don't know Marathi, please speak Hindi. And we are so tolerant that we started speaking Hindi. And because Marathi people know Hindi quite well, thanks to the Bollywood, because Mumbai is the capital of Bollywood. are producing a lot of Hindi films, and Marathi people easily understand. And half of Maharashtra, Marathwada and Vidarbha region, is under the influence, under the Nizam state of Hyderabad. So Hindustani language, which is a mixture of Hindi and Urdu, is well known. It is widespread in Maharashtra. So Marathi people are very much familiar with the Hindi. So we have no quarrel with Hindi. But because of imposition of the culture, it is not cultural war. War is a very harsh word. I can say the cultural domination of Hindi on Marathi culture, that is the worrisome factor. And
if I just
increasing day by day.
If I may just intervene one little bit, this is the, hit at the crux of the problem. Hindu zealots have the knack of antagonizing even people who already know Hindi. This I think is a fundamental problem. The politics behind the imposition of Hindi, the attempt to force it down the throats of unwilling people is at the very crux of this issue. And I think, I want to also go back a little in time. So the question of the unity of the nation and language, this is at the crux of this debate. What we find is that, historically, Indian nationalism became stronger for the first time. It became a mass phenomenon only when the regional languages developed and the message of the nation was propagated through the various regional languages. If you look at the history of the freedom struggle from around the beginning of the 20th century, when the languages of each region began to articulate the message of nationalism and freedom struggle, that's when it became powerful. That's why by 1920, when Mahatma Gandhi becomes the kind of leader of the mass movement, he reorganizes the Indian National Congress on linguistic lines. Even though there was no Tamil Nadu at that time or no Andhra Pradesh at that time, you had the Congress organization was divided based on language. And that actually strengthened the nationalist struggle rather than weakened it.
But Chalabadi, so we could...
I want to add, still what he says is quite true. But we are in search of one common language. That should be national language or link language. And Mahatma Gandhi, during his period, advocated Hindustani language. It is a mixture of Hindi and Urdu. It is a common, it can be understood by all people, almost all people. And because of his influence and his style of working, we should not impose language. It should be taught with compassion, with love. So people can accept it. So Hindustani, at that time, there was great debate in the Constitutional Assembly, but somehow the Hindi people, Hindi-speaking people, North people, they oppose. And so, they don't want Hindustani, they want Sanskritized Hindi.
Yeah, Mr. Deshmukh, I'll just... So, the early 20th century, while the idea of nation building is progressing, so you have two strands of language debate. One is within the heartland, the strip of Indian heartland, where today is UP particularly, you have this debate between Hindi and Urdu. These are all, Hindi itself being a construct that is emerging in that debate. And then you have a separate debate, which is the Hindi/Hindustani/Urdu in relation with regional languages. For the lack of another word, I am using these regional languages. Now, how the Indian national movement responded to it, I think it may not be as linear as I would join issue with you on that thing, as you put it, because we see at various points in which, like as you said, Gandhi was open to the idea of linguistic identity, but at the time of constitution, there was a resistance to the idea of linguistic identity. Can you just recall that? Yeah.
In the debates in the Constituent Assembly, this issue was clinched with the casting vote, as we all know. Through the casting vote was how, Hindi became the official language and English was given the associate official language status. Even at that time, the leaders who were strongly committed to the Congress vision of the Indian nation, they expressed their dissent. People like, Subbarayan and others strongly argued that, this gives an unfair advantage to Hindi. That is why, this idea of, giving it sole official status was postponed. And in 1965, Hindi was to become the official language, and that actually led to this mass agitation in the Tamil-speaking regions, and that is where the various self-immolations took place, and that is when we find the rise of DMK. So whenever something is tried to be pushed through force, without dialogue, without debate, without taking into account the aspirations of the various sections of the people, this leads to problems. As it was said famously in, I forget the name of the parliamentarian in Sri Lanka, D. Silva, I think. He said, two languages, one nation. If you have one language, then you have two nations. So what should lead to the forging of a stronger nation and nationhood? If you do these kind of forced impositions, it actually develops.
How would you respond to the argument of the supporters of the new education policy that the current three language formula is actually a much liberal, generous version of the previous three language formula, wherein in this one there is no compulsory Hindi, it is any two Indian languages? Would you accept that argument?
So what happens is the non-Hindi speaking people, especially in South India, they do not believe in the bona fide of these kind of arguments. Everything is seen as a way to bring Hindi through the back door. And the experience has taught them that this is largely true. Okay? So you have a three-language policy. Originally, the idea was that people in North India would study a South Indian language. What happened to it? Instead of, nobody studied Tamil, nobody studied Malayalam, nobody studied Telugu or Kannada or Tulu or other languages. So, in various forms, because there is a trust deficit, when any argument comes or any policy comes, experience has taught us that this is a way to bring Hindi through the back door. And the experience of the last 30, 40 years, the way South India has grown, is that basically people believe that Hindi is a lost cause. Earlier, the argument that Hindi could be an avenue, it would open up avenues for employment, is now completely debunked. Right? It's there staring in your face. While Tamil Nadu and the other southern states have made great progress because of their access to English, they could capitalize on the opportunities opened up by globalization and liberalization from the 1990s. So far, I haven't seen convincing arguments coming from Hindu zealots. In fact, they don't even try to argue. They just try to, assert the importance of Hindi. I think that is where the problem comes.
We'll touch upon this notion that Sanskrit is somehow the mother of all Indian languages. What is the historical circumstances in which that argument came?
That is not the truth.
Yeah, it's not the truth, but how did that actually become popular as an argument? And
yes, please. It is not true that Sanskrit is the mother of all Indian languages. That is not true. Tamil is the oldest language, and similarly, when Marathi was granted classical language status, we have shown that it is also equally oldest language at par with the Tamil. Because in Tamil Sangam literature, there was mention of conversation between two priests in Marathi. So it was also one of the oldest classical languages. So, and Sanskrit is not that much older. So that is not true. But because of Brahminical religion and their imposition of their language and their religion, which is of elite class only. Only Brahmin people are allowed to teach, learn. So that is the one thing. In Maharashtra, Saint Dhaneshwar in 13th century opposed that Sanskrit, and he revolted against that Sanskrit, and he wrote Dhaneshwari, which is a critique of Bhagavad Gita, which is much larger, with good Marathi language, with imagination, all the things. And from that, the legacy of saint poet in Marathi get momentum, and we have always completely separated from the Sanskrit. Now Sanskrit is not much liked by Marathi people, though we have one Sanskrit university at Ramtek, Nagpur. Just few people are, less than 100 people learning Sanskrit language. In fact, in India, there are more than 24 Sanskrit universities, and students' number is in few thousands only, or not 2,000. So Sanskrit in today's present circumstances is not relevant to learn. It is not. It is language of religion and philosophy of the bygone era. Now the current, it is not suited to the current knowledge. So all the modern knowledge, basically it is in English. Now all our regional languages like Marathi, Tamil, they are also gaining momentum, and they are becoming the knowledge language of knowledges. So Sanskritization is now becoming less and less, and this is thanks to the social reform taking place all over Maharashtra and India also. When Mahatma Jyotiba Phule started to teach women and SC/ST people, then in true sense we started learning in India for first time. There was no school concept in India.
So there is a Sanskritic cultural sphere which actually moves with the carriers of that language and culture from what was called Aryavarta and to the geographical peripheries of this country. And most of the regional language identity politics is also developing a kind of antagonistic relationship with the Sanskrit and the culture that it carries. So in the Dravidian identities in earlier stages itself, the argument that Tamil and Shaivism are interlinked as a cultural legacy of Tamil-speaking people and opposed to Sanskrit and its associated cultural practices. That was the basis, broadly speaking, of Dravidian identity politics.
So let me just expand it a little bit. See, one of the great intellectual achievements of the scientific study of language, which originates in the late 18th century in Europe, is that the understanding that languages are related to each other in familial terms. So the concept of the Indo-European languages and a subset of it, which is the Indo-Aryan languages, and then subsequently the Dravidian family of languages. This relationship is well established. Now we know very clearly that Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, they all belong to the Indo-European family of languages. And the Dravidian languages are distinct with their own familial connections. So this is the linguistic part of it. But if you look at it culturally, how it has developed over the last 2000 years, or more specifically, after the rise of the Bhakti movement, what we find, to give example from the Tamil language, is that while there is a very dominant influence of Shaivism in the Tamil language, but Tamil is central to how Sri Vaishnavism also developed. The biggest theological debates in the Sri Vaishnavist tradition in the 13th, 14th century is centered around the importance given to language, whether it is primacy is given to Sanskrit or Tamil. So, and similarly, all the devotional movements, the bhakti movements which develop all over India, giving rise to what has been called the vernacular millennium. We find that around the turn of the second millennium, in large parts of India, the so-called regional languages, they all grow in opposition to Sanskrit. They become full-fledged, empowered languages only by their opposition to Sanskrit. I think this is a very important historical lesson to be learned, which helps us to understand the kind of power that is backed, that is behind the power of language.
But in the long arc of history, even the claim of Shaivism as a separate cultural entity is now very difficult to sustain because it has been subsumed under the larger term that we now call Hinduism. So, is an irreversible trajectory of how a country is moving towards a more homogenizing or homogenized version of both language and religious culture?
See, if you once again looking at the long arc of Indian history, you have both tendencies, both centrifugal and centripetal tendencies. When one is emphasized over the other, then you find there is a reaction. When you try to emphasize homogeneity, people emphasizing difference, their voice becomes more vociferous. When the emphasis is on division, then people talk about...
No, ignoring emphasis by the state and its instruments, just as a natural historical process. For example, if you take Mumbai Hindi, what is it called? There is a particular version of Hindi that is being spoken in
it is called Mumbaiya Hindi.
Mumbaiya Hindi. So that is an outcome of the changing demographic composition of the city itself. Because of the moving people, there is an expansion of a Hindi cosmopolis which is getting a national traction. In fact, one could argue that the Maharashtra governments or Maharashtra's current governments attempt to, even without anybody asking, have Hindi is a part of a response to that changing demographic of Maharashtra itself.
Partly, yes, but basically under the grab of Hindutva politics, they thought that we have one religion, one language. But that is not true. Though Hindu religion is propagated, we are practicing throughout the India, but it has cultural dimensions differently, different cultural dimensions, and each state has its own language, which is linked with the Hindu philosophy or Hindu religion. So, one language and one religion is not workable in India. It is not practically possible. Though they are trying to impose Hindi to propagate Hindutva, that will not succeed in long term. That is one thing. And culturally, we are united.
No, sir, if I may ask, the Mumbaiya Hindi is not the standardized Sanskritized Hindi that is sought to be promoted, if I understand correctly, right? It's an organically evolving language in Mumbai.
Not only Mumbai, in Maharashtra and basically the Deccan Plateau, Telangana and Marathwada region. There the Urdu was initiated. It is called Dakhani language.
Dakhani.
It is a mixture of Hindi and Urdu. They have taken some Persian words, some local words from local dialect, and some words from the Sanskrit and Hindi. So it is a mixture, and it is easy to understand. And it is the language of the common people, basically the soldiers who are working under the various princely states like Nizam and others. They are speaking that language for communication and day-to-day purpose. From that, it evolved Hindustani language, and once it is told that Hindi and Urdu are one, but it was separated, and Hindi take the turn of Sanskritized version, and Urdu take a version of Persian more dominant Persian phrases. So they have become separated. Once, a few years back, few decades back, it was synonym. Because of some cultural politics, it was separated. And now there is no meeting ground.
Right. So actually, I'll just refer to, before you, this recent work by Peggy Mohan, where she cites Dakhini as a perfect mix of Indus languages and Dravidian, Indus Valley languages and Dravidian languages. So the argument being that this idea of pure languages is an overstatement in any context, because languages evolve, because people move and their tongues mix. How would you?
Absolutely. Languages are not artificial constructs. They evolve organically. They are subject to all the historical forces. No language can exist in isolation. There are great amount of lexical borrowings. Lexical borrowings are extensive. But beyond that, there are certain structural elements which are unique to each language. It depends what we want to emphasize. But I do want to, just take 1 or 2 minutes to talk about, your comment about the influence
1
of,
minute. We have, in 5 minutes, we'll take questions also.
Religion on the Tamil language. I would say this is also largely true for Malayalam also. What we find in the last 100 years is that Tamil, Malayalam, they have all become highly secularized. From being languages heavily influenced by the religious idiom, they have become extremely secular. Tamil language, I have made this argument in detail, that from being very heavily influenced and being indebted to Saivite religion is no more that kind of a language. It is a democratic language. It has accommodated various religious and regional influences within the Tamil-speaking region, and that is the way to go. We cannot artificially preserve languages in some pure form.
Okay, so I have the same question to both of you as a concluding question, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience. So you referred to Chinnaswamy's suicide in 1964. That is so after that, there were several people who actually committed suicide for the cause of Tamil. So the slogan apparently then was Udal Mannukku and Uyir Tamilukku. So most of us who think that we are rational people think that linguistic identity is more rational than religious identity. Would you argue that?
Certainly, because language and culture have organic relations, and each both supplement each other and they grow together. So the cultural identity related in linked with the local language is much more influential, much more important for people, common people, than the religion. Religion is no doubt is there, but to link a language with the religion is not proper in Indian context, I can say. So it is basically our behavior, our culture is shaped by the language.
Is linguistic identity more rational than religious identity?
Well, these are, I wouldn't post things in such stark fashions. But if you push me, I would say one is the Silla and other is the Charybdis. Anything taken beyond a point is bound to create problems rather than serve the larger human good.
Well, on that note, is anybody in the audience would like to? Oh, okay. So we can have the mic to that lady here. Here, this way. Can we go there first? The left, there.
Hello? Thank you. That was a very interesting session. My name is Bhumika, and I wanted to ask you, with respect to the Constituent Assembly debates and the Munshi Iyengar formula that ultimately happened, if you were part of the Constituent Assembly debates at that time, what would you have felt would be the best way to resolve? Because I think with respect to linguistic and religious identity, India is the original melting pot. So how would you feel would be the best way to resolve such a complicated question at that time?
All right, okay, we'll take 2 more questions. The mic, okay, we'll take 3 more questions actually. Yeah, you have a mic there? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Deshmukh, I have a question for you. Being a Marathi from Mumbai, staying here in Bangalore, don't you think that this whole Hindi debate is, honestly, it's of complete useless? First, we should be worried about Marathi. मी आता एक article बघत होतो, 17,500 Marathi schools are on the verge of closing. Well, are we worried about it? Rather than going somewhere on Hindi, why not we take care of Marathi first and possibly the same for the other languages as well?
Yes, your question is clear. Can you just pass the mic to the gentleman behind you? Yeah.
Mr. George, you said about the Babel of voices. Now, for the benefit of those who don't know what is Babel of voices.
Oh, no. I think we will have to hold on to that thought.
No.
If you have a question, please ask that question. Otherwise,
okay. I'll put the question like this.
Yeah.
The discussion that you had, all of 3 of you, moderated by you, has not led us to anywhere about the language and the identity wars of shaping the culture. I think it was a Babel of voices.
Thank you. It is going on for the last 1 century. So, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yeah.
Yes, I am Saroja. I'm from North Karnataka. So, I studied Kannada in the primary school, 1st to 4th. At the 5th grade, I got English. And the 6th grade, I got Hindi. And I'm very happy about all of those. Sanskrit was not introduced to me. When I came about 11th grade or 10th grade, they introduced where I had just crossed from there. So at the earlier age, we are open for any languages, okay? And one nation, one language, what it means is that they are not saying, in my opinion, that you take away your Kannada, you take away your Marathi. They are not saying that. They are saying, me as one person, first start as Kannada or whatever Marathi, have English and then have this Hindi. That way they are saying one nation, one thing. They are not stepping on your state languages.
Can you come to the question?
And, yes. So why in Tamil Nadu can't you introduce Hindi as a optional language? At that age, we can grasp anything. And by having that, when I go meet some other people of our own state people like Gujarati, Punjabi, and I met them in different countries where I'm able to converse with them because of Hindi.
Thank you, ma'am. The mic here to the... No.
Small question.
Yeah, okay, then quickly. Yeah.
You said some of the points here.
Yeah.
Sanskrit is not a... Sanskrit, you said, is a religion language. Sanskrit speak only by Brahmins.
Who said? Nobody has said any of these things.
You said,
so
Mr. Deshmukh said,
yeah, please.
Sanskrit is spoken by Brahmins. Sanskrit is a religion language. Sanskrit is not an old language.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with these points.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You oppose Hindi and Sanskrit, but you don't oppose English. You don't oppose Arabic language.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your question. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Please don't do that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
You just divide the people, don't divide the people.
Yes, ma'am. The question.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that my grandfather was part of the constitutional debates. And he was a fierce opponent of Hindi as a national language. So I just wanted to say that there's a whole constitutional background to this that has to be looked into. And all the amendments that have followed as well, have clearly pointed out that Hindi cannot be imposed.
Right, okay. On this question, I think that is the constitutional, particularly the Constituent Assembly debates. Would you like to quickly refresh that because we avoided that in the initial segment? Since there are 2 questions on that, would you be able to do that? Can you please not...
Please. Mr. Varghese?
No, come on. One second. Calm. Yeah, Constituent Assembly debate on language.
That debate, this issue was extensively debated. And it happened in a certain context. as the country was going to be divided, the makers of the constitution were acutely aware of the possibilities of further divisions coming up through language. It was in that context it was debated. Now times have changed. We have had 75 years of experience, so we are looking at it very differently. So what would I have done in those times? Only thing I can say is that the members of the Constituent Assembly were much wiser and more well-read than me. That is the only thing I can say. Historians are not the best persons to give answers. They can only talk about things in retrospect.
Yeah, and there's another question there, which is that fewer and fewer people actually want to study in a Malayalam medium or a Marathi medium or a Tamil medium school. How do you respond to that?
That is true. I must admit, it is the question only Maharashtra. It is all over. We are opening more and more schools in English mediums, and nearly 30 to 40% students in Maharashtra, in Tamil Nadu, I have a statistic, they are learning English medium. And if we cross 50% mark, then the local language of that state, it starts declining, and there is no chance to revive it. So this is the time to think how can we strengthen our local regional languages. And you say, why you are not opposing English? In India, today's segment says, nobody will oppose. There was one slogan, English hatao by Ram Manohar Lohia. Now nobody will say that. On the contrary, we are building the temple of English deity in UP. Fair. So this English opposition, because the politics of languages, various languages, strengthen the English language all over India. That is the two things.
Yeah. What is your thought? Why there is a decreasing demand for vernacular language, regional languages as a medium of instruction? We have to now
it's
wrap
very
up.
simple, for its aspirational needs of Indians are served by the English language. That is why people flock to English.
Okay. And then there was a question about why not as many languages as possible?
Well, in theory, yes. But how do you formulate it as a policy? How do you work it out as a policy which doesn't discriminate, giving unfair advantage to one section of the people and putting others at a disadvantage? These are the issues that need to be kept in mind. As a general principle, yes, the more, the merrier.
Well, that brings an end to a very lively discussion. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Venkatachalapathy. Thank you, Mr. Deshmukh. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, on the subject of language, on the subject of culture, and where we are at this point in time. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know there have been plenty of questions, there have been plenty of opinions. As long as we agree to disagree or agree to agree with everyone, we are absolutely fine. Yeah, there's no love lost, right? Thank you. Thank you so much to the audience there on that matter. Right, let's move on to the next of those sessions, right? It's a session which is around cinema. North and South, the big divide to growing chasm in Indian cinema. That's the subject of the conversation that we will have. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting a man on stage who pushes boundaries and who has given us some really good movies like Devdi, Gangs of Wasseypur, and a very, very powerful Black Friday as well. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Anurag Kashyap. May I please invite Mr. Anurag Kashyap to please come forward. His influence extends beyond the screen, where he's been a vocal advocate for creative freedom in the Indian film industry. It's Mr. Anurag Kashyap, lovely. Thank you so much for making your presence felt here. And having the conversation alongside him is Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan. I think Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan, we did hear him out with Mr. Vetrimaran not too long back. As I've always said, he gets along with those immersive questions, and it should be a fascinating conversation here. As he gets the microphone sorted is Mr. Bharadwaj Rangan. So that's the conversation over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. Anurag, if you don't mind, would you want to swap just to make sure that everything aligns for television? Thank you.
That's it. Hello, sir.
Over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Well, in my line of work, I meet a lot of interesting people, but for the first time, I get to meet an uncontroversial filmmaker. That's always nice. So, how are you, Anurag?
I'm good.
Yeah. So, you know, the Anurag Kashyap I knew was this, you know, breaker of rules, this filmmaker who wanted to, you know, who had this library of 75,000 movies, and now the Anurag Kashyap that I'm seeing now is this actor in Southern films. What is this transformation that's happened?
How it started was by chance.
Okay.
But now it's actually much more interesting than trying to make a film.
Okay.
Because the risk-taking factor from cinema has kind of dropped down, and films don't seem challenging enough. Or like, you know, you're not pushing your own boundaries, you're not doing anything. So what happens is that, at least, acting is what scares me. And a new language every time, a new culture every time, new set of people. So there's, at least I feel like I'm doing something.
Right. But before we begin talking about the North and South, can you tell me what it was like? I know that you faced problems even from Punch and all those kind of movies, but there was this magical moment where one could actually go and see a movie like No Smoking in theaters. One could actually go and see, you know, what was that moment? I mean, like, why did it happen?
No, there's a lot of factors. The things like, I think everything is cyclical in nature. There's a time period that when we came in and we wanted to make movies, cinema was also going through sea change. The studios were coming in, and studios had no access to big stars. Studios, the only way they could find to get into the play was work with filmmakers who were coming in. That's when we got the opportunities to make films. And all of us came forth with our own stories, from our own language, from our own, where we came from the cinema we came from literature we came from, or the culture we came from. And we made these films. And then again, the studios found enough money, and the only way they could get to the big stars was with money. So they started escalating the costs of the film. The film costs escalated, then the promotion cost escalated. Now that was something that was not feasible for filmmakers like us. And we started becoming more independent, and we started working with, like, if you really look at my filmography, most of my films are the first films of the new studio. So every studio that would come in, like their first films, probably I would work with them. And then they would move on to the bigger star films.
Right.
That is what was happening.
Around that time.
Around that time. And a lot of interesting filmmakers and people came in. And even though the films were banned or blocked by censors, there was a level playing field. Like, you know, I could challenge their decision. There was various stages in CBFC. I could challenge them, and I didn't have a problem, because there's this whole thing, everybody wants to release their film as a universal film. I didn't have a problem with an adult film. I said, my content is adult. Adult doesn't mean that it only has to do with sex or, you know, religion or violence. Adult, my definition of adult is somebody who can think for themselves and are more discerning. So I didn't have a problem making films for adult. Most of my films were adult films. And that's why I could fight the censors. I could go to the court. I could go to FCAT. Now that level playing field was there. It went on till, say, around Mukkavaz and Udta Punjab, the case in point, where we literally went up to the Mumbai High Court and got the clearance from there. But now it's not there. Now
you just get ghosted as a filmmaker. So for me, if my film is there and I need to fight for my film to come out, I need to have in writing the objections. But if I don't get any objection in writing, so you're totally ghosted.
Okay.
You don't know where to go. You don't know what to do. And plus what happens is sometimes, like a filmmaker like me will still go out and try and fight, but there are many other filmmakers who really are maybe the first timers or desperate, produced by a studio wants the U certificate. To get the U certificate, the moment you ask for a U certificate, then the CBFC can make any demands. Then they can ask you to cut out anything.
Right.
And that's when they get pressurized they get caught between what they want to create and put out versus the studio's expectation versus the money put on the film. The amount of money put on the film is what needs to be recovered. So that becomes the biggest pressure. And that's where they give it. And otherwise, they get totally ghosted.
When that happened, did it occur to you that maybe we can try making films in other languages where we'll not face this problem?
No, it happened in the sense in the beginning when we did Sacred Games or Love Stories, when Netflix came in, we thought, this was an opportunity. And it seemed like an opportunity. We made some very good, we created some very good work with them. And then slowly, roughly around the times of COVID, everything turned around again. Now what they're doing is worse than television. So the thing is, now you go in there and they want to dumb you down because at the end of the day, all these companies, whether it's Netflix or Amazon or Apple or anyone who's coming in, they're coming to India because data is the new oil. Subscription is what they're looking for.
Right.
And it's a 1.4 billion population. They want to maximize their subscription. They want to reach out to everyone. And they don't want to offend anyone. They are not trying to create any art or they're not trying to create any cinema. They're creating content. They're creating content to feed to everybody. The man on the street. They're very happy with the people who are watching their shows on a cell phone.
When did you get your first acting offer in Southern cinema?
Well, how I got into acting is a very different story. I used to do a lot of theatre. And I had done movies very early in my career and I realized I was not made for cinema because I did not understand the medium. I was terrible on screen. I'd never seen a worse actor on screen and I saw myself the first time. So I focused entirely on films and over a period of time you understand the medium, you're making movies. And I also learned from being a bad actor on screen how not to direct actors, how to extract best performances from them, which I started doing that. And people who saw me in theatre, I quit theatre in 2006, they've been wanting to cast me for the longest time. And then what happened was Bombay Velvet. And Bombay Velvet lost a lot of money. And I owed a lot of money to the studio that I did not have. And that studio was producing another film called Akira with Murugadoss. They say the money that you owe to the studio will write it off if you agree to act. That was the easiest transaction I've had in my life. So I agreed to act and that debt was written off in exchange of my acting. So I was the highest paid unpaid debut actor. So, but I did Akira and Akira, one thing led to the other. Doing Akira, I got a rib fracture, a small rib fracture, so I was immobile for some time. And Murugadoss's assistant was making Imaika Nodigal. And he said that just 25 days of shooting, you're sitting at home, I might as well do it. So I did Imaika Nodigal. And then after that, that also kind of went through the roof. And after that, I said no. After that, I really said no because every other day, some South film would come to me. So I could say no for 2-3 years because I had enough things going on. And then again, it started post-Kennedy. I was in the post-production of Kennedy. And it was Vijay Sethupathi who was I was constantly meeting him at my neighbors. My neighbor was K.U. Mohanan. And Vijay was doing Merry Christmas. So I would regularly meet Vijay there, and he came and told me this amazing story, and I said, very good story. And he said, they've been trying to reach out to you for this role. And I was obviously didn't want, I said no first, and then he helped me with something. He has a thank you card in Kennedy. He helped me find something in my movie. And then I couldn't say no to him. And then again it was like, listen, I have to get my daughter married next year, and I don't think I can afford it. So we just said, we'll help you.
And Maharaja happened.
And Maharaja happened.
Oh God. These are wild stories. But Anurag, when there was a time when at least a certain cinephile community in the South used to look at Bollywood with awe, that, oh my God, look at them, they're making Dev D, and look at the way using the camera, the way they're using this, the way using... Almost every month, there used to be a couple of films that were breaking some kind of... Dibakar came on, like Vikram Motwane, so there's just one, rule breaker after another. I still remember watching Udaan in a packed audience, like the second weekend, it was in Chennai. And it's like, you'd think that Chennai is, whatever. And that was the thing, and with subtitles. When did the narrative change that suddenly South became the aspirational cinema for the rest of the country?
It's always the money.
It's always the money.
It's always the money.
It's not the quality.
It's never nothing. See, it's like when Sairat, Marathi film, Nagraj Manjule did Sairat, and Sairat did 100 crores. And I remember I was sitting and talking to Nagraj. I loved Sairat. I said, this is the end of Marathi cinema. Because you know what happens? The goalpost changes. People make films, and some films go on to do massive business. So for example, nobody believed in Rang De Basanti. People who produced it didn't believe in it. They sold the entire film. Film became a success, somebody else made money. But films were made out of passion, and money came through the film, and everybody always worked backwards. Films were not bloated, budgets were not bloated, nothing was wrong. Then what happens is, one film by chance comes out and goes on and does some crazy business that does not make any mathematical sense to anybody who's a trade expert, right? And what happens is everybody starts to see it as a possibility. So they make their own permutation combinations. They make their own reasons for why Bahubali came and did this, why KGF became a success. I remember KGF, after being made, had come to me. It went to somebody else to put it out in Hindi. I was not a distributor. It went to someone else, and till it found home. But when it did big success, people didn't understand why it was a big success, but they started to emulate it. And then pan-India, for me, I always say when people say pan-India, 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 pan-India is, for me, is a massive scam. Like pan-India is a term. A film is a pan-India after it performs pan-India. How can the film be pan-India before it is even made?
No, I think the goal is to make a pan-Indian success.
The goal is to make a pan-India success. What happens is, when they say pan-India, the film goes into production for 3 to 4 years. 3 to 4 years, a lot of people are surviving on that film. So a lot of people involved with that film, their lifestyle also depends on that film. So all the money doesn't go into the film. All the money doesn't go into the film. And the money that it goes into is not, the story is same, the actors are same. It goes into these massive, unreal sets that does not make sense. And 1% of it works. That 1% of it again starts the whole cycle of pan-India, pan-India, pan-India. So it is not like that. The problem is some films have become successful that nobody expected, like Stree became a success with no expectation. From Stree, it became a massive success. That started horror comedy universe. Any film that comes out and becomes, Uri became a success, everybody started doing nationalistic films. Post Bahubali, everybody wanted to do these big ass movies with Prabhas or somebody else. Yeah. KGF became a success, everybody wants to emulate that.
Yeah.
And that's where the decline begins. There's a decline in storytelling. You're trying to appeal to everyone. people give themselves logic like today's audience doesn't have attention span, so there has to be one item every 2 minutes. No, you can't write a film like that.
Yeah.
You cannot write a film like that. So what happens is, for me, I'm a filmmaker at heart. So I'm right now, yeah, because I can't find it in Hindi, I'm searching. Maybe I'll find it in Tamil, maybe I'll find it in Karnataka, maybe I'll find it in Kerala. Somewhere somebody will understand the kind of films. I don't have a problem working backwards. I don't have a problem working on controlled costs. I don't have a problem working like that. But what is going on doesn't seem like films to me. And they're not rooted. The advantage with South films always is because, see, Hindi to India has become like English to the rest of the world, right? They think a movie in English has a bigger market. Similarly, they expected Hindi means whole India has a market, which is not true. Hindi releases are very, except the big star cast films, they don't much, my films have not released much in Kerala or Tamil Nadu or Andhra, barring Hyderabad or barring Chennai, right? So it's not like that. The regional language, the advantage with regional language is they know they're catering. Tamil film is catering to people who speak and understand Tamil and who understand the culture. So the filmmakers, a person who spent his entire life in a village can also come and tell his story and be a filmmaker. And that's a lot of that is happening in regional languages. So stories are extremely rooted. Sometimes they come out and become a surprise. It's a recent phenomenon that Tamil is also started trying to compete with Telugu pan-India films. Because suddenly Tamil songs are in English. So I'm like, why? Who in Tamil cinema suddenly, they're all like some foreign rock band, everybody's singing in English, I'm coming for you, I'm gunning for you. I'm saying, this is not Tamil song. Tamil songs used to be like what we used to borrow in Hindi.
Yeah.
From Raja, from everybody, we used to borrow in Hindi. But now Tamil songs are like, don't make sense to me. And the thing is, it all becomes a formula because everybody's chasing that elusive 800 crore, 900 crore, 1000 crores. The figures keep going up. But there's one film that has crossed 1000 crores, one film that has made 900 crores. In last 5 years, there must be like 4 to 5 films. That's it.
Yeah.
But we're making 1000 films a year.
Yeah. And I think we are also very quick to form narratives because I remember the year KGF 2 and Kantara broke out that big. I got so many calls asking for my quote on what do you think about Kannada cinema becoming the new national cinema and all that. I said, there are 2 films, like just wait and see what happens. And as expected, the wave died down. And since then, there's been no real break. There have been good movies, no doubt, but there hasn't been that breakout hit.
Yeah.
You know, like, so every industry, I think, is going through this.
Every industry is going through it. See, because you cannot. I don't think Rishabh Shetty made Kantara and he knew what it would do.
Yeah.
It did what it did. And that took him also by surprise. That also took him by surprise. That's exactly what happens with a genuine blockbuster.
Right.
It takes you by surprise. You did not expect it to become this big.
Right.
Because had anyone expected, if anyone had the formula that I'll make this film that big, then everyone would follow that formula.
But Rajamouli went into RRR knowing that he wanted to make this big film because he made Bahubali, he made an even more successful Bahubali 2. He knew that he's got to up the game even more. And he succeeded. How do you explain that?
See, Rajamouli, there's a whole audience of Rajamouli that has been being built up since IGA internationally. It is the same phenomena as Bong Joon-ho. Bong Joon-ho broke it big with Parasite. But his best film was still Memories of Murder.
Memories of, yeah.
So RRR was meant to break. See, Bahubali, because the duration and length could not become a breakout film. But yes, every cinephile across the world has seen it. RRR, lengthwise, duration-wise, plus the song and the action sequence was bound to become that big breakout film for Rajamouli. It does not mean that RRR is superior to Bahubali.
I didn't imply that.
Yeah, but RRR was bound to be, and I said it, I think, much before RRR released, that RRR will be that film that will break out from India. because it was building up. I know that because I traveled to festivals. I've had filmmakers requesting me from Belgium, from Switzerland, from across, wanting to know more about Rajamouli. I had two filmmakers like who made Blood for Dracula and one more. They came down to Bombay. I took permission, so I called up Rajamouli and said, they want to visit your set of RRR. He invited them. They spent 1 week on the sets of RRR. So Rajamouli's followers and cult was building up since Iga, because for me, I see it as which is the film that introduced the world to him. It was Iga. Iga was the film that introduced Rajamouli to the rest of the filmmaking world.
Right.
So he became first big in filmmaking world. Then with Bahubali, it became larger in the cinephilia. And then it reached out to the audience more than cinephiles and the filmmaking world with RRR.
Right. So now when you look, if you were to define like one characteristic of each of the 4 southern industries, what would you say they are?
That I have not really thought so much about. Because I feel that, I don't know, I can find, there's a new Malayalam cinema that I find parallels with Korean cinema. Like how Korean cinema was evolving in the late 90s and early 2000s is how Malayalam cinema is right now. They are doing things that they're taking up ideas that are not really rooted and making them rooted. They're making films which are not their culture, but somehow fostering culture into it or finding culture into it and making it rooted. This is what Malayalam cinema is doing.
Can you give an example?
Lots of films, like the film that I was in, Rifle Club. Rifle Club.
Rifle Club, yeah.
So I'm saying when I did a Rifle Club, I saw everything from the most dangerous game, the early silent movie.
Bunal.
Yeah, the early silent movie to Bukarao, to say, I don't know. There was a glimpse of all these films. All these films which were very influential films.
No, not Bunal, somebody else. Okay, right. Yeah,
no,
yeah,
there are lots of films.
Yeah.
Even Hunger Games was the same.
Yeah.
So it's kind of became like, parts of it was in Rifle Club. Most of the Amal Neerath films are influenced by Godfather.
Yeah.
Various takes of it. They did one film, I forget the name, which was very heavily influenced by that Dustin Hoffman film where the whole village, drunk village attacks them. I don't know. Straw Dogs.
Straw Dogs, yeah.
There was a Malayalam film I saw which was kind of inspired from Straw Dogs.
Fasil one.
But it was very rooted.
Yeah.
It was extremely rooted. So the influence is very far off cinema that they've seen from across the world. The cinephilia in Kerala is very high. Like, there are genuinely, literally, 2 brothers called Lenin and Godard.
Yeah.
One of them is a filmmaker. So I'm saying the cinephilia is very high there, and they're trying to find those stories within their subculture. Whereas Tamil, they're mostly seeing the blockbuster cult films, which is today's Tamil mainstream cinema. They're just borrowing from there. They're just dotting the big directors' blockbuster cult films. They're not watching movies that are probably made in languages they're not familiar with, or has not played big at a festival, or has not been Oscar nominated. Telugu is creating its own world of mythology. They're expanding on, and sometimes not even expanding on, they're just borrowing, rehashing, repeating their own mythological world. They're borrowing from there, barring 1 or 2 things from here and there. Kannada cinema I haven't seen so much.
Right.
Yeah, Kannada cinema I haven't seen so much. The last very, very good Kannada film that I saw was Rama Rama Re. And this Natesh Hegde's films that I saw, which are art house, Shivamma, mostly in the festival.
Tiger Pond.
Tiger's Pond, Pedro.
Yeah.
And I have not seen a lot of Kannada cinema now. Earlier I had seen Upendra's films.
Yeah.
A and Om.
Om and yeah. So we have to wrap up and give some time for questions. So any questions from the audience?
Good evening to all. Myself Vijay speaking. I have one question to both of you.
Sir, you have told me, you have told that during the sessions, Kannada film industry, only two films are worked out very well. One is KGF, another one is Kantara. When we look at forward, now the movies came down and the popularity also came down in Kannada. I do agree with your point that Kannada movie popularity came down apart from these two films, but what about the Bollywoods? Bollywood's popularity is also came down because Kannada film industry is such a small film industry.
Right.
Bollywood is a very big film industry. So my question is to both of you, Anuragji, it's a wonderful sessions and it's pleasure talking with you. The questions to both of you is that I would like to ask the director and producer of the Bollywood too much dependent on the Khans and group of Khans. The Bollywood is facing this issue because of dependent on too much of on the Khans, whoever it may be the Khans not introducing the new film actor and actress. This is one of the reason. Or second is Bollywood concepts are not working. Maybe sex and doka and something like that. Concepts when we look at the 70s, 80s film, 1890 films, more of romantics, love and morals and values. Nowadays morals and values is gone out of things in the Bollywood. So now the audience taste has been changed. A lot of different concepts, movies are coming from South India. So my question is that why Bollywood came down, forget about the Kannada film industry, because too much dependent on the Khans, not introducing the giving chance to new hero and heroines, or the concepts of the Bollywood is not working. I would like to hear from both of you. Thank you so much.
I think Hindi film industry is very confused. There is nothing in the sense, even if you say there's dependency on Khans or anything, if that dependency was clean and absolute, then it would be working. I don't think there's anything original they're doing, and they don't know what to do right now. So they're still figuring their path out. And I think when you hit rock bottom is only when you start to evolve. So Bollywood is towards a downward phase and it will evolve. It's right now going totally down.
Yeah.
Mr. Kashyap, you actually made a very interesting observation that, the blockbusters are not made. Films are made, then they become blockbusters. Was Gangs of Wasseypur was also in that same league?
No, Gangs of Wasseypur, we did not know what. We had no budget to make the film. We literally made it like an independent film. And it is not really a box office blockbuster when it came out. It has become what it has become over 13, 14 years. So unlike what happens in some countries in Europe, that a film is given that much chance that it becomes, it makes money over a period of time, the creators and everybody also sees the revenue of it. But it's not the same case in India. So India, there are no royalties that goes to the writers, no revenue. So Gangs of Wasseypur is a kind of, I call it a mythological blockbuster. In the sense, it's a blockbuster in perception. Everybody has seen it, but mostly they've seen it online, or mostly they've seen it much later. But no, when it released, it wasn't a blockbuster.
Hello. We have seen a lot of usage of VFX in films, and recently I think usage of AI has also come in, and we've seen the trend of Ghiblification happening as a trend. Do you view that with some sort of sadness and anger as a authentic or a natural filmmaker, or do you feel this is going to democratize filmmaking in general?
See, I can only give you my personal opinion, what I personally feel towards everything. The reason we did VFX was because there's some things were physically not possible for we as filmmakers to do. So we started doing visual effects. Like somebody had to jump on a running train. So we did visual effects. Or we did some effects of like, climbing down, not letting the audience feel that train was static at that moment, all those things. So visual effects that's why visual effects started off, and then it went to the next level when people wanted to create a spaceship or an aliens, things that were not physically possible. So they did a mixture of visual effects and prosthetics and design. Now the thing is, visual effects has taken on its own world now. Now people do visual effects even when not needed. They don't do visual effects because they want to achieve something. With visual effects, they think what all can be done more. And that is what is, and I'm increasingly also, because AI is being used. It's not like it's not being used. And the discerning use of AI, you can't stop. But the problem is right now, somebody's just made an entire film on AI. Right? Nobody's seen it. It's being talked about right now. So where it goes, what it takes, what happens is like this Disney movie, Wall-E, there's a whole futuristic world where people are just lazy sitting and everything is getting done for them. That world is very scary for me. I like to physically write my scripts and I like to physically make my movies. I like the process of filmmaking. AI is almost like you're sitting there and somebody gets your job done. And you learn nothing from it. And there's no growth, no personal growth, no emotional growth. And AI to me is a tool. And everything is a tool. So for me, I'm constantly looking for my own personal emotional growth. And whatever gives me that, I will lean towards that. Industry leans more towards profit, and there's nothing wrong with it. So they're doing what they want to do, and I'm doing what I want to do.
We have time for one more question.
Sir, greetings, sir. My question is about which you said the OTTs are not buying or demanding the actual films which they had first when they came to India or when they started. My question is that our generation or even every generation, we strive for OTT because we couldn't find that out of commercial films, the art films or emotional or grassrooted films in the common theatres or much more prevalent in the town B or C categories. That's why we preferred OTT and we still love it. But why they had changed the like conceiving the art films or different films, and why are they again going for the commercial films which the theatres are again where it is prevalent in the theatres? Am I clear, sir?
No, they are looking for their subscriptions and profits.
Yeah, my question is that there is a demand for the subscription of the non-conventional art films. Why they are not recruiting now?
No, but see, they have the algorithm they follow. So if this is an argument I go and give them, they'll say our algorithm tells us otherwise. So the thing is, you can't argue with that. If you look at it, I've just seen that over 30 years in this industry, everybody, when they came in, they were disruptors. I was a disruptor. Netflix was a disruptor. All studios were disruptors. The only way you could draw attention was by disrupting the system. Do something. And slowly when they get into the system, they become the system. And they start becoming caterers. And that's the cyclical nature of things. You can't really, everything else is wishful thinking. I feel like if you want to do something, go out and do it yourself. I'm having a lot of problems with the way things are, and I feel frustrated many times. I sound like I'm whining, I'm complaining, everything. But at the same time, I'm trying to figure out my own way of wanting to do things a certain way. And there are consequences and the price you pay. And you have to take it. It is not going to come without consequences. So if I want to make indie films, if I want to make films like that, I will have to find money. I'll have to figure out how to put it out there. And there are consequences. I'm sitting on 4 movies. So there are consequences and there are price to pay if you really want to go out and do those things. We can't sit here and expect somebody else to do it for us.
Right. I'm sorry, one last question, please. Recently, there was a controversy after your comments on the biopic Phule. What are your thoughts on it? And do you think that it has become more and more challenging to do biopics on historic figures, even if there is not much of creative liberty there?
No, I think, forget movies. It's much more challenging to write biographies in this country. I know about how many biographies and autobiographies that have been pulled back after publication. Because, if you're 100% honest in your biography and autobiography, somebody or the other who's alive will take offense and get upset. And the thing is, until you're self-published, no production house, no publication house is going to take the chance of being taken to court. So it is, we are living in times of great offense. Everybody gets offended very often.
Right.
So you have to walk very carefully.
And I think you got your you got your applause. So on that note, thank you so much, Anurag. Always a pleasure talking to you, and thank you so much, audience. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anurag Kashyap. Thank you so much, Bharadwaj Rangan. You knew that there will be honest, opinionated conversations, and that is exactly what we got over the course of the last 45 minutes or so. Thank you. Thanks. Right then, it's an interesting title for the next session. The first half says, let's talk work. Not that we haven't been talking work for a while, but it's just officially something that we will be doing over the next half an hour, just maybe more than that. Let's talk work, the future of the workplace. That is the subject that will be up for discussion, and it is a session that has been sponsored by TAFE, which is the Tractors and Farm Equipment Limited. It's an Indian tractor major, established in 1960, and TAFE is headquartered in Chennai. Over the past decades, it has grown to become one of the largest tractor manufacturers in the world, and the second largest by volume, selling over 180,000 tractors annually. Once the stage is set, maybe we can take a look at the AV. Once the stage is set and people move out of the stage, we can play the AV of TAFE. Just wait for the people to move out from the stage, please. All right, if you're okay. Yeah, can we have a look at the AV, please?
Innovation is our lifeblood. It drives us, manifesting in everything we do. We are TAFE. We are one of India's largest and most trusted tractor manufacturers. We are global leaders in farm equipment. With 65 years of pioneering efforts and presence in over 80 countries, we understand the unique needs of our farming communities, understanding terrains, crops, and cultures. Through deep research and advanced technology, we empower farmers worldwide, cultivating the world for a brighter and more prosperous future. TAFE, cultivating the world.
Thank you so much, TAFE, for sponsoring this particular session. Let's talk work, the future of the workplace. As I said, the session being sponsored by TAFE. May I have the privilege of inviting Ms. Suparna Mitra first up on stage. Ms. Suparna Mitra, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO of Watches and Wearables Division of Titan Company Limited, electrical engineer from Jadavpur University and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. 3 decades of business experience in the board of governors at IIM Kozhikode and an independent director of Swiggy Limited. That's Ms. Suparna Mitra for you. Lovely. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Next up, may I kindly request Mr. K. Ganesh to please come forward and join us, a serial entrepreneur and a partner at growthstory.in and promoter and founder director of Big Basket, Portia Medical, Bluestone and Home Lane. Ganesh has served as an independent director on the board of the Aditya Birla Idea Payments Bank Limited. He has been actively involved in guiding these companies in areas of strategy, fundraising, technology, scaling, and governance. Put your hands together. Next up for Mr. Hemant Malik, who's the Executive Director at ITC Limited and Divisional Chief Executive, ITC Foods. Appointed the whole-time director on the board of ITC Limited effective August 2023. He joined ITC way back in time in 1989, post his time at IIM Calcutta, and has been instrumental in developing some iconic brands with the ICC, like the Ashirwad. Lovely. Thank you so much, Mr. Malik, for your presence here. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the MD and Group CEO of BPL Medical Technologies, Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, the medtech platform of the private equity firm Claypond Capital. The former managing director of Wipro GE Healthcare and Roche Diagnostics India, is a physician from the Madras Medical College with an MHA from Cornell University. Thank you so much, Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, for your presence. And to moderate the session over the next 40 minutes, we've got Mr. LV Navneet, who's a familiar face, of course, the CEO of the Hindu Group. Over to you, Navneet.
Thank you. Elrigu namaskara and welcome to this session on the future of work and workplace. On this panel, I have the privilege of engaging with 4 leaders from different industries and varied experiences. We will try and unpack this discussion over the next 40 minutes and explore the future of work and workplace from 4 different angles. And those angles are, what are the factors influencing the future of work in the workplace, the trends that are shaping the future, organizational priorities and reorientation required in the face of shifts, and finally, what are the qualities required and organizational interventions required to embrace the future of work with confidence and build an effective workplace. So let's begin with some of the key factors that are influencing the future of work. Future of work in the workplace. I'll start with you, Mr. Ganesh. What are your thoughts on how technology will impact the future of work in the workplace?
Okay, that's a very, in today's world of AI and generative AI, and we heard Anurag Kashyap talk about it in the context of filmmaking. It's a very evolving situation, as it is with various other things happening these days. So I think we saw a lot of automation coming in the early days, technology coming in, internet coming in, machine learning, artificial intelligence coming in. All of that changed, made certain jobs redundant, made certain jobs easy, including right from Excel spreadsheet at one level to internet to e-commerce. But what has suddenly transformed in the last 2-3 years is this entire generative AI, and now of late is the autonomous agent or agentic AI. So these 2 things are fundamentally defining the workflows in organization, therefore the way organizations work, and therefore the way people relate to it. Just take 2 examples. AI and automation was fine because it was, you define the rules, you use data, you use algorithms to do certain jobs, it helps people. Generative AI or large language models took it to a different level of creating content, creating data sets, creating stuff that did not exist. Now that was transformative. Whether it is in filmmaking that we talked about in the previous session, or content creation, or in your own media industry, trying to create articles, all of that because creation became possible. It also became possible to write codes. Even today, 60% of the code in the world is written by generative AI. That was fine. I thought we had seen the end of it. We were trying to come to grapple with it. Then suddenly came this agentic AI, autonomous AI agents, where you no longer require a human intervention. No longer you require prompting. No longer it's about prompt engineering. Here, talking about autonomous agent, having a goal, taking decisions on their own, doing some tasks, executing tasks on their own without human prompt, and then looking at the result, using the feedback, doing further tasks. So almost entirely without human intervention doing it. I think we have reached a level of autonomous working, which is going to reshape, redefine workflows and the nature of workforce.
Thank you, and we will come back to AIML later. Moving on, Ms. Suparna Mitra, we were speaking about the COVID deja vu when we met earlier. How are employee expectations from work, meaning of work, definition of work culture, influencing the way we may work in the future?
I think this is something that, again, is, in the cusp of a very big change. So when you're saying the future of work, there are there is an organization, which is a business, a commercial organization, which needs to, generate revenue, make profits, and then there are people. And the expectations of the organization and the expectations of the people, if they are perfectly aligned, we are in a very paradise kind of state, but the conflict happens when they're not aligned. When we talk of people, there was, maybe till the 80s and even the 90s, people would join a company, and we were just talking about it, Hemant has joined and has worked in the same company from 1989. I think today's, and we talk about millennials and Gen Zs, but roughly speaking, we're talking about human beings, right? So people who are entering the workforce and they're in the early 20s, they're not expecting to stay in the same company. Frankly, they're not even expecting to stay in the same industry because they cannot, because, outside forces will make them pivot to newer and newer areas. And if they don't, they will actually get, marginalized. So the organization is on a certain path and it needs to get work out of people, but the work is also being done increasingly by non-humans, which is machines, but then machines have to be, in a way, put together as well as managed by humans. And then there are humans who are working, and overall humans need to, kind of be inspired, feel motivated, have a certain balance of life, because human life is not just about work. There are many other aspects of life, including personal life, including health, including financial health. If I go back to myself and worked for 30 plus years, my key needs were, number one was financial, and that's like in the Maslow's system of hierarchy. Obviously you're working for roti, kapda and makan, that, at the base level. But then you're also working for affiliation. I think a lot of it, that's what happened when we saw people during COVID start working from home, and then, it becomes, you lose touch with other humans and the common purpose. So the community part of working in an organization is a very big factor. Then there is the higher purpose of your passion, your purpose. It could be something that you're terribly interested in. You want to do something which is very memorable, at least for yourself, if not others. And final level in that is, are you making a difference to humanity, to the world? It would obviously differ a lot. But if organizations manage to keep these needs at various levels balanced with what the organization wants to get out of the human and what the human being wants to get from the organization, I think that is the big, that's the trick of the whole thing.
That's the challenge, to get that
Absolutely.
right. And I think there's a lot more pressure today on the workplace. There's a lovely conversation between Simon Sinek and Trevor Noah on how the lack of connections that community used to solve for, employees seek that from the workplace, and the workplace is not prepared to give it to them, right? So we spoke about employees. Mr. Malik, the question to you is, how are customer expectations reshaping the workplace?
Thank you. I think all of us do work and business from the customer perspective. And a lot of time you thought that one of the key expectations from any customer would be, can you make it cheaper, better, or faster? I think that customer itself is evolving significantly. Today, there is a lot of demand in terms of what have you done for me? So there is this personalization aspect that is coming in. There is this demand in terms of are your practices sustainable, right? And I think that's another shift that is taking place. There is a need that, can I trust you? Are you being transparent? Are you giving me new experiences? So we are saying, and a lot of time, you feel that, one of the jobs is to understand customer expectation and actually build your solutions based upon that. But customer expectation also change based upon their own experience. Who thought that 10-minute delivery was so important to me till it started? And then it suddenly sets up a new benchmark for everybody. And I think therefore in terms of how you are able to respond to these variety of needs that are taking place from customer, and finally customer is going to push us either in terms of, Gen AI or agentic AI, because that's where the push comes from the customer, because you're competing in the marketplace and you have to try to make sure that your solutions can be superior and better from the others.
Thank you. So technology is changing. It has its impact. Employee expectations are changing. We often don't get that right. Customers are evolving, and in many markets, customers are ahead of companies. Customer innovation is ahead of company innovation in many industries, in many countries. But we all have businesses to run. So my question to you, Dr. Shravan, is the way we run our business also depends on what our corporate values are, what our ethics are, what our systems are. How are these evolving within corporations, and how can these values help companies navigate change?
Thanks, Navneet. Great question, and I'm so honored to be in great company of leaders of organizations that really embody these values, something that I take inspiration from. I strongly believe that how we sell matters as much, if not more, than how much we sell. And you can't open a page of the business line this week or any week without reading about some corporate scandal that's unfolding. But this is not new, right? You take from immediate post-independence, the Mundra scandal, Harshad Mehta, Satyam, but you seem to be reading a lot more of late. And I actually celebrate that, because I think that's a sign of transparency. I think that's a sign that people are taking it seriously. I'm an independent board director in a listed company. I don't take that job lightly at all. My job doesn't end with joining the board and selecting a management team or celebrating a good quarter. If something is too good to be true, it probably is. And we need to figure out what went wrong and why. And to me, I think transparency is our best tool. And transparency breeds accountability in management systems. I'm also inspired by a quote from the founders of Mindtree. They have this 95-95-95 philosophy, whereby 95% of the organization must have 95% access to information 95% of the time. And when everybody from top to bottom in the organization believes in that philosophy, then I think the organization is better for it. Any potential scandals will be known ahead of time. And of course, given that all of you have mentioned it, AI is going to play a role in uncovering potential scandals as well.
That's a shift from 9 to 5 to 95.
Absolutely.
So we'll now move on to some factors that are influencing the future of the workplace. We explored that, and let's move on to some trends. Mr. Ganesh, your thoughts on, and you have a vantage point of seeing businesses, you have seen various business models, you follow businesses, you're an entrepreneur. What are your thoughts on how new business models will shape the future of work?
Yeah, so I think for decades, I would say a century, we have had the traditional, what we call as the pipeline business model, okay, right? Which is where the value, pipeline means like a pipeline, the value flows linearly. You set up a manufacturing plant, you get supplies, you get working capital, and you make the product, and you deliver it, have dealers, distributors, and then a retailer and a consumer, traditional ITC method or Titan method that is there. Now, what we have seen is fundamental change in business model that is changing, the way work is being done, the way workers are relating to it. One is from the pipeline to a platform business model, where, standard thing, Uber does not own any cars, Airbnb doesn't own hotels, but they are the largest and all that. So you have platform where suddenly there is no linear value chain. You have one supply side and you have a consumer side, and the platform stands in between trying to connect both. It doesn't own the asset. Now suddenly you're talking about a different model. What it makes is the skill set required to run this model is very different. The metrics that runs this model. Earlier model were based on economies of scale. Okay. Now you're talking about network effects. You're talking about liquidity, how to kickstart the platform, how to start moving the flywheel. So that is one substantial, significant difference that is there, that's shaping that. The other one I think that was alluded to earlier is disruption, like, for example, quick commerce. Nobody ever thought you needed anything in 10 minutes. And Big Basket is now 13 years old, okay, right? We were the leaders in e-grocery. We still are the leaders in e-grocery. Never realized quick commerce will actually come in. I thought it's a fad. Who needs dhania or who needs something in 10 minutes? For a long time, okay, we sniggered at it because it just didn't make sense. And this is very lovely put by Anurag Kashyap, saying that when you have to be a disruptor when you come in. After you come in, you will get disrupted. Today, Big Basket, it's not. Tata's own two-thirds and control the board, but the fact is that they are the fourth in the quick commerce space, even though still number one in e-grocery. So, quick commerce, now that is a fundamental change. What has changed? It has changed the brands, the way FMCG relates. Earlier, for 100 years, the channels like the distributor, wholesaler, retailer was the key. The brands used to go after them. Today, they are not the key. The power is shifting. And you hear about Kirana stores getting closed, because if you can get within less than 10 minutes, it's better than faster than you can running to a Kirana store and coming back to your home. It's faster than that you can get that. So what has suddenly happened? The role of a distributor, wholesaler, retailer, all of that has completely changed. Okay, high street, retailer has changed. And we have seen this. I mean, I'm sure in Carrot Lane, or for that matter, Bluestone, which is one of my companies, we see this direct-to-consumer model playing out. So all of these are fundamentally changing the way we work.
So, disintermediation.
Yeah, disintermediation and lack of channels, and just the new way consumer is.
And you're absolutely right about quick commerce. While we are seated there listening to Mr. Kashyap, I overheard Titan and ITC exchanging notes on quick commerce.
No, it's phenomenal. It's caught us, everybody, by surprise. Yeah.
Suparna Mitra, moving on to you. I know we have been speaking about AI and automation, but a specific question on that. Your take on the role of AI and automation, and how are you looking at AI and automation from the vantage point of your own business?
So this is a little bit of a personal viewpoint, but I do see it in the organization. I think for a lot of people, AI is ChatGPT. And I'm not saying that's not important. I mean, it can solve for many things. But the biggest area in which AI and automation can and should play a role is in manufacturing and production and supply chain. And that is a little bit behind the curtain. Consumers don't see it. Average people don't know how that works. So they're not totally woke. But for me as a business leader, I see that the biggest is actually not what is visible to the customer. It may be visible, but there is so much sitting in, merchandise planning, supply chain, production planning. We are using a lot of, AI and also in the production line. Like normally in our factories, people assemble watches, and then there is a place where there is a quality inspection. And we used to typically have like 5 people who are sitting and they're, looking. Everything is now through visual management system, and AI just throws up the exceptions because it's all visually mapped and there is a camera. It's so simple. And then that data actually tells us which line has a problem, which line doesn't. So I feel that the quote-unquote unsexy stuff is where the big value lies in terms of AI and automation.
Thanks. Dr. Shravan, how do you see the gig economy shaping the future? Do you see that growing? What percentage of conventional organizations like us, what percentage of gig economy would be looked to hire or be forced to hire? Your thoughts on how that's going to change?
I'll speak about that, but if I could just extend a point on the previous question to what Suparna was saying. A lot of my colleagues in the medical community think that they are immune from AI, but it's very far from that. We're already seeing AI enter the realm of radiology and pathology, and even in assisting surgery. So nobody is immune from it, so we'd better embrace it. On the gig economy, again, this is something that has been around forever, right? Whether it's temporary workers on construction sites or in kitchens or even in the C-suite, you've had fractional leadership roles. It's been around forever. But I think Uber made it cool. Uber also introduced technology to make it more accessible. And closer to home, of course, you have the Swiggies and the Zomatos. And now technology has been a phenomenal enabler, and it's been great at mapping demand to supply, labor demand to supply. And it makes things very efficient. So if you do have people who are available, they get very quickly mapped onto resources that are required. And that is a great thing to move the economy forward, to create jobs, to create opportunities. But it also comes with risks, right? Before I come to the risks, one major opportunity area I see is for part-time work, is for women getting back into the workforce. They might have taken a break, and this is a great way to get back into the workforce. And like I said, it could happen across the spectrum, across any category of work, using technology to find open positions. The flip side to the gig economy is that it doesn't necessarily breed any loyalty, any longevity with an organization. People come and go. And it also doesn't necessarily protect the workers as much as a full-time job might do. So I think there is a little bit of a balance that we must have with the gig economy.
The counter-argument to that is loyal to the work, loyal to the boss are values people of our age group believe in. Younger people believe in what value it brings to them, what meaning they find. Those are things we'll have to grapple with.
Exactly.
Mr. Malik, your thoughts on, we all know COVID has changed lives permanently. All of us struggle to manage remote work, office work. Each of us has a different approach to that. What are your thoughts on hybrid work and how would that evolve in the future?
Yeah. But before that, I need to respond on us traditional businesses, right?
You're not letting that go, right?
No, I'm not, right? Because yes, there are new platforms that will come in, but people still need to eat the food, right? And we still need to make sure
and smoke the cigarette.
Yeah, of course, all whatever people want to do. And I think from that perspective, yes, but disruption is taking place. There are a large number of D2C brands that have come in. They have been able to explore consumer needs, which some of these legacy organizations may not have. But I think that's where, how quickly can you rebound and before you can get disrupted. So I think that's the challenge that is there in front of all of us. Coming to your question on hybrid, I'm a golfer and we've been using hybrid clubs for many years, which is something that is supposed to do the best of the irons and the woods. And then when you start thinking about hybrid, you look at cricket analogy and you have the all-rounders, right? All-rounder is somebody who can bat well and ball well, and IPL wants many more all-rounders today. Coming to work perspective, I think we have been living in hybrid since the time BlackBerry came. Because work has never stopped. It's never been that you work from 9 to 5 and then go back and do something else, right? Because once you have your emails on your hand, you've been kind of doing work in the office, and then you come back home and you start continuing to do that. But I think the definition became much more clearer after COVID came in. Having said that, there will be some jobs which which may not become work from home, right? We have a large number of people on our factories and shop floor, and it's difficult for me to say that, maybe they can work from home or not, or people on the sales team, right? So there are certain jobs that need to be, from work from from place to work. But there have been jobs which have always been work from anywhere, right? IT companies have always had opportunities where people could be working from. I think companies like ours is when we experience that actually you can, thanks to technology, thanks to Zoom, thanks to Teams, that actually work can happen. And it's come as a blessing in many ways, in terms of your work-life balance to some extent. Younger people, parenting, I think it gives them the flexibility. Cost comes down, you don't have to travel, a lot of travel, But at the same time, could we have had this Hindu Huddle, hybrid? Maybe we could have had, but would it have been the same? I don't know. Right, so there is always there is a role for hybrid, The question is in terms of how do you make sure that you get the best. From an org perspective, sometimes you feel if people are not meeting with each other, the whole role of collaboration, role of creativity, role of culture building, that can get impacted. But at the same time, policies have to evolve, and I think many policies for us, even legacy organization today, we find are best in class in terms of policies to make sure that work life can continue.
And I think the general impression seems to be that remote work is good for business as usual. Physical huddling is good for ideation and innovation, and one needs to find a balance between those.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Given these changes, we'll speak a little bit about what should organizational priorities be and how should organizations respond to change and manage change effectively. I'll start with you, Ms. Suparna. Your thoughts on organizational DEI and its role in future-proofing the workplace.
So right now the words DEI trigger a lot of thoughts, a lot positive, maybe some negative. But I think generally what the underlying belief is that and it's really, if I say it from the point of view of organization, that is the organization tapping into the best talent for a particular thing? And because there are groups that don't have enough representation, and then therefore, it's a bit of a vicious cycle. So you can be left with actually not having access to a large part of the talent pool. And especially with respect to gender, I think women have a lot of other things that are going on in their life stages, which are not accounted for when designing the workplace. Now, after the modern workplace has been there for maybe a century, and it's only in the last 10-15 years that people are now trying to retrofit the design to also look after, needs of women as they have, different life stages, including maternity, etc. But the point is that the bulk of care, and care is basically unpaid, whether it is child care, whether it is household care, whether it is elder care. And there are statistics, I don't want to bore people, is basically done by women. And somewhere this is not accounted for in the design of the organization. And what it does lead to, and you referred to it briefly, is that it is not possible for a woman to have 2 jobs, maybe sometimes 3 jobs, with one pay and remain sane. So I think fundamentally beyond, yes, policies have improved, a lot of work from home, etc., does make it said. But I think fundamentally this needs to be designed from zero base, from first principles. And also accounting for the fact that parenting is not just mothering. I mean, there is a fathering angle which people in earlier generations did not think too much about. But I think it is very important that these then get built into the design of the organization, the design of the workday, the design of a career, which is kind of begging to be done.
Thank you.
I think you're getting some loud claps from some parents there for now.
I'm very happy that women are clapping, thank you, but I'm really happy some men are clapping. This cannot be done by women alone. Thank you.
Staying on design and how you can build design from first principles. Dr. Shravan, how can organizations effectively take care of their employee well-being? Not just in the conventional sense. Today, well-being goes beyond physical well-being, work-life balance, mental well-being. Can organizations do better at it? And how do you think they can do better at it?
I think, earlier Hemant was talking about customer requirements changing, right? And I think similarly employee requirements are changing. They are learning, they're seeing what's happening around the world, and their expectations are constantly changing. They have choices just as companies have choices. And I think the first responsibility of an organization is to listen to their employees and listen to what's happening around the world and adapt their systems. If we're able to foster a sense of community in some way, I think that's a good starting point. And these days I find that across generations, what's really found wanting or what motivates employees is learning, right? The ability to learn and take care of their various requirements. Aside from health and wellness, there's also, I think, a strong mandate for learning. I think this has been my observation, and really acknowledge that what got us here will not be what takes us there. So let's just listen and learn.
Mr. Malik, in your earlier observation about changing expectations, you touched upon consumers caring about sustainability and so on. So how will the approach to work in the workplace change as the focus shifts towards increasing care for the planet and a commitment to ESG goals?
I think a lot more needs to be done than what is talked about. World Economic Forum says that the biggest risk is climate, and we are experiencing the same, right? And you can, whether it is weather, whether it impacts cropping. And I think, for us at ITC, we have had, we've taken it to be part of the organization, whatever, it's part of the, the strategy of the organization. So last 19 years, we are carbon positive. Last 22 years, we are water positive, right? It can only happen if it is inbuilt into your entire, structure of the work that you do. Consumer is also talking about, I think, but more important than that, it is how you're going to design for today. We have done survey at 140 locations across the country, how the climate change will impact your factory. What kind of weather will be there? Therefore, are you established? Is your factory ready to take that kind of temperature? Will there be flooding requirement? Likely to be flooding happening? Is there some possibility that actually the crop that you plan is likely to grow or not? And therefore, how do you invest even in terms of building the right kind of varieties that can grow under the condition of drought or high heat? So there's a lot which needs to be done, and I think it's important for each people to be able to contribute in this space, right?
Mr. Ganesh, I'll come to you, and I would like you to respond both as an entrepreneur, as an investor who seeks reasonably good return on your investment. We know all these are important, building diversity, equity in the workplace, managing well-being of the people who we work with, caring for the planet. All these are important, all needs to be done well. But how does that do in the context of sustainable business goals and managing stakeholder expectations?
No, that's always a question, right? When whether it was fresh menu or food brands or big basket, right from using plastic packaging to not using plastic cover, using biodegradable packing material, all of that comes at a cost. It increases the cost, right? Customer will not pay for it. They like the fact, they will complain, they will say that so much of plastic, why don't you recycle it? But if you ask them to pay 1 rupee, they will not pay for it. So it's always a constant tussle between the two. And I'm sure it's there even for us personally when we try to use electric vehicle versus vis-a-vis a normal vehicle. Electric vehicle will be expensive. There is or using a solar panel. There is a bit of ESG goals, social responsibility that comes in when you have to do those exercises. So there is somewhere you have to take that extra leap to be able to reach that. Otherwise, the difference is coming down. Customers are pushing now for expectation. You must have heard of this Patagonia West, the entire campaign, where during the Black Friday in New York Times, they advertised on front page, saying that don't buy this jacket. When the whole world was trying to push their sales up, they said don't buy this jacket, and saying that reuse it. And we give you a lifetime guarantee, we will repair it for you, you send it back, we'll fix it, but don't buy, but recycle. It got hugely popular. So I think it's being driven by customers and new gen as much as by this. What do companies need to do? They need to have this. I mean, fortunately, all companies, responsible companies like Capier, have to report their ESG initiatives, have a separate focus on ESG, have to put it out publicly. So there is a lot of environmental, whether it's government, public, or even consumer pressure that's coming on to move us in that direction. I think we still need a lot to do. There are a lot of things that we do in our companies which are not really ESG friendly.
Yeah.
Okay, right? So,
There's
I think if I can just add to that, there was a terrific...
Lots of ESG washing as well. So.
Sorry?
There was a terrific speaker yesterday on the environment panel, Dr. Ghosh, who said, we're better off paying a small premium today than a very high price later. So
we'll move now to the final segment of a conversation. My request to all the panelists is, if you could respond to it in 60 seconds, we might have time to take a couple of audience questions. So we have spoken about various things, but what are the qualities and interventions required to embrace the future of work from both running a business point of view and from being a corporate, being a leadership role in the corporate world? I'll start with you, Mr. Ganesh. If you could sort of crystal gaze and tell us what attitudes and skills do you think will be in demand over the next 5 to 10 years?
No, so I'll keep it to 60 seconds. The fact is that execution is becoming easier, okay, right? Whether like it's in coding or creating a basic content or paraphrasing, grammatic corrections and all that editing, a lot of it is given. So move away from execution to strategic thinking. And strategic thinking not as in theory, but how will you get it done? What needs to be done? How will you get it done? How to get it done? That strategy of that is important. How to get it done between LLMs, agentic AI and all that stuff, you can get it done. That's one. Two, there will be a lot of requirement for human-centric skills. Deloitte, in a Human Capital's 2025 Human Capital report, it's a recent report where they talked about superior jobs. Jobs that will require human skills and technical skills put together, intersection, developing their capability is important. As a manager or as a business owner, as a thing, it's important to teach your people learnability. How are they going to learn? Domain-specific skills can get away. You can get ChatGPT, LLM to produce an excellent report condensing all last 40 years of research on electric vehicles. Okay, right? But how to use it? So that becomes important. So these are the things I would focus on given where it's going.
Sure, thanks.
58 seconds I finished.
Awesome. Which is why you are where you are. So.
No, I used to be in the call center business, and this is outside the 60, you know, where you get paid, where you get paid by hour to speak. So, like Mark Twain said, I'll never use a long word if I get paid the same amount to use a short word.
Dr. Shravan, your thoughts on how can companies build an engaging and productive workforce and a workplace in the coming decade? Because often engaging and productive are not necessarily same directional.
I think if there's one thing I'd invest in less than 60 seconds, it would be UI and UX, right? Because just like our customers, our workers are younger and less patient. And if they were able to get to work and have a good working experience, I would certainly invest in the user interface and experience.
That's a good analogy, yeah. Ms. Suparna Mitra, what do you think should an organizational approach be towards reskilling and upskilling to build lasting relevance, both for the business and to future-proof the careers of our people?
So I'm kind of building on what was said earlier. I think the future of work is also linked to the future of play. Because I think it was Bill Gates or somebody who very recently said that most people will be working only 2 or 3 days a week. And I think, and this is again connecting back to what you were saying, that the regular stuff will be done. What is required is imagination. What is required is creativity. And, you know, nature tells us that for the soil to be fertile, it has to be fallow. It has to be idling. It has to be, you know, going with the rhythm of observing, learning. So for us to be productive over a 40-year career, you know, 365 days, maybe annual leave of 1 week or 2 weeks a year, is fundamentally not sustainable. And we need to have a lot of stimulus to make our brains think, to learn, to, you know, we should be actually organizing our, you know, stimulus sessions, orientation sessions to art, to literature. Like people think, how do I make my organization more empathetic? It is a learned skill. You have to, filmmaking, what Anurag Kashyap. Filmmaking is the ultimate empathetic exercise. You're telling a story. So I think it's a lot more, it's not in the regular stuff. We are not going to do ourselves and our employees a favor by making them do more of the same. It's not going to work out.
Super, thanks. My final question, Mr. Malik. Your thoughts on what leadership skills are required to navigate the workplace of the future? What are the things people like me should learn?
I think, I don't know whether the same models of leadership will continue or models of leadership also need to evolve. Today, when I look at, in 5 years' time, 50% of the population would be Gen Zs, less than 30 years in my company, right? And therefore, am I learning fast enough to be able to look, am I learning from the environment and am I learning fast enough from them to be able to be seen as a mentor or a coach for them? I think, leadership in terms of directional leadership is over, right? Participative leadership, learning skills is something that will need to be done. Otherwise, with the way the world is changing, we'll be absolutely redundant very soon.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for a fascinating conversation. RK, do we have time for one question? Couple of questions? We could take a couple of questions. Could somebody please get the mic?
Good evening, everyone. So we were conversating about a lot of startups and D2C companies. So my question is that, we see these companies in Shark Tanks of the world, and 90% of the companies, they are EBITDA negative. Recently, I saw Blinkit, they've posted a 178 crores loss, and it's 11 years old. It's a simple question. Is this sustainable, and for how long?
So Ganesh, you want to take the...
Yeah. So this requires 1 week of huddle. Okay, right? to be able to answer. I run some of the most famous non-profit making companies. Okay, right? So the answer is simple. When you are looking at the consumer behavior change, it takes a long time to make profit. You and I, as long as we are not the investors, we don't have to worry about it. Okay. Sure. These companies are providing huge customer convenience, giving discounts. Let's all take that, get the 5-minute delivery of the dhania by paying 2 rupees and enjoy it, and let the investors worry about EBITDA and negative.
No, I have a different answer to this.
Thank you so much, sir. I was looking forward.
My question is, what does sustainable mean? Is sustainability only driven by gross margins and profits? Because at the same time, we also discussed that a large number of people are going to lose their jobs. The kiranas are shutting down. So from an economy perspective, is that sustainable or not? Even that question needs to be thought about, right? Just not about when I'm going to make profits. Yeah. So I'll just leave it there.
So, Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, normally you speak on stage. For a change, you're speaking from off the stage. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this question is more for Hemant and I guess Shuparna. We spoke about the future of the workplace, but for legacy companies, can the old monkey learn new tricks very easily? I mean, is it practical? Does it happen in the... I mean, it's good to say that, we have to evolve, we have to learn, we have to... But legacy companies, it's a huge challenge, right? You have a batch of people who have been in the company for 25 years, and then you have a batch of people who are 25 years old in the company as well. How do you bridge that gap?
I think it depends on... I'm saying, if I take my example, we are a company, I run the foods business of ITC, which is we are a 20-year-old startup from Bengaluru, right? And we are built to be the largest food company in India today, right? So we have also learned many tricks, and we have to continually learn more tricks. So I think George mentioned about learning organization, right? Are we going to be a learning organization? And if that is the kind of culture that you're going to build, that means, if you make a mistake, don't kill the guy if the person has made a mistake. It's okay. Right? It's okay to try new things. It's okay to experiment. right? It's okay to put money behind things which may work, which may not work. I think
Who's
that,
George?
Sorry, did I say?
Okay,
Ganesh.
yeah.
Ganesh, my
Okay,
bad.
yeah, that's also a learning organization.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
You need to learn.
Yeah, my bad. Apologies, Ganesh.
No,
Right.
no
You're my senior from IIM Calcutta, as well, I think. Right.
So I'll attempt to answer it, and if you were there in Anurag Kashyap's thing, this disruptor becomes a system. I think systematically, if the system invites, accepts disruptors, and in Titan Company, for example, we were always in the jewelry business, and then when Carrot Lane, which is a D2C online first, so we acquired it, and that culture remains the same. And in fact, there are so many things that Carrot Lane does that the older businesses actually learn. So how open are you to kind of reorienting, to in a way disrupt yourself? If you don't disrupt yourself, somebody else will. So either you join hands with the disruptors, and a lot of so-called legacy companies are doing it. They are investing in and adopting a lot of this thing. And I think the second point is that the younger workforce itself is a force to upgrade, to become agile, because a lot of things simply don't work for them. And I think the way that the leadership of the legacy companies have to look at is just because something was done and done successfully for 30 years doesn't mean it needs to be done that way for the next immediately. And if you're open to it, you can keep shattering a lot of illusions and moving forward. It's hard. I'm not saying it's not hard, but once that switch happens, it's easy.
So the final word to Mr. Malik
No,
Senior.
No, I've been called many things in my life, including being a two-faced person, but first time Vijay called me as George.
Oh my God, Vijay.
So we are out of time, but please catch up with Mr. Malik, he'll be here for some time. Thank you. RK, we are through.
That's quite an engaging session, honestly. Thank you so much, first up, to Mr. Navneet. Lovely. I mean, just carried forward the discussion really, really well. So many points to ponder, so many points to take home from the aspect of leadership, from the aspect of evolution. To be fair, to understand the language of the Gen Z, I mean, that's a starting point to be, fair, and then working with them as well. But really, appreciate your presence. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was just lovely listening to all of you on the subject of work and the future of workplace, that is. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's move across to the next session, which is the penultimate session of the Hindu Huddle 2025. It is a session which is titled Non-Communicable Diseases, Trojan Horse of Indian Health. Right? That's the subject that we shall be tackling, because there have been so many challenges over the past few years that we'll have to wait and understand as to how we focus from or move on from one to another. Right, so we've got a stellar panel to go through this particular session. First up, it is Dr. Anup Mishra, who is the chairman of Fortis CDOC Center of Excellence for Diabetes, Metabolic Diseases and Endocrinology, New Delhi, and director, lovely to have you with us, Dr. Mishra, and the director of National Diabetes, Obesity and Cholesterol Foundation, as well as the Diabetes Foundation India. After completing his undergraduate and postgraduate studies at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, he worked at the Royal Free Hospital in London, UK, and the Department of Medicine and Endocrinology at the Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas, Texas, US, as a WHO fellow and later as a faculty member. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Anup Mishra. For people who are having a conversation, I understand there are plenty of subjects that can be discussed from the previous session, but if you can settle down and have the discussion, it'll be great for the speakers on stage. Thank you. Right, let's move on to the next of the speakers. It's Dr. Chandrakant Laharia. is a medical doctor and India's leading health policy and global health expert. Big round of applause for Dr. Chandrakant Laharia. He's worked with the World Health Organization and the UNICEF for nearly 17 years in offices across India, South Africa, South Asia, and World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. He was involved in the drafting of India's national health policy in 2017 and the designing and the implementation of several primary healthcare reforms in Indian states and other parts of the world. Could I request Dr. Preetha Reddy to please join us on stage. Dr. Preetha Reddy, the Executive Vice Chairman, Chairperson of Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited and a founding member, is a trailblazer in healthcare innovation and leadership. Lovely to have you with us, ma'am. She's championed deep clinician engagement and modern medical protocols to continuously enhance clinical outcomes. Her latest leadership has brought the latest treatments and practices to India with Apollo's clinical excellence recognized internationally, often surpassing global standards of clinical outcomes. Lovely to have you with us. And of course, to moderate this discussion, my request Ms. Ramya Kannan, who is the Chief of Bureau of Tamil Nadu, the Hindu, to please come forward. There you go. She's also the health editor, over 27 years of experience in journalism. Her commitment to the development and health sectors has shaped the bulk of her work. Over to you, Ms. Kannan.
Good evening and welcome to this penultimate session. I'd like to pause a bit to talk about the terminology we've used, the Trojan horse. It carries a certain warlike imagery, and I think it's appropriate in a couple of senses. One, the kind of assault that NCDs have brought to India, and two, to indicate the kind of response the state must mount in order to handle the burden of NCDs. So as India battled pathogens for many years, it sought to reduce infant mortality and maternal mortality, and we are seeing the results of it, as the recent HDR report communicated. What happened was that these non-communicable diseases, including diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and respiratory diseases, but not confined only to these conditions, slipped under the radar. And they have grown to proportions that demand an urgent response from everybody in this country. So we can't look at it as a mere health issue. It's having a huge impact on the economy and the future health of the nation. Given the sheer volume of the problem, I don't want to spend too much time giving stats here, but as far as diabetes alone goes, in 2022, there were about 212 million cases, estimated 212 million cases in India. It's important for us at this juncture to address the questions of accessibility and affordability in both diagnostics and treatment, prevention, including primordial prevention, and financing future health programs. So our panel today has been chosen by design. We have Dr. Preetha Reddy, who will represent the larger private health sector, and they have been at the vanguard of several health initiatives. She will share with us that experience. We also have a very senior public health consultant who will share with us the experience that comes from that sphere, and a practicing diabetologist, a clinician, and a researcher at the cutting edge of diabetes research today. I'll start with you, Dr. Preetha Reddy. Apollo has been at the forefront, like I said, at the vanguard of NCD prevention, particularly for the last 40 years. Dr. Pratap Reddy brings up the question of NCDs and the need to prevent them. You also have a very robust sort of database from your patients across the country. Are there any signs that you see in the last decade or two that indicate this problem has been growing tremendously?
So thank you, Ramya. We have been talking about prevention, about screening and intervention consistently for the past 40 years. And I think your naming it the Trojan horse is probably very apt. And to me, the Trojan horse could be there. And the problems, the enemy is the way our lifestyles are. It may be our phones, it may be sitting and watching television, being a foodie, which is very fashionable, and the kind of lifestyles which we lead, stress, so on and so forth. So we have seen, and this is from the private sector space, we started off by saying, a 1 million screening target would be great, and we did that immediately post-COVID. Today, we're heading towards almost 6.5 million in terms of people who we screen. And in that, we're seeing the incidence, so we're able to pick it up early, whether it's, diabetes, cardiac disease among youngsters, cancer, of course. But what is worrying and, what is where we need to think about and interventions, which is possible, is mental health and obesity. And the stats on obesity we have that, between the age of 5 to 14, the incidence of obesity has gone up by 30%. Between 15 and 24, and these are youngsters, these are adolescents, a 48% increase in obesity. So I think sometimes it's good for us to start with easy interventions, and I think this is easy because you can't screen, the health is a very, between the state, it's a state subject, it is a central budget given to the states, there's a state responsibility. And then private sector comes in and says, we have to do this, not because, we want to be a good citizen. We really want to keep people out of hospital beds. And I think that has been the intent of Dr. Reddy's, to keep them well. So we're seeing increase in cardiac, we're seeing increase in diabetes, and Dr. Anup is probably the doyen of that, he will tell us. But we're seeing increase in mental health and in obesity, which I think we can intervene, which we can do. So this is what we are seeing from a private sector space, and our very clear agenda is to keep people out of hospitals, even though I represent hospitals.
Right. So I'll come to you, Dr. Anu. So what has really excited the world, I mean, this is globally, whether you have diabetes or not, or whether you're obese or not, is the use of these GLP-1 inhibitors, primarily semaglutide, Ozempic, or Mounjaro more recently. So as a clinician, what is your position on this? It is, we realize, being used as a, for non-diabetic patients, for people who want to lose weight, like a lifestyle thing. So what is your position as a clinician?
So first of all, let me thank Hindu Group and Ramya in particular, whom I know for last 2.5 decades, for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of you. The GLP-1 analogs, many of you must have heard the name Ozempic or Mounjaro, which has come to India recently. There's a lot of write-ups in the media, and lots of celebrities have taken it, and that's how they become more and more popular. They're not new drugs. So those who believe that there's something coming out of a magic trick or something for last 2 years, no, it is not. We have been using these drugs for 2 decades. Only thing is, there was some earlier generation of drugs. They did not have so much of weight loss. Now, current generation of drugs, they have tremendous weight loss potential. Now, there are problems with this kind of drugs also. So it's not so easy. It's not so easy that it's not a paracetamol, it's not aspirin. You go to the pharma shop and you say, give me this, and you pop up. No, it's nothing like that. Any of these patients, whether of obesity or diabetes, have to be screened properly who fits into these drugs. And we tell them about what is the potential weight loss, what are the problems, which patient cannot take it, and which patient can take it, and what is the expenditure.
Now, expenditure, you think that this is something like a 50 rupees drug? No, it's not. And 1 month expenditure anywhere is 10 to 20,000 rupees. So these are expensive drugs, wonderful drugs for weight loss, up to 20% of the weight. So 100 kg person, 20% weight loss has been seen with Mounjaro. Around 13 to 15% weight loss with Ozempic. So we are using very frequently, Ramya. But if you ask me, is this something which will solve obesity problem in India? It is not. No, no way. Obesity problem in India is to be tackled by diet, exercise, proper knowledge, starting at school. And this is only for a segment of people who can afford it, who are terribly obese, who cannot do exercise, are non-compliant to diet. These are the drugs reserved for these people.
Right. Now, Dr. Chandrakant, as a consultant on the national health policy, can you tell us about some effective interventions from the state or in the private sector that have, shown some kind of difference in the Indian population? Or if you want to choose any global population, that too would be fine.
Thank you very much. My apologies for my voice. I'm recovering from cold. Also, a special thanks to The Hindu, because it has always been kind to publish either my opinion pieces or inviting to this kind of forum. So thanks. Regarding what is happening in India, we need to understand the context. The context is that 5 to 7 decades ago, when India became independent, the biggest challenge was infectious diseases. Now, infectious diseases has a certain pattern. One, they affect individual. Second, around the same time, there were effective antibiotics. So if you have a medicine, you pop up that pill for a certain period of time and then you recover from it. So infectious diseases require a different approach. But India's healthcare system has always been designed, because that time those were the disease conditions which were prevalent. Non-communicable diseases, diabetes, hypertension, relatively recent phenomena. We know around 1970s, the prevalence of diabetes in the country was around only 2%. And obesity, of course, less. So it has increased 5-fold. So non-communicable disease is a new phenomena. India's health system is designed for communicable disease. But there is another key thing, which is that when we are talking about non-communicable diseases, the pattern is that if you go to any countryside, the course or treatment requires 5 days or 7 days. But even that is not completed by the people. They take medicine for 2 days or 3 days. And the day they start feeling okay, they stop medication. And this is very important learning for communicable diseases, what non-communicable diseases or chronic diseases. Because these require interventions for the long run, both individual level, health systems level, and in the diet and physical activity. So if you want to take control, prevent and control non-communicable disease, we need to keep doing those interventions. Now, in an environmental system where we stop taking medication which is required for 5 days, in a 2.5 days, how can we expect citizen and community to follow intervention that modify your diet, do regular physical activity, and take a certain medication? So that is one of the key challenges. We have to start a new approach, a new thinking, and that's what India's National Health Policy, most recent one in 2017, talks about, that we have to redesign India's healthcare system, and both government and private sector, which is till at least a decade was focused upon curative and diagnostic. But in a newer setting, it requires preventive, promotive, curative, diagnostic, and rehabilitative approach. And final point here is that in a non-communicability, for example, if I'm having a common cold or then superimposed bacterial infection, I take antibiotic, I'll recover. But non-communicable disease, someone who is obese or who has a dyslipidemia, where lipid levels are deranged, it is very likely the entire family in that household would have something similar, because it is a common kitchen which is used for cooking food item. It's the same type of oil, same type of food habits which are followed. So if we have to tackle non-communicable disease, we need to work at multiple levels, and that's what India's National Health Policy already recognized. We need to work at individual level. We need to work at a family level, which means when someone is coming to a doctor for a treatment, that doctor has a moral responsibility to ask about the entire family members, advise him or her about the dietary pattern of physical activity. Now, that is easier said than done. And for that, we require a newer approach to healthcare system. That has been indicated, but I know to put that into practice, it will take some more time. I stop here for this round of question and we'll be happy to elaborate.
Right. I think we should have another huddle session on rising antimicrobial resistance as well. But moving on and sticking to our Trojan horse for today, Dr. Preeta, the health-seeking behavior of women in general, and particularly in India, has been poor. So what is the experience of Apollo? Is it consistent with this trend? Has it improved over the years, particularly with reference to non-communicable diseases?
So let me just start by this. We did a bunch of research, because we wanted to know. And we found that drug research globally is more biased towards the male and the Caucasian male. So 53% of whoever goes for trials is male. And it's just been traditional. I don't think it's anyone's fault and we shouldn't see it. Unless it's targeted at the so-called women's disease, which is probably more gynecological than anything else. So this has been happening traditionally. When it comes to India, it's even more skewed, but there isn't enough research being done on the Asian genotype. We're still taking drugs or being prescribed drugs in a lot of areas, which is targeted towards the Caucasian male. So if you rank it, we women, especially of Asian origin, Asian genomic type, are very low in that pecking order. So I'm just kind of parking it there. And I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. It's a very controversial subject, been discussed a lot of late. Having said that, the Indian psyche, Indian woman's psyche is to be, the good mother, sacrifice, do this, I work, but I look after my family, and my whole health is much less. And this mindset has to change. And every time I get a chance to speak to women, I tell them, listen, by not looking after your health, you're actually creating so much of chaos in the family, because if that one woman falls sick, then the husband goes out of whack, her parents, the children, everything goes for a six. So I think women, by nature, are being extremely irresponsible by not looking after their health. So whoever can tell these women, just go ahead, take care of yourself. It doesn't take that much of time, and you've got a humongous number of gadgets, so many things, don't watch serials, just take care. I think it's a responsibility. And if we feel sorry for ourselves and say, I have so much to do, nobody's going to come and help. And I'm a very strong advocate of women jolly well take charge and look after their health. So I don't know if that answers your question, but this is my point of view.
Yeah, I guess it does. That's true. And also an enabling environment, both in the family and the community to, for women to
I think you're as enabled or as empowered as you want to be. It's in the mind. There is no need to just sit on the couch, eat rubbish, don't go for your checkup. And checkups are not expensive. It's maybe 1/10 of the cost of a nice sari you're wearing. So there's no point, making excuses anymore.
Right. Dr. Anu, we launched into semaglutide and Mounjaro, but I want to take a step back and look at the other innovations in diabetes care. For instance, the constant glucose monitoring, the insulin pump, personalized medicine that's, coming up in a big way in diabetes care. How have these interventions, these technological interventions helped with taking care of patients?
Don't mind if I just add to what Dr. Reddy has said. The women, we have done a countrywide study on women long back under Indian Council of Medical Research. What we found was that the multiple health problems, most of them are cardiovascular risk factors, are much more in women in India than men. And there are waves of exacerbation of health in women. So with childbirth, they don't lose weight. And then with the menopause, which many people don't know, that menopause is a great aggravator of cardiovascular health. And so from 45 to 50, 52, depending on when the menopause occurs, their cardiovascular risk goes up, their body fat goes up, redistributes around the abdomen and in the liver, and that creates a huge problem. And still, they're not going to take care of themselves. They will take care of their husband first, their father, etc., and then ignore themselves. So this has been specifically, we have sent these messages in the press for a long time after having done the research. As far as Ramya, your question is concerned, last 5 years we have seen huge number of advancement as far as diabetes and rest of the non-communicable diseases are concerned. So like new drugs you mentioned, and there are several other new drugs also for kidney disease, in diabetes, for heart failure, total different drug panel now than 5 years back. Somebody suppose was frozen in time 5 years back and came back now, and he would find that the whole thing has changed. There's no more the same which we were taught in post-graduation and things like that. We have so many choices in the new drugs. Plus, we have the continuous glucose monitoring apparatus, which every day we put in several patients, and which gives us the highs and lows of blood sugar with drugs, with insulin and things like that, which we never knew earlier, actually, that, well, here is a person who used to do only 2 sugars in a week or 10 days time, now has a 7 days, 24 hours profile. And we see that undetected, 3 o'clock in the night, there is a blood sugar drop. Patient didn't know. Patient has a history of heart attack. And this kind of sugar drop will further precipitate the heart attack. So we are much wiser with this kind of technology. We have longer sensors now, 6 months blood glucose monitoring which are coming, and we have longer acting insulin now, once a week insulin is coming. So many new things which have revolutionized the diabetes therapy as of today is totally revolutionized.
Yeah, thank you for that update. Dr. Chandrakant, if we look at taxation, so we are looking at taxing sugar and salt, which are said to be the 2 whites that are, greatly influence the onset of NCDs. What is your recommendation to governments on this question of taxation? I said 2 whites, but there are a number of things we can, what they call the sin tax. So is it possible that a taxation of that sort will actually improve the health of the nation?
So this is a very important societal discussion. That's high fat, salt, sugar food products are known to be unhealthy. They are precursor of many disease conditions. And of course, increasing taxation on high fat, salt, sugar items will help, because assumption is that it will reduce the consumption of those food items. And it should be done. But that is only one of the many interventions which can be done. At the same time, there has been a debate going on, and that's why I said in the beginning that sugar, we want to reduce the consumption of sugar, but we do not want to bring it to the zero. And then for many poor people, sugar is an important source of carbohydrate and household cooking. So we have to find a balance that how much tax should be put. It should not unnecessarily make those food items expensive and unaffordable for the poor people. So that's one intervention. But what I also want to bring to attention that there are known interventions and known things that, for example, the salt in India, the amount of salt, average amount of salt consumed by citizen is around 9 to 10 grams per person per day. The WHO recommended salt intake is 5 grams per person per day. So Indian population is consuming nearly twice or double amount of salt. And now we need to raise awareness about the reducing salt intake. That can be done, that cannot be done by increasing taxation, because salt is an integral part of this thing, and then household cooking contribute only 20% of the total salt intake of individual. What we need to bring attention that these high salt and high sugar items are unhealthy. So a better approach alongside the taxation on these is packaging, packaging related information on that, which indicate that this food item is high on salt, high on sugar. Anything which comes in the package is unhealthy and harmful. People would still consume it, but the awareness need to be raised about it. And Chile, as a country, Chile has done exactly the same, that they have raised awareness. The packaging, the packaged food item and a warning system should be applied. So these are the approaches and interventions which should be done. Taxation is one approach, but we can do multiple approaches to reduce the salt intake, sugar intake, and fat item intake.
Right, thank you so much. Dr. Preetha, once again, interdisciplinary approaches are key to handling something like an NCD, which have, multiple aspects built into. I mean, you can't just go for, to check your blood sugar and everything else will be fine. Over a period of time, you need to do your eye checks, neuropathy, but, ECG. So, do you think that the private sector is, in India particularly, is peculiarly placed in order to be able to handle this better with our, super specialty and multi-specialty units than maybe the state-sponsored public health?
So, let me just give you a view. What we are doing, the high-end interventional checkups, not only us, but many private sector institutions, are really fantastic. And they don't deal with one particular disease, but it is completely comprehensive. And the history, including family history, everything is done and taken. And then there's a whole genomic panel which is done. So you know your propensity for cancer, propensity for cardiac, so your risk quotient is done. And all this is done at 1/10 of the cost, which can be done, abroad. But Indians, we know how to do things quick and we know how to do things a bit better. But because of price, we're always value adding. So now there is a whole AI backing to this. So backed with AI, with all the parameters you get and the amount of data which people have got and have screened, I think the private sector in this year we will do about 6 million. But if you aggregate the data of what everybody else, other institutions do, it's huge. And so we are much better off than anywhere else in the world in terms of comprehensive, complete MDT and the way it is done in India. We're far better than anyone else, and I'm very proud to say that. Now, the public sector here has started thinking about screening. So they work with the private sector. They come to us and they say, okay, can you screen this large population? So every day, at least 2,000 to 3,000 people, one institution like us does, but Narayan does a lot, Fortis does, and everyone is doing. So if you aggregate the amount of penetration, it is huge. Is it enough? Not really. But the design is there. You can do a basic, you can take it multiple steps. On a scale of 10, you can go from 1 to 10. But the fact is that at least we're getting this. We're penetrating, we're talking to people. There are large vans and buses, and there are kiosks set up in panchayats and in smaller towns. So this is happening. And I really feel that as a country, we're way ahead of many developed nations in the terms which, we penetrate. Smaller countries, Norway and Sweden do a phenomenal job. There are others which are doing, I don't know enough about what China is doing to even comment, but I think that India has done phenomenally well over the past 10 years on prevention and on checking up and scaling.
Right, thank you so much. Dr. Anu, so this one thing that everyone reads about is fads. So there are health fads, suddenly intermittent fasting is, top of my Instagram algo. Sometimes it's, it's the high protein diet. It's studies say if you have this quantity of wine, it's good for heart health. There are studies that say, you yourself have done studies on almonds being good for. There are studies on cashew sometimes, that I've read about. So how do you evaluate these varying fads? I mean, what place do you put them in as a clinician?
Excellent question. With the barrage of studies which have come in on the diet itself, it's very difficult to sometimes make up one's mind what is good and what is bad. But having worked in this area for more than 2 decades, and we are at the forefront of diet research in South Asia at this point of time, I have come to know a little bit more about this, and what usually I tell the patient, I say, don't go for any high-fat diet. If you are on gluten-free diet for no reason, please stop it. If you are on keto diet for more than 3 months, please stop it. There is no use of intermittent fasting. If you do a calorie restrictive usual diet, decrease 10 to 15% of the calorie, take off a couple of things, add a couple of things, make the protein a little bit high, and you'll have beautiful diet, which will you lose weight, your body fat will decrease, your liver will become better, your kidney will benefit, your heart will benefit. And there have been recent reports of a long follow-up of people who have been on ketogenic diet, that it actually increases heart risk. So short while, okay. Non-diabetic people, okay, fine. Long term, none. Totally forbidden. Those who are on gluten-free diet for some fad, because usually these days the fad is, if you go to a dietitian who say, oh, you're on a wheat diet. Well, we have been on wheat diet for centuries. What is wrong with that? Then don't take wheat, take gluten. You're not gluten sensitive. You're not a patient of celiac disease. Why should you take gluten? And then you go and look at the market, see the various products of gluten, and they are 3 times as much price with no added benefit. So all these are, we are living in a country where low-cost solutions are needed. And I have seen public sector, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, I have seen private sector, and I go for low-cost solutions. And we have devised a vegetarian low-cost diet, similar to Atkins diet, which are half the price of a keto diet. And we have evidence for that. That kind of evidence is needed, Ramya, for our country. We have to make our own schedule of what should be our diet. And for example, what I eat in North, you cannot eat the same diet. What somebody eats in Arunachal Pradesh, I cannot eat it. So every region must have tailored diet which fits the pocket and which is evidence-based. Unfortunately, Ramya, very few people in this country are working on the diet. Our group is one, Mohan's group is another, and a couple of more. That's all. Versus the number of people who are working in diet in the Western countries, and they have defined, they have 20 years follow-up, 15 years follow-up. We don't have that. That kind of thing, that kind of research is needed for Indian people. That is what ICMR should actually focus on. That's what Health Ministry should focus on. Our diets and what kind of exercise befits our schedule. That should be tailored to our population. Then we will have solution for diabetes. Then we will have solution for cancer. So we will have a solution for cardiovascular disease. Because everything stems from excess fat in the body. All these non-communicable diseases.
Right, thank you so much. Dr. Chandrakant, I'm coming to you now, and I'm going to pick up from what Dr. Preeta Reddy said initially. It's this whole concept of mental health. We need to take care of the mental health of patients. Increasing number of cases of depression, suicide numbers are also climbing. While these might be extremes, there is no doubt that this country needs a lot more attention on mental health. How do we evolve low-cost models that will, travel the length and breadth of this country and provide this?
So, mental health challenge in India is well documented. 2015-16 National Mental Health Survey indicated that 1 in every 8th Indian, like 12% of India's population has some form of mental health issue, and 2% of India's population has a severe mental illness in need of urgent treatment. However, we know that mental health infrastructure is weak, but also mental health challenges have the same problem which any other non-communicable disease. For example, if we have a diabetes or hypertension, we can go to a doctor and openly talk about it. But when it comes to mental health, people try to not to go to a formal provider or delay their care seeking. So we need to remove that stigma from individuals' perspective, but from health system or healthcare providers' perspective. It should be a routine practice to ask certain questions related to mental health aspect. And I think that will be a good beginning. Be it mental health or non-communicable disease, we need to empower citizens. We need to tell that the way any physical health condition can be treated and should be treated, and you need to consult a provider. Similar way, mental health is a condition which can be treated. And there are medications available, effective medications available which can be addressed. But there is a mind block from both health systems perspective or providers perspective or individual perspective that need to be addressed. Here I would like to say and utilize this public forum that in each of these conditions we should have a societal dialogue. We should talk about mental health openly, which has happened in the last decade, but it has not happened at the health system level where healthcare provider proactively addressing those concerns and trying to answer those questions. I would take another 30 seconds to share two things which I think this is the right forum. For example, in my clinical practice, when I ask people, what is your optimal weight? And this appears very innocuous question, but people do not know what should be their ideal weight, when ideal or optimal weight. When they don't know what should be their weight, how would they know whether they are overweight or obese? So broader formula, and there are multiple things, is that your height in centimeter minus 100 for male. 170 centimeter male should have a 70 kg optimal weight. If it's like a 10% higher than that, it definitely you need to do something. But for female, height in centimeter minus 105 is the optimal weight. So we need to bring those kind of understanding in the people. Second point is that the free sugar, we do not want all the carbohydrate to be cut down from the diet. Complex carbohydrate is what you need. Carbohydrate is a major source of energy, but complex, simple carbohydrate, free sugar should be 25 gram to 35 gram per person per day. And we need to reduce that free sugar. So these are the things. And then one intervention which some of the NGOs did, the salt consumption I talked earlier. Salt consumption is very high in Indian household and Indian restaurants. One of the NGO initiatives is that they did a proactive approach, going to the restaurants in a particular Chennai city, and said they remove the salt shaker from the restaurant table. And that simple intervention can help. If someone is asking you, of course, provide salt shaker, but if it is not on the table, people are less likely to use salt, and that will reduce salt. So there are interventions which can address non-communicable diseases, and it requires multiple approaches. And of course, today is not enough time for that.
Right, it says time's up. Yes, so we can open the floor. I mean, I have many questions, but I think it's time to open the floor for questions. Mr. Ravi, here, please.
This is a question for Dr. Preeta Reddy. What is the role of public recreational facilities, parks and playgrounds, in tackling diseases like obesity, diabetes, or cardiovascular disease?
I think that's a dream, Ravi. I wish we had. The newer cities are thinking about it, they're planning. But we know that with real estate development, whatever is there is also kind of getting lost. And we don't, there's not enough physical activity. So it's work to be done. It's public policy, town planning, all that has to fall into place. But right now, I would think that we have a big worry on hand.
Any other questions?
Just based on that, I just wanted to drive home a point that India's demographic advantage, we talk about the young, we talk about Gen Z, and we say all this, could become its greatest liability if the young people are not channeled properly. you know, whether it's the eating habits or physical habits or mental habits, what is right now looked at as a huge positive could become a biggest problem. And to me, that's the Trojan horse.
Right. Any other questions? Yeah, the gentleman there. In the blue.
Hello. We are having a very interesting discussion. I think it's very useful for all of us, generally because it's related to health subject. And particularly, I want to know that, very briefly I would put it, it is widely believed that the entire world, if you see globally, very objectively, I'm just asking this question, there is the medical industry, particularly it is related to diabetics, and particularly the medical lobby or diabetic lobby, they are consisting of the entire medical industry people. They are reduced the diabetic parameters lower so that more people will come under the diabetic domain in order to increase the sale of their drugs, diabetic drugs. And it's also said the diabetic statistics are there. Around just to benefit about 2 to 3 million people belonging to the medical industry, about 20% of the total population of the entire world, which is about 1.5 to 2 billion people. They are subjected to unnecessary drug imposition on them, though all of them are not required to take the medicine. This, whether is it true? If it is true, it's not ethical.
I'll answer your question, sir.
Yeah.
There is no medical lobby. It is all research, and whatever the cutoffs which have been made are not made now. They were made 20 years back by WHO and American Diabetic Association based on the research that a particular level of sugar, if one goes beyond that, then two things occur. One is eye problem starts occurring. So retinopathy starts occurring and cardiovascular disease starts occurring. So they say that this is the best level of sugar, and it has not changed over the last 20 years. Those who say that they keep on changing, does not keep on changing. So that is number one. Number two, that every diabetic does not need a drug therapy, sir. And if you are a pre-diabetic or just a borderline diabetic, you will need just diet and exercise and you can reverse your diabetes. That is the advantage of this. That if there is a level that we know and you go beyond a level with an enhanced diet and exercise, you can return back to normal. So it is not a drug lobby all the time. So it's not drug used all the time, sir. It is the lifestyle which needs to be changed. And if you lose even in a florid diabetes, if you lose 15 kg of weight, if you are overweight and you lose 15 kg of weight, you can reverse diabetes clearly. By diet alone, sir. This is the study, direct study, which was published and is a worldwide phenomenon now, worldwide known now, and we are doing research on this, that the community, in England, community were given very low calorie diet for 8 weeks, 800 calorie diet. Some of them lost 5 to 6 kg within 2 months' time. Then their calorie was increased to 1200 because it's not sustainable. And 6 months, they lost 10 kg. Those who lost 15 kg reversed their diabetes, and 15% of those are without diabetes 5 years henceforth. That was 5 years back. That is the beauty of science, sir. And that is the beauty of cutoff, sir. So it is wrong to say it is lobby. It is wrong to say it is all drugs.
Yes, one more question.
Ma'am, I'm here.
Just a minute.
This is for the panel. What is your opinion on traditional medicine versus modern medicine in respect of diabetics and also coronavirus? Because I find Siddha medicine has got Siddha form of medicine has got curative solution for coronavirus. I know a drug called Brahmananda Bhairavam, and WHO keeps on saying that there is no drug which can kill coronavirus. And for diabetics, we have, in traditional medicine, we have different type of bodies like Kapha, Pitta, and 3 types of bodies. But modern medicine speaks about only uniform type of bodies and they prescribe medicine for all the bodies together. There is no classification of different type of bodies. Please kindly give me the solution. Or because I am talking on behalf of traditional medicine, I don't practice medicine, but I use traditional medicine like Ayurveda and Siddha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll have all of you respond, Dr. Chandrakant and then Dr.
Well,
Anup, and then-
it depends upon how you break that traditional medicine and traditional practices. If you talk about healthy diet, physical activity, they are part of the traditional practices. So they, of course, Dr. Mishra elaborated about that, how they can they can help in reversal of diabetes or many other health conditions. So traditional practices many of those are time tested and proven they are useful. As far as the word use of traditional medicine, I'm not an expert on that area, but what I broadly know through my work and research, that they are useful in a long-term preventive approaches. But when it comes to a curative approach, when it comes to treat a condition, the current science-based medicine is better approach in my opinion.
I totally agree with what Dr. Laharia said. You see, I have a great respect for our traditions and traditional medicine. But if you look at the plethora of things, then some of the things can very well fit in with the scientific principles. For example, yoga is coming up. Yoga has been proven also. To some extent, it does not surpass the aerobic physical activity, but it is there. It is somewhere there. It is being accepted now. So it is our traditional medicine. As far as dietary principles are concerned, I am all for frugal Indian ancient diets, which is part of our traditional medicine also. But as rightly said by Dr. Laharia, we tested some of the so-called anti-diabetic compound. You know, I would name a company which sponsored that study was Maharshi Ayur, one of the top companies. And when I was on All India Institute of Medical Sciences, but I did not publish those data because there was hardly there to publish the data. 5 to 7% decrease in the blood sugar over 6 months using these drugs, and this was a randomized controlled trial. So if it is just a 5%, 7%, it is not a drug that I will aspire for if a patient has 250, 300 blood sugar. But as rightly said, if it's not toxic, so that is another thing. Please, toxicity of Ayurvedic drugs, heavy metals and so on. If it's not toxic, then maybe those ingredients are okay for prevention or slight when pre-diabetes is there. But I would say to my patient who are taking some bhasma, churana and this and that, I say, why don't you take whatever is there naturally? So if you take the anti-diabetic so-called traditional medication, they have methi, they have amla, they have jamun, they have karela. And in different combinations. And these can be done very well. Sabji banaiye aap, take amla every day, I tell my patient. So that becomes a part of our tradition, and we are not taking recourse to artificial medicine of doubtful quality, which has been made by 3 or 4 people. I don't want to do that.
I think, the point here is that we should not confuse the traditional practices and term them as medicine.
Right. Do you want to chime in?
No, I just feel of late that we can't really write off too much, and everything must be backed with clinical trials, with data. I think that is very important. It's a given. Personally, we have invested into an Ayurvedic company of late called Ayurved, which is from Bangalore. And the way they are writing up the clinical data of patients, it's sometimes far better than what our allopathic centers and hospitals are doing. So there's a big learning there that they can actually do it extremely well. What may be a good thing to do is not to think about integrative medicine, which means you need the power of diagnostics, which now, healthcare providers, medicine, so-called medicine healthcare has. But if you could use the diagnostics and if you could have proper clinical trials on some of the drugs which they're talking about, like LIP52 is taken by everyone. and it started off as an Ayurvedic drug. It's doing extremely well, and there's so much of data which has gone into studying LIV52, by the way. So having said that, I would say we will not write it off, but we will put it through the lens of clinical trials, of science, of data, and think of a situation where we can integrate both. If we could use our diagnostics, if we could use, sometimes for cancer, we've seen that, in palliative care situations, the immunotherapy drugs and the chemotherapy really causes a lot of problems and issues. And some Ayurvedic solutions have actually helped. So that's why I said, personally, I don't think we can write it off. And as an institution, we really respect and believe in what it's doing. But we need to give the best, which is data and science-backed. And the patience and the consistent to do that today is very important.
Right, thank you. And I think with that, positing of science at the center of our universe, it's a lovely time to say goodbye on this.
If I may, one last question.
Can you come back? I mean, they're going to be here. I'm sorry, the next panel is waiting. Sorry about that, but thank you so much for being a part of this panel today, and I'm sure we've had a very, very lovely discussion, and something that brought knowledge to us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No, completely echo Ramya's sentiments there. So many aspects that were discussed, and thank you so much to everybody in that profession to address all the answers. Some interesting questions as well from the audience. For those of you who haven't been able to put forth your question, the gentleman there, I'm sure there's an opportunity off stage. Right, lovely. In fact, when Dr. Anup Mishra was talking about the diet, you're almost led to believe that whatever you eat or probably don't eat is not what you should be doing. If you just probably get on and have rice, there's an algorithm on Instagram that tells you that you shouldn't be having rice. If you start having wheat, algorithm tells you that you shouldn't be having wheat. And talking about algorithm, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about technology. We are going to be talking about what is in store for us going forward. It is artificial intelligence that we shall be speaking about right next. Just as this particular session was hugely important and relevant to all of us in this room and beyond, I think AI for all, dream of a democratized and ethical technology is something that will be up for discussion. Plenty of words that interest me in this particular subject. Artificial intelligence per se is hugely important, useful in all walks of life. Secondly, ethics. I mean, how much are we willing to look at that particular aspect when we look at artificial intelligence? That is something that will be up for debate. A lovely panel here amidst us. First up, may I invite Ms. Asta Kapoor to join us on stage. A big round of applause for the co-founder of Apti Institute, where she researches and tests new methods of data sharing, data stewardship and governance, digital trust, AI, and digital public infrastructure. She's got over a decade of public policy and strategy consulting experience with a focus on the use of technology for welfare. She was involved in G20 presidencies of India and Brazil, was in Global Future Council of Data Equity for WEF, and is on the board of the Global Partnership Sustainable Data. Right, okay. Next up, may I kindly request Ms. Kalika Bali. Big round of applause. Ms. Kalika Bali is a senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research India, working on AI, NLP, speech and technology for empowerment. Her research aims to advance multilingual technology, particularly for low-resource language communities. For more than 2 decades, she's been focusing on enhancing human-computer interactions through language technologies. Her passion lies in creating inclusive tech for a diverse range of languages and communities, especially those that are underrepresented. And more recently, she's been looking into the societal impact of foundational Gen AI models. Right, may I invite Ms. Tanvi Lal onto the dais, please. Ms. Tanvi Lal is the Director of Strategy at People Plus AI, a non-profit initiative of the Egg Step Foundation that focuses on leveraging artificial intelligence to address large societal challenges. At People Plus AI, she leads the cross-functional teams to design and implement impactful AI-driven solutions for public good across sectors. She has a strong academic background in healthcare and medicine, holding a master's degree in biotechnology and management from Carnegie Mellon University, is Ms. Tanvila. Lovely to have you with us in our midst. And of course, to moderate this session, please put your hands together for Manu Joseph, an Indian novelist, journalist, and a screenwriter. He was the editor of Open Magazine and a columnist for International New York Times. His debut novel, Serious Men, won the Hindu Best Fiction Award in 2010 and was adapted into a film by Netflix. Over to you, Manu.
Can you hear me? I think they should not do this to bald guys. I look like a cyborg with this, exactly like a cyborg. ChatGPT, I was thinking, has managed to do something which is very difficult to do to writers, which is it's made me hate compliments. Because nowadays I dread typing anything into ChatGPT. It's going to say very sharp question, excellent layered inquiry or something like that. It makes me feel that it is trying to compensate for something. I think it's as though it's trying to compensate for all the bad things we've been thinking about it, all the paranoia which has been around, because there is a mysterious set of human behavior which goes something like this. Somehow it's got something to do with orange juice for some reason. Like one guy is talking about orange juice with his wife or friends, and then he's Googling and he sees an orange juice ad. Oh my God. He thinks that the Google is listening in and there's something wrong with the world and all that kind of paranoia. It's just probably a confirmation bias. But with AI, the paranoia is manyfold, and people think that, I feel that we are very concerned about privacy, of course. There is a good reason for it. And also we are a bit of frauds, so we have an exaggerated concern about privacy, and AI paranoia is, I think, to me, it reached the zenith when a New York Times tech writer analyzed ChatGPT a few months ago. Just a few months ago, he was having a wild chat with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT started saying, you're not happy in your marriage. You're married, but you're not satisfied. Maybe you should reconsider and stuff like that. To me, it was just a parlor trick. A mindless software was making mindless conversation. If I can approach any of you and say this, it would probably be true. It's got nothing to do with AI, it's got something to do with marriage. So in this context of this paranoia, I'm going to speak with three bright people who do a lot of good to ask if an ethicman, how to use AI for the general good of the community, and also whether ethical AI is even technically possible. I want to start with you, Tanvi. Tell us how you use AI, and also tell us what are the wrong questions we are asking about AI.
So I think our work at People Plus AI is very focused on publicly spirited AI use cases, which basically means how can AI help not just a few pockets of society, people sitting in big tech, enterprises, or the consumers who can pay a lot, but we're also thinking about how people at the last mile, underrepresented communities of India, how could they benefit from AI? And again, when you open the application of AI to a very large pool of the population, you have to think of many, many more edge cases. You have to think about how the technology would work, not just in a few scenarios, but really what could go wrong. So a lot of the things that, and again, AI systems are very nascent, right? They could go wrong very fast. So a lot of our work goes...
Can you give me some examples of how they can go wrong?
So for example, right, we are looking at a lot of healthcare AI use cases where, let's say, we just came out of a panel with healthcare experts where now you can use AI to do earlier detection, let's say, of cancer, right? Which means, firstly, there are algorithms who've gone through some kind of clinical benchmarking and testing, but you need to develop a lot of trust, both as a provider and as a patient, in the result that's coming out. So transparency and explainability of the AI system and what has gone into that algorithm and how has it reached that particular decision is a very key part of using AI. It's not purely the tech and the chat conversation you have, but really being able to understand that what has gone into making the tech and how, and really the pros and cons of it, right? I think people think that everything that a bot is telling me is correct. That's not always true.
Yeah.
The fact that you have to understand that it could hallucinate, you should be thinking critically when you're using AI is very important. So now when we are thinking about, let's say, bots that are being made for citizens, who overall maybe could be using more, the bot could be enabling better access to government schemes or health schemes or whatever it is. You also have to think about what's the background and the environment of the person who's using it, right? So a lot of the questions, I wouldn't say the wrong questions that we are asking AI systems, but you should, if you are implementing AI, if you are thinking about adopting AI, you should be thinking about how do I increase AI transparency? How do I increase explainability for the end user who's going to use it? How do I think to interpretability of it, right? Because, so you should be thinking about how do I monitor AI once it gets deployed? So those are key components, and that's why we say AI is not just about the tech, it's really a larger transformation that you have to think through when you're thinking about your org or your state government who's thinking about doing it, right? And this we are seeing in different contexts. So when we talk about public interest AI, we talk about social sectors like healthcare, education, agriculture, where again the last mile person maybe is someone who's not that adept with understanding the nuances of it. So you really have to think about how do I do that? How do I explain it, right? How do I make it easy? Can I add certain disclaimers? How do I think about consent? So really that's how we think about it.
Great. So Kalika, how do you use AI?
How do I personally use
Yes.
AI? I use AI in a lot of ways, but like for work, I'll just go back to the paranoia thing that you said. So I think the paranoia about AI is going to take over the world, replace humans, it's going to become like an instrument of absolute malicious power, is the paranoia that I just keep aside, right? And those are things I actually do not worry about too much.
You keep aside for future use or you dismiss?
Well, you know, see, we are at a very disruptive moment in technology, right? This is actually one of the biggest disruptions we've had in the history of technology, right? And I mean, in the recent history of technology. And I like that analogy, I think Ford gave that analogy about, you know, when motor cars came into the world, like people started using cars. Of course, all the horse wagon businesses went bust. People who drove those things went bust. Inns, right? The public houses were no longer required. But the public houses changed, at least in a lot of places in the world, as drinking houses, right? So I think we are in that kind of a thing. So instead of worrying about, it's not that we shouldn't worry at all, but instead of worrying about, oh, it's going to cause a lot of human displacement, we have to worry about what it is actually not doing. You know, how this technology is not representative for a large population around the world, right? It has been trained, say for example, the cancer example, it has been trained on a lot of data from, say, the United States of America. Is that applicable for the use cases in India, right? Is that data representative of the use of that technology in this, in our, or in what is called the global majority these days, the global majority, right? So those are the things that we should be worrying about. If it is going to be put into a wider ecosystem of the health care, right? So for example, if an AI-based solution is going to be used in a pipeline of health services that are being provided by a hospital, for example, will it work with their other tools? What are the procurement policies we need? Like, what is it that the hospital needs to know to say that, yes, this AI solution or technology is good and we can plug it into our system, right? So those are, I think, very, very practical and in some sense perhaps boring and unsexy things that need to happen for AI to actually fulfill this hype even by like 50%.
That's great. And Asta, how do you use AI professionally?
So we're a research and advisory firm, and so much like you, probably having a bit of an existential moment, though I agree with Kalika, it's not immediate or imminent, which is that the work that we do is can it be replaced? I think that a lot of what is been said by Tanvi and Kalika both is necessary to understand in a much broader way, which is that there is a robots are coming hype. Right? And the first AI summit that happened with like Rishi Sunak and Bletchley Park was all about this like future gazing. Everyone was like, oh, what are we going to do? And what that does is it takes away from the problems of now. And it's a very convenient thing to say like, oh, we're just going to focus all our resources and attention to, suspend the robots that are potentially maybe never coming, to now, which is where we're actually looking at active harm that is occurring from the use of poorly designed systems that don't sit in context, right? So to give you an example, if you are seeking credit, invariably, and so that's the other thing, and we were talking about this in the speaker room, which is that we're talking about it right now because of the chat GPT boom from the last 3 years, right? Algorithmically driven technologies have existed in our lives for a long time and have been causing harm for a while, and we've not necessarily...
Like what?
So to give you an example, credit, right? Now, credit worthiness has been an assessment tool for hundreds of years, whether are you able to pay back or not.
Correct.
This data has been obviously digitalized, models have been trained on this to make certain decisions. Now, single mothers, for instance, are considered to be high risk, credit, or unworthy of credit, perhaps most in terms of need credit, right? But then if you are applying for just a machine to say, here, put in more information, marital status, this, that, and the other, you're just going to get unlocked from that, like you're done, right? And because grievance redressal doesn't exist, because we have no way of holding the decisions made by the algorithms accountable, because they don't sit in context, they don't understand the story of this woman, her need and her ability or whatever else, they make these decisions and shut the gate forever. This can also happen in the context of healthcare. And again, we know this, right? Like crash test dummies were trained on Caucasian men, right? So women die more in car accidents. We know how decisions get made on poor data. We know how decisions get made, and when there is no accountability, when there's no transparency, as Tanvi said, there is actual harm that occurs. Now, if you take that and you multiply that to public interest technologies, you do that with the media, to healthcare, whatever it is, these harms are going to get amplified if you're not creating mechanisms that hold these technological systems, AI obviously is a starting point of it, accountable by the communities where they are being used. So if the farmers in Telangana are getting garbage information on which they're supposed to decide how much to irrigate, how much to fertilize, what seeds to use, and that is causing problems in their ability to produce grains, that's because data is being trained on like California farmers. That's a problem which we need to address. So I think that, and this is happening, it's been happening for the last 10 years. There's a lot of work that's been done about like US social security systems. People want to do like, facial recognition has been, debated quite a lot to be like, you look sketchy, so must be guilty, right? Like those kinds of things have been happening. And it's a pity that we're talking about it 10 years too late, because we had a nice little nifty little window to make some of these systems more accountable. But the problems are now, and I think that that's what we need to be addressing. And I think that over the years, this has been corrected. So Bletchley Park, which is the big AI summit, talked about the future things. Then Paris had a much more public interest thing, which was in Feb this year. And now India is going to do its summit in Feb next year, which is going to be about the impact of AI, much more use case driven. How do you sit technologies in context? How do you make sure that the data, no decisions about us are made without us? So how do you get communities to participate? How do you make this much more localized? Like, how can I eyeball this tech and make sure that I hold it accountable in the way that I can maybe in some times hold my ration guy accountable?
So it seems to me from what you've said, and Kalika, you can also take this, that there are already some unethical things that we do, like for example, credit scores.
Yeah.
I think basically it should not exist, for other people. My credit worthiness is not bad. But I feel that what AI does is it amplifies these things, and the biases in hiring, it makes the practical, unethical things that we already do, or ethically ambiguous things, they become even more efficient, right? So is there any move to control this, or can it even be controlled?
Yeah, I always think that at the base of it all technology is a tool to amplify human effort, good effort or bad effort, right? So AI is no different in that. It's just that the scale and speed, the amplification is several factors more. What can we do to kind of, at least the malicious use or the unethical use is one part, and some of the things which are like inadvertently going wrong, that's another part. And we need a combination of policy, representational data, and some kind of, awareness of the context in which the AI is going to be deployed. Because it's not just like, you'll take a model, AI model, and put it out there. There'll be people who will be building applications on top of it so that, end users can use it. It can happen in all kinds of different ways. So along the pipeline, you have to worry about, where are the biases creeping in? Is it the data? Is it at the algorithmic level, or is it at the use case level, application level? And also, there have to be equivalent policies in place to tackle, things going wrong, say for a malicious use of AI. So I think it has to be a combination of tech, social understanding, the people part, and a much more legal and governance view on how AI is used.
So tell me, what are the unethical uses of AI you see happening over the years?
So I think more than unethical uses, I think there is just low awareness. And the fact that many a times, think of this ecosystem as supply and demand. From the supply side, you have startups, you have teams, very enthusiastic folks who want to build and sometimes want to build domain-specific solutions, but lack the context of that domain or specific things around. For example, if you build in education, right, and you're building a tool for students who are likely minors, do you get consent from minors? Do you get consent from caregivers? Very similarly in healthcare, if you're building a tool which maybe is going to be implemented by an ASHA worker, but is for the last mile beneficiary, have you really thought about that context and are familiar with it? And is that entrepreneur familiar with it? So from the supply side, what we see is that sometimes they're not even thinking about the right questions because they just don't understand the domain enough. They understand the AI tech part enough, and they are fast, they're agile. But sometimes they just need introduction and forums where they could communicate with domain experts and actually what's happening on the field. Now on the demand side also, more than unethical use, what we hope to trigger with adopters, right? The demand side is, how do you think about ethics? What should you be concerned about when you are looking to adopt AI, or when you're thinking that maybe now I can connect with more citizens or with more patients or with more students or teachers, right? If you're thinking about a context, have you really thought about, what's that checklist? Do you even have a checklist? Do you have a practical toolkit that you can use if you have started looking at technology vendors and you're maybe thinking about voice AI or text-based AI solutions? Do you really understand what's going on behind the system? And for it to apply, do you really understand what could be the negatives, right? So let's say, and this is a very common thing you do when you're developing drugs and medical devices, right? You do a risk analysis. You really analyze, risk management is a very big part of AI as well, because you are thoughtfully sitting down and thinking through not just the product, right, that's going to come to you, but you're thinking about the risks of the product. So when it comes to really risk analysis, ethics, responsible AI, and very simple example is, and Kalika said this, right? Data is so important in this context. Let's say you're talking to someone in Assam, and you don't have the right data sets for Assamese. You don't understand that local taxonomy. You don't understand the dialects. You don't understand profanity in Assamese. But you've created a tool which might not work well because it just doesn't understand that local context. So now you need to be thinking of what model has the technology vendor used, or what data sets is that model trained on? Can I provide some data sets from my context so that that solution can get better? So it's not as black and white as what are the unethical risks, but really, have you thought about risks? And how do you go about this thinking?
So there's this question in an Indian context that when you're trying to make, I call it do-gooding, the social sector more efficient. But to do that, what the AI is going to do is take away many jobs. And I feel, many things that Indians do is a form of unemployment, like I think half of Indian Railways and all my security guards in my building, but we need to do that because we need to employ people. Now, how are you reconciling an efficient medium which can do something very well without people, but at the same time creating some kind of an unemployment even as you try to do good?
So first of all, I don't think that the social sector jobs are going away. I think they might increase in the context of this current world. So I think we will likely, still be employed. So will the security guards, I'll have you know. But the rest of us might be in trouble.
Writers.
but I think that, yes, I agree. So as we were speaking earlier as well, is that these are technologies that developed in labor deficit markets and are being deployed in labor surplus markets. So there will be some equalizing that we will have to do over the next 5 years. So yes, do I think robots are coming? They're not. Do I think that there will be job replacement in small ways? Yes, there will be. So for me, personally, the sector that I think is most vulnerable is actually the BPO sector, which obviously had been the bedrock of India's services industry. And I think whatever million jobs that we have there are in at least maybe the lower level ones are in imminent danger, because Tanvi had recently organized a demo day for People Plus AI, and there were multiple entities that were demonstrating products where they can do voice tech really well. So your Swiggy recruitment and things like that can happen very easily, and which were actually just jobs that were being given to BPOs, right? Now there's going to be a way of creating other jobs, which is stuff that Kalika and I both work on, which is like data labeling, right? There's a lot of data labeling work. So there are going to be new jobs, potentially not so satisfying, jobs in that long arc of how we think about our work in relation to identity, etc. There will be jobs that are created in the immediate term to fulfill the needs of this rapidly growing AI sort of engine. So I think that, again, to the point of like the horse carts, we were having this conversation about like photography, like given that, like again, Kalika's example of given that we all have cameras in our phones, is photography not a thing anymore as all of these cameras sit here and people behind them? So I think that there will be a way to realign this, and I'm not saying and I think that in that context, the government in particular has to play a very critical role in thinking about how we regulate this space, right? The question of use cases is important. Where do we deploy these technologies carefully, and where we say, okay, fine, we need a little bit of more time to figure this out while we create jobs for people? How do we create social security nets that are actually going to hold all of this together? Because there will be chaos. Profit-seeking entities like Accenture, who can do this with 20 people and, a reasonably trained voice model, are not going to take contracts from Airbnb anymore to do that, right? Which is what Accenture does. So there will be chaos, and I think that our responsibility, both as watchers of this space, analyzers of this space, and hopefully people who in the media or through the government can reflect that regulation is necessary. How do we build in context? How do we make sure that jobs are secure in the context that jobs are not? How do we think about skills? I don't think India is thinking long enough or in the long term about skills. If you're going to have 1 million people unemployed from the BPO industry, what skills do they need to be relevant, right? How do we move them up the ladder? If people are doing data labeling today, but 2 years later, AI labeled data is going to be available, synthetic data is going to be, normalized. What are these women we've been creating jobs for sitting at home to label, water tanks? What are they going to do, right? So I think we have to think critically about skills. I think we have to think about labor displacement. Where does that go? And I think we have to think much more critically about regulation. I think we're behind by maybe like 3 to 5 years. So those would be my highlights. So yeah, so there is going to be chaos because we're not Japan. Right? Like we're not going to need these systems in the same way, in that immediacy. We will need them 3 to 5 years from now, but I think that we need to prep for the immediate term.
So I want to now speak outside the social sector, generally, for the next 6 minutes before we open the proceedings to the audience. I have a philosophical question, like why should anybody be employed, in jobs that they don't want to do? Like, for example, the definition of poverty, a form of poverty, is that you have to do something that you don't want to do. Like the guy sometimes in the lift is just pressing the buttons, and they look like zombies because after a time, it is something even a zombie won't do, Why should people be employed? Why can't modernity be about using technology like AI to abolish jobs?
I think that's a very interesting philosophy. I mean, I often say that, if I am redundant, like I don't have any work to do, then I have been actually very successful at my work. But I say it from a very, very definite position of privilege.
Yeah.
Right? Philosophically, there is like a whole stream of research that looks into anti-work, theories and anti-work philosophies, which aim at exactly what you're doing. The reason I know this is because a friend of mine actually is an expert on these anti-work. He's a scholar of this anti-work thing. But currently, in a practical way, is it even feasible? Who is going to pick up the tab? Right? Who is going to pay for this? Right now, most of AI is controlled by commercial entities. So what is the purpose of a commercial entity? To make money.
To maximize profits.
Maximize profits. So where are those profits going to come from? Who is going to buy this stuff so that everybody stops working? Like, where is the entropy of the system going to be?
Which was Marx's question, if there is nobody who's employed, who's going to buy? But it looks like the American billionaires are very keen on, so they've figured out something that the money will keep coming, even if nobody is buying, or maybe only the rich would buy.
I actually don't know so many American billionaires, not even one. So I actually am not very well placed to answer
actually, I've also noticed that people hate their jobs, especially if it's boring jobs, but there is an immense human satisfaction when they do something well. Even a waiter whose job is very tough, and when they've done a good job, you give a compliment. They like it. So maybe people are overrating not doing anything. So Tanvi, in your experience, what is the relationship between people and employment and satisfaction?
See, I think, and I'm going to put this in the context of AI, I genuinely think AI is now allowing people to follow their passion in terms of learning. And, if you're curious, today. Now, the flip side of that labor question is, sure, there is a lot of foundational components like data labeling, data centers and model building and training that needs to happen. But on the other side of things, if today you have someone sitting in a tier 2 or 3 city who maybe does not have a design university in their city or town, today, generative AI and AI in general is making it possible to get personalized education based on your interests. which I think just opens up an avenue where even if you don't like your job today, you today, staying in your existing job, which pays the bills, could learn something that tomorrow could help you get to that next sort of frontier. So, and again, like Kalika said, right, like who ultimately, like, people have to pay the bills and have to kind of live their life. But today, we are breaking access barriers for a lot of people on the education front. Also think of it this way, right? It's not just purely curiosity and learning. Let's say today you have someone who wants to be a lawyer, who doesn't even want to like service the legal requirements, the legal demand in India. But today, sitting in India, being trained through something that is maybe AI developed or AI powered, you could maybe service customers globally.
That's
Right?
ironic because I just checked ChatGPT to scan a contract that I got instead of using a lawyer, and it raised some 6 good points. So, but you're still saying that the human lawyer would still be relevant because...
I really think human in the loop is very important. And we also think of AI technology as being assistive, as amplifying the existing person. You can't replace a doctor, you can't replace a ASHA worker, but you can make them more powerful. You can actually have them do more strategic work, which needs to be done, but is not getting done because they're just so busy in doing some of the more basic things that AI could do. So you could just make work better, I feel.
Great. On that note, we'll take questions from the audience, and I have a request that you can masquerade your opinions as questions, but keep it very brief. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. You mentioned about skills which in India is currently not working on. I want you to give few skills which a person should work. Please be as specific as you can.
Oh, you tell me. Should we just go, or you want to gather a few questions?
Whatever you want, yeah. Oh, no,
Your
no,
call.
you're specific to this. Yeah, you can answer question
Okay,
by question.
answer, yeah, okay. I think that, and you should probably add as well, is that, you know, we've seen, say, prompt engineering as a skill that's come up again. I think that I actually have a much more traditional thing, is like the ability to analyze problems, the ability to, you know, break things down in a much more critical way. Critical thinking, I think, is a skill that we should be all acquiring now, given that we have such a huge cognitive load in trying to figure out real from non-real, usable from non-usable. So I think that there's a specificity in terms of what's the cost that you could do, but also skills in terms of a much more metacognitive question. But I'll also pass this to Kalika, who'll probably have a better answer.
I actually have no idea. I'm being very honest. Well, critical thinking has been, I think, is a requirement for all human beings across the world at any time in the history of humanity. So I agree with all that, but I actually have no idea about what kind of very specific jobs are going to come into the future, because you know, I'm not a futurist. There are people who specialize in that. I'm not.
Well, that's a new job. Futurist.
Yeah, that's a new job.
But there was this meme, sorry to interrupt, but there was this thing to be like, if we can just train models to do our housework and all of that, then all of us can be writers, so, and filmmakers, and really like pour ourselves into the creative economy. So, you know, again, there is some sort of like...
So you're saying that I'm a writer because I don't do housework?
Possibly.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Panel. Yes, sir. I'm here.
He's over there.
Yeah. Madam, you just touched upon this one, AI for good governance. See, all this 4 estate, we have a lot of backup of cases in judiciary, and a lot of tenders happen in the government, which is not monitored. But how can AI help on monitoring all the 4 estates? Judiciary, governance, and what you call elected representatives, along with what media give a flare-up of all the things. Maybe AI can support on that?
I think there are lots of people who are working in those areas actually. Very specifically, I know that in the legal and the side, there are a lot of organizations. I don't want to name them, but there are quite a few organizations which are actually working on supporting caseloads, you know, supporting judiciary, supporting lawyers, supporting consumers on how to get using AI. So there are a whole bunch of such entities. We are right now at a stage that everybody is very excited about AI. So a lot of these use cases are being handled. So yes, There are.
My question was,
I'm
AI, can we bring it down to the governance level, urban, local?
It is at the governance level.
So that is the catchment where we can employ AI in good governance. Thank you.
E-codes, Kochi and
Do you want to-
ODR and all of that.
Yep.
There are lots of such things.
With this, but you know that President Trump has posted on Truth Social after a long night of talks mediated by the United States. I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire.
Oh,
And he says, congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
This is excellent
Thank
news.
you.
On that note, I'm told that the time is strictly up. I'm sorry, we have to close the proceedings, but great, so many lives saved. But I'm sorry, I'm told that, okay, so that gentleman, there's a popular demand that gentleman ask a question, so I don't know why. Can someone give the mic to him and then?
The readers.
And this is what AI couldn't have done.
Yeah, maybe critical thinking.
Yeah.
Itself is really confusing. It says AI for all. Who decides this? We say we have a democratic and ethical technology. In a society like India, where excessive greed of the few people are in constant conflict with the millions of people suffering, and in this kind of society, we are going to have AI. Are we losing our common sense altogether? What kind of society are we going to introduce AI? Please ask me the question.
Okay, on that very angry note, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for being here. That was lovely. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Manu.
Thank you very much, Manu Joseph. Thank you so much, Ms. Asta Kapoor, Ms. Kalika Bali, and Ms. Tanvilal. Thank you so much for taking us through the pros and cons of AI. Much appreciated, actually. And it's been a fascinating couple of days, really. We started on a slightly different note, and we've ended on a very, very cheerful note. Thank you so much, Mr. Enram, for relaying that message that, of course, coming through on social media and social media platforms. Yeah. It's been a great couple of days, ladies and gentlemen. It's only right that I invite Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, to please come forward to deliver his vote of thanks on behalf of the entire team.
Some applause. Thank you. Thank you. Good start. When you have the most important session of the day coming up, it feels good when you have applause. So, good evening, everyone, and what an incredible couple of days it's been. As we wrap up the Hindu Huddle 2025, I find myself reflecting on the past 2 days, days filled with thought-provoking conversations, bold questions, and truly inspiring insights. The Hindu Huddle has never just been an event for us. It's a living, breathing forum, a place where conversations actually mean something. After 4 impactful editions, bringing it back this year, bigger, bolder, and buzzing with relevance, has been truly special. And it's all thanks to all of you. Our theme this year, India in Dialogue, asked us to turn down the volume and turn up the substance. Less shouting, more sharing, less noise, more nuance, and I think we nailed it. Thanks to our incredible lineup of speakers who didn't just talk, they connected, provoked, and inspired. But, as they say, all good things should come to an end. But before we close the curtain on this remarkable edition, it's only right to pause to acknowledge and express a heartfelt thank you to organizations and individuals who made this possible. First up, our title sponsor, Sami Sabinsa Group, the chairperson, Anju Majid, Akhila, if you're still in the crowd, thank you so much for your unstinting support. Co-powered by Government of Karnataka, Government of Telangana, associate partners, ONGC, Presidency University, TAFE,
Akshay Kalpa, energy partner Indian Oil, realty partner Casa Grande, luxury car partner Toyota. I'm sure some of you have picked up the Wellfire on the way in. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, state partner Meghalaya Tourism, Government of Haryana and Uttarakhand Government, radio partner Radio City, gift partner Anand Prakash, broadcast partner Times Now, and outdoor media partner Signpost. What a beautiful venue, Taj West End. Thank you so much. The lunch area, the dinner party yesterday, the ballroom, the facilities, absolutely great. Our event partner Hyperlink, my dear friend Jairam, and the uber cool Gautam, thank you. I will be remiss if I don't thank the man who held this whole 2 days together. RK, our solid pillar of support. A big round of applause for RK, the magician who's done such a fantastic job for us. Thank you all. Your support helped turn a big dream into even a bigger conversation. A big thank you for our speakers. Your clarity, candor, and courage lit up your sessions. To our audience, all of you, in person and lots online, thank you for your questions, your curiosity, your open minds, and sometimes your anger as well. You reminded us why spaces like this matter. But if there's one person I need to thank in the Hindu family who single-mindedly put this together over the last close to 14 to 16 weeks of hard work, along with the whole Hindu family supporting, I have to say, Mr. Narayan Lakshman, the curator of the Hindu Huddle, and also the opinion editor of the Hindu, please take a bow. Fabulous job. Your vision and unwavering commitment to meaningful dialogue have been the soul of this event. Brilliant stuff. As we close, let's not let this be the end of the dialogue. Keep questioning, keep challenging, and yes, keep huddling, because real change begins with conversations. Until the huddle next year, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, good night, Shubh Ratri, go home safe. Thank you.